say San Fernando Valley Day.
Yeah, what a
San
fun.
Fernando Valley. think. It's not a tournament. It's what you don't see on TV. The cash is real. The stakes are high. They bet big. They win big. They lose big. High stakes live action poker. Live at the bike. Watch it live on the web or play it if you dare at the Bicycle Casino right here in Los Angeles.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to Live at the Bike. Tonight we have a special show for you. Tonight we have a $50, $100 blind no limit hold'em game with special guest Barry Greenstein. Hi, Barry.
Hi, Shirley.
We'll go ahead and get to the action. Tonight we have, it was a $5,000 maximum buy-in with a minimum of $2,500 buy-in. And anytime they get below $2,500, they can rebuy any amount. Is that right?
Yeah, well, actually they could buy in for $1,000 if they want. They can rebuy short. They can add on to their stacks if they're below $2,500. But it's it's kind of modeled after the internet, where they don't want to let it get too out of hand, where people buying in for $20,000 trying to bust them with a lot of chips.
Yeah.
But actually, as the night goes on, this is going to get out of hand. For a lot of the viewers, $5,000 buy-in is already pretty big. When you look at it in relation to the blinds, 50 and 100, 50 times the big blind means that a couple bets gets you all in. Usually the first guy will bring it in for 300, the raise may be to 1,000, and then the initial raiser, if he wants to play, may either call or move all in at that point. So it doesn't take many bets to get all in for 5,000. But by the end of the night, as people go busted and rebuy for another 5,000, we're going to have people with 20 or 30,000 in front of them. That's a pretty big game, and now the blinds aren't that very big in relation to the stacks.
Right. Well, we'll go ahead and introduce the players here. Seat number 1, we have Diablo. He's a regular player here.
Yeah, Diablo's a regular player, and he told me his company's Omega Plumbing. He wanted me to plug them, and they're in the San Fernando Valley. Diablo's his card room name. His name is actually Moises Lopez. And he said he's only really been playing poker less than a year. And it looked like, as a matter of fact, he knocked my son Joe out, who's behind me here, at one of the Bicycle Club tournaments. Seemed like a pretty decent tournament player. He said he's played a lot of Mexican poker. He's been playing cards his whole life, but just has gotten into the poker scene.
Well, this is a far cry from Mexican poker, that's for sure.
And the 2 seat is an attorney named Mark Weidman.
Right.
And you notice that a lot of these guys, I see we have a little bio they wrote on themselves where they wrote their favorite player. An inordinate number of them said, as Mark did, that Barry Greenstein was their favorite player because they knew I'd be
commenting.
You to be nice to
them tonight.
So yeah, they're all sucking up to me. I probably would have gotten no.
Nobody would have said it.
Nobody would have said
it
if I wasn't here. But now I'm lots of people's favorite player. Anyway, Mark's an attorney. I was told he's a pretty tough player. Plays in cash games with some of the Hollywood people. Like I say, L.A. attorney.
Are you familiar with this play? I'm not familiar with this play.
I'm not at all, but I was told he's a winning player.
Okay.
And in my experience, there are a lot of good playing attorneys. In games I've played, attorneys have to size people up, select juries, things like that. Those are skills that translate over to poker.
And then
knowing
good at
what
reading
people are thinking,
right.
Being good at reading people. Reading a jury is real critical if you're, if you spend time in court. And the 3 seats vacant currently. Told a guy named Moshe who's played on the show before is supposed to be there, but he hasn't shown up yet. The 4 seat is Stephen Wolf. Steve's a finance investment counselor or something like that. I don't know. He tells people how to invest their money and gets a big chunk of it. He's also involved in Poker Blue now. And Steve's a tough player. He was a guy, I played with him when he first came on the poker scene. He was a live one. Mm-hmm. And, the different clubs used to battle for his services. They offered him all sorts of things to play at the Commerce or the Bike. But he's turned into a tough poker player. As a matter of fact, if he played on the tournament scene, you'd see him up there. He's got a really good style for tournaments. He's tricky. He can be aggressive. You can think he can play goofy hands. Where you're not. He's a hard guy to put on a hand. He's tough, and I'm only saying that because I think he put me down as a favorite player. No, actually, he put Yosh down as his favorite player.
Did he really?
Because Yosh was his mentor.
Yosh is
and so he always teases Yosh if Steve's one of these guys who's really strong, can play overnight, can play. He said he's played 5 days at a stretch. He and Yosh have had these sessions where they've each laid out and played. And you want me to get faster on it? Okay. Anyway, so we'll get to the rest of them. Maybe tough. Eric Cloutier.
That's in seat 5.
He's from seat 5. I played with him in a tournament. Seemed like a decent tournament player. Hasn't been playing a long time in tournaments anyway. But he's a decent player. He owns, I think, a bar in Lafayette, Louisiana.
Seat number 6, we have
6 is Yosh.
Yeah.
You guys, I'm sure, have heard enough about Yosh. Yosh, the way he described his own play, he's a pretty solid player who's, when he plays in tournaments, never seems to get a hold of chips. And he told me he plays just well enough to make the bubble. He's the bubble guy. He never has chips going towards the money. Kenny Berg, over 70 years old. He was in some sort of investment banker. He was one of the founders of Kookaroo Chicken.
Right.
Made some extra money off of that. He's got a lot of money, I know that.
Yeah, he's a regular on
but
the
he
show.
doesn't give any of it up. And he's a tough, for in his 70s, he's at the first table for guys in their 70s. And he's gotten better over the years that I've played with him. He's a tricky player. One of his favorite ploys that I've fallen into this trap many times is he acts like he's got nothing. So I try to bluff him off his hands, and he just sits there and check calls all the way down and takes it.
Mm-hmm.
So he can be tricky in that way. And then to his left is Bruce Parker. Bruce tells me he's a poker junkie. He's only been playing about 6 months. Plays a lot on the internet.
This is quite a big game for someone who's only been playing 6 months.
Well, except for one thing, Bruce has money too. Bruce was one of the founders of Callaway Golf with Eli Callaway. He was the president of sales. So the money's not going to hurt Bruce. He likes to play, and so he's actually stuck. I've been watching the game. It's been going on. He's lost a couple of pots. He had 2 kings all in against Steve Wolf's ace queen earlier, and got unlucky and lost with an ace on the turn. And then the 9 seed is Frank Hong, who I'm sure has been on the show before. Frank's a regular, has been playing poker a few years. And again, tricky player. No limit suits his style, but he's basically been playing in the limit side games, the 4 and 800 games. And so I've spent a lot of time on that. So why don't we get to the action? I hope we haven't missed any good hands, but here's one. 4-way action. You don't usually expect that in a no-limit game.
Yeah, it's limped around for $100.
Okay, well, that's why it's been limped around. Got some small pairs in there. Looks like I saw 4s for a second, and then they went away. Maybe
they're over on the right-hand side.
Oh, they're there. That's why. Now I see them. In no limit hold'em, those small pairs go up in value over limit hold'em because
that's right.
You like to flop a set and take out a big pair. You can win a big pot that way. Where in limit hold'em, often it costs you too much to get there. Here, the pairs didn't connect. They got out of the way, which is pretty normal, and we're left with 2 ugly-looking hands anyway.
Yosh is the one that let out there. He'd been let out, I believe, for $400.
Okay, I didn't see what was on the flop there. Did you catch it, Shirley?
I know we have a 5.
There
it's
we are.
7-5-2.
Okay, so Yosh is there with top pair, and Eric's there with middle pair. And so, and what?
It's a 3 diamonds there.
Okay, the king. Oh, king 4 of clubs had a flush draw. I didn't even notice that.
Yes.
So it's okay.
Here's a flush draw and a straight draw now.
Okay, so here's a hand that Eric with the queen 5 is going to probably go away. Steve could have put pressure on before and possibly picked up the pot, but Yosh may have paid him off. Steve is an aggressive guy. Yosh may have paid him off the top pair. Here's Yosh. Looks like he's going. He's
betting.
Looks like he's betting all in, and which is definitely a good move on his part, based on looking at the hands. He had top pair. He figured he was going to go with it anyway, and he didn't want to give any free cards. Pretty dangerous stuff up there.
Right.
Flush draws and straight draws available. And
it looks like he's betting about a little over $2,000. Those white chips are $100 denomination, so one stack would be $2,000.
Right. One stack is okay. The word we got here is he bet 3,100, and I didn't see how much was in the pot at this point. It looked like it was less than that.
Yes.
And so here's Steve counting his outs. He's thinking, I've got I've got 9 flush cards, 3 extra aces, 3 extra 6s. So he's 15 outs, and he's wondering if his king is good, makes 18. He's got almost half the deck. So I think Steve's probably going to come to the conclusion with almost half the deck. If there was enough in the center, he's going to call. Now he's trying to think. The next thing to think is after you start with 18 outs, based on my opponent's bet, does he have any of my outs? Is there anything that's lesser? And are some of those outs not good? And he may have decided, Yosh is a pretty tight player. He might have decided, well, Yosh could even potentially have a straight, which takes away some of those outs I thought I had, the king out, and possibly some of the straight cards. So I think if he was getting 2-1, if there was 3,100 in the pot, he would have called there.
Yeah,
but the pot wasn't big enough for him to go, especially not knowing if all the outs were actually good.
Especially against Yosh.
And against Yosh, a solid player there. But, he knows his king high isn't good against anyone, and so it almost didn't matter that Yosh was that solid, except, again, because the straight and flush outs probably were all going to be there, as we saw they were.
Right.
But, like I said, needed more like 2-1 to call there. Moshe, seat number 3. I don't know him, but apparently he's been on the show before.
Moshe, yeah, I think he was on last week.
And one thing that's a little different here, and right now we see some hands going up. Yosh with the 2 queens. And again, he's going to get respect if he makes a raise. I don't expect an 8-5 of spades or an ace-5 from Kenny to call him.
He puts in a big raise there.
And again, he won the last hand, so no one thinks he's steaming, and they aren't likely to try to take him off his hand, and he wins it there as expected. One thing, last week we saw limit hold'em. As I said, limit hold'em, you're generally playing big cards. You try to pick up the blinds. No limit hold'em, the blinds are more insignificant. You don't like raise with a bad ace in late position just trying to win the blinds. When I play no limit hold'em, I'm looking to get called and looking to win a big pot.
You're looking for a home run.
So I'm looking to play an ace suited where I make the nut flush against a smaller flush. I'm looking to flop a set and take out a big pair. Mm-hmm. I'm not looking just to pick up the blinds, or I'm not even looking to, I want to raise, get called. If I am bluffing, I want to pick up the guy's call along with the blinds, actually make something on the pot.
So in no limit, you actually don't mind going in knowing that you have a less of a hand. Like you wouldn't mind going in 4s against aces if you thought you could take all the chips away.
For a small amount to try to take them out.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you have drawing hands that you're getting in cheaply with, and made hands that you're trying to force people out with, which are the big pairs. You're trying to make sure that they pay to get to draw against you. So you got to put in a sizable raise. In a side game, you're going to put in more than a pot-size raise typically with those hands. In a tournament, chips are more dear, so you're typically betting around half to 2/3 of the pot on your bets because the chips mean more. You can't rebuy. You don't have to push as much. But in a side game, you're generally going to see bets that are the size of the pot or more. And another thing that's different in the game we're watching today than what the viewers normally see on television is there are no antes in this game. Anyone who's watched televised poker sees antes. And so when you play in a tournament, as you get to the late positions, one to the right of the button, they call it the cutoff seat, on the button, or the small blind, you're often raising with total garbage, just trying to pick up the blinds. But it's not really the blinds you're trying to pick up. You're trying to pick up the blinds and antes.
Right.
So I play at a tournament a very different style than I play in a side game. In a tournament, if I get a weak ace and I'm in late position, I raise. If I get garbage and I'm playing against passive players, I raise. I try to pick up the pot. In a side game, I don't even want to get in with ace-6 offsuit. I'm afraid I'm going to hit an ace and not know what to do.
Right.
And what the old-time players say with a weak ace, you're either going to win a small pot or lose a big one.
Yeah.
So you just don't want to play those kind of hands. Whereas in a tournament, you don't mind winning these small pots. It's worth it to win these small pots with antes. It gives you another round of blinds and antes, and so you're often trying to keep ahead of the blinds and antes you have to put in round for round and try to accumulate that way. So this is a different game. This game should be played a little tighter on the back end than people are used to seeing. And tight does include small pairs and ace suiteds. And again, another thing about this that's different than a tournament, those hands like king suiteds and queen suiteds, I don't even think of playing them in this game.
Really?
Because those are hands, I'll play them in limit in late position, but in no limit, I'm afraid, again, I'm going to win a small pot or lose a big one. If someone ends up going with me on those hands, I'm in trouble. They often have the ace of the flush, and if they re-raise me, it's hard to call. So I try to let my opponents play the broken suited cards, and I try to play the ace suiteds.
Okay. We have a raise and a re-raise here.
Okay, this is pretty aggressive here. Queen 10 of clubs is raising a Jack 9 of hearts. Well, it's not that aggressive because we see the board up there. One guy's got top 2 pair, another guy's got a straight. I didn't realize the flop had come down.
Okay.
So nothing surprising there. They got Kenny with the straight for the amount of monies they have right there with the straight draw. Was made a play at the pot, and he's drawing dead because Frank had top 2 pair and made a full house on the turn. Looks like Frank's built up his stack pretty well. As I said, he's already up to over 15,000. And this type of structure with the 5,000 buy-in, capped at 5,000 buy-in, we're just going to see more and more chips coming on the table. And
well, I just heard, them say 5,000 behind, so somebody just rebought for 5,000 more. So. And
I don't expect any rat holing of chips, so the table. The chips on the table are just going to grow every 15, 20 minutes.
Yeah, once again, the chips on the table, the white chips are $100 chips, and the purple chips are $25 chips. It looks like those are the only 2 chips that are in play that I can see.
Get me out of here before they kill me, before they butcher me.
So that's interesting. I mean, I play those big suited cards that work together. I would play like King Jack of Hearts or King.
Oh, King Jack. I'm talking about King 4.
Oh,
that's
no.
different. King Jack of Hearts, you got a lot of ways to go, and your kicker at least can play.
I misunderstood then. I was like, wow.
I don't like playing cards where my kicker can't play, where I'm looking at least at the nut flush. No, King Jack isn't it entirely. That's a suited connector, even with a 1 hole. That's that's a playable lie.
I flop a 9-4 deuce.
Okay, 9-4 deuce, 2 10s against ace queen. Again, that could have been a hand that where the money could have gone all the way in. Yosh had the 2 10s, 10 of the ace queen. Kenny's a pretty solid player here. A pretty solid player also. He doesn't play that much differently than Yosh.
We have one more player in this hand. Sorry to interrupt. He didn't show his cards until now. He has King Jack.
Okay.
That's seat number 1.
Oh, he whiffed on the flop. So, not surprisingly, Yosh had to lead with 2 10s, got 3 undercards of flop, and picked up the pot. And again, no one had a reason with overcards to try to take the pot away from him. You're going to see less aggressive plays than you're seeing in tournaments before the flop and after the flop, just because there's not that premium that you get of picking up the antes also.
Mm-hmm.
People aren't going to try to win small pops. They're trying to win big pops.
Right.
On that last hand, the only way they were going to win a big pot from Yosh is he wasn't going to go for it if an overcard came and he was beat. They were going to have to let him flop a set and make a straight on him to take out his 2 10s.
Right.
And there we have a look at Moshe. Okay.
Flop is 10-9 deuce.
10-9 deuce with 2 diamonds. I saw a Jack 8 at ace 9. Again, I'm slow on picking up who had the betting lead.
I'm really curious. Seat number 9 is the one that looks like he just limped in the pot. Seat number 3 is in the big blind.
Again, I don't play.
So he was in the cutoff, and I just don't see if you want to play that hand.
Yeah, I don't play that kind of hand at ace 9 because again, it ends up he's got the best hand here. But even here, if the Jack 8, which is an open-end straight draw, and has 11 outs against an ace 9, 4 7s, 4 queens, and 3 jacks. If he puts some pressure, the ace 9 is going to have to go.
Okay, we'll point out that the player in seat number 3 has Jack 8, so he does have the open-end
right,
straight
that's
draw.
what I said. He did.
You said Jack 8, but the viewers might not.
Okay.
They see
have Jack
3
up on the board. He actually has Jack 8.
Yes.
The graphic's wrong. And the thing that probably stopped him from being aggressive was there were 2 diamonds on the board. Now the 8 came up. Frank continued to bet. And Moshe with the Jack 8, had some things to be worried about. And one was, could Frank have Queen Jack and have him drawing dead or drawing, with 3 outs to a tie? And also the other problem is there was a flush draw up there too. So he played pretty passively it ends up, if he'd have played aggressively, unless he's such an action player that Frank's going to pay him off at second pair, he likely could have picked up that pot with an aggressive play. But, I don't fault him taking off a card, trying to snag a 7, which would have been his best card. Better to hit those straight on the low end and gotten some money off of Frank that way.
So you're saying that if everybody folds to you and you're in position at the cutoff, you're not just going to try to pick up the blinds because they're not worth it?
Not at all. They're just
With
not worth
ace-9?
it. I wouldn't. I actually give that kind of hand up. The blinds just aren't worth it to me. And I know a lot of people aren't used to thinking that way because they're limit players, and in limit, it's an automatic raise.
Yes.
Try to pick up the blinds. But in no limit, you're sick if you get called. Yeah, you can lead again at the pot on the turn, but you just can't play the hand. I mean, really, if you think about it, ace-9 is not that much different than 9-deuce in a lot of cases, that if you get played with, you're probably in trouble.
Right. We have a
Okay,
raise
and
to
here,
500.
okay, and here we have a situation with ace king and ace jack and a jack 10 of the 3 hands. And what a flop! But well, actually, it's just the ace king is really happy. The ace jack.
Yeah, he's the one that raised him.
Yosh led into him. He made one of those defensive bets that we read about in the books. I love playing against guys who make these defensive bets because if I don't have much, I take them off their hands here. And here, since Eric has the nuts, he's acting like he's going to try to put on his best act like he's not that happy with his hand. But
Yosh is going to bite again.
Yeah, Yosh isn't going to bite. That was a dangerous flop. And Eric is laying the trap here. What does Vinny say on the World Poker Tour with all the stuff with covering up the hole with leaves and all that kind of stuff? I don't know what he said. But anyway, here's Eric laying the trap for Yosh, checking the nuts behind him. Or maybe I've got the position wrong. I thought it was...
Seat 5's in first position. He checked
Eric,
the first time. He checked the
got
second
checked
time.
behind. Okay, so I did have the action incorrect. Checked into him. Yosh didn't go for it. And now Yosh is going to have to size up. It looks like, what, a $1,000 bet there?
Yes.
And... is it worth it?
I didn't think he was going to get any money from him. Yosh put in his first attempt, and he was finished with it.
Right. So, again, I called the action correctly. I thought Yosh bet out in here, but he didn't. Eric checked the nuts to him.
Right.
Yosh, with second pair, not unreasonably made a bet, and then never did anything more. He decided if the guy can call me there with that dangerous a board, I'm beat.
Right.
And he could have easily... we wouldn't have faulted him for paying off that 1,000 on the end, but it was suspicious.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't like a big bet that could have been a bluff. Of course, that was a dangerous board to bluff into anyway. But, Eric, what can you say? Yosh took the conservative, correct option there of folding. I see some aces coming up on the screen. I don't know if the viewers can see
Yosh
them.
raised here in seat 6, which that's his hand, pocket aces to $400.
He's had queens, he's had aces, he had an ace-jack suited there. He's picking up some nice cards.
And here we get the perfect example, calling with a smaller pair to try to hit a home run.
Right,
run against a big
and
hand.
again, I'd make the same call with the 2 6s. So right now, Yosh, although it looks nice, aces against 6s, but very typically, this was going to be Yosh picking up a small pot or losing a big one. That was a very likely scenario here, unless they both flopped a set.
And we will see him win a very small pot. That's
Right.
not a good board for a pair of
And
sixes.
some people will say, if Yosh knew the guy had 2 6s, knew Mark had 2 6s, he would check there to give Mark a chance to hit a 6. But he's betting because, first of all, the board is dangerous. Somebody might have had a queen 10 or jack 10 or queen jack, and he doesn't want to give a cheap draw to gut shot. The other reason that Yosh, and I would have bet, made a kind of minimal bet there also, is I don't want to be known for someone who, when they flop a big hand, checks, but when they don't flop a big hand, they bet. Because people who do that, which you see very often, are very easy to play against them. If they bet, you raise them, and they can't call. And if they check, you watch out. So it's important to bet your good hands as well as your weak hands so people don't know which one you have.
Yes.
But again, if you could see through the card and saw that Mark had 2 6s, then there would have been no reason to bet at all. You just want to give Mark every chance possible
hoping that he's going to hit that
bluff
6.
at the pot or catch a 6.
Did you see my hand? What hand?
Okay, so Kenny, no, Bruce raised to 400, which typically with the blinds 50 and 100, we normally expect a bring-in for 300, 3 times the big blind is pretty standard. 400 is an overbet. Often when you see people overbet like that, you put them on something closer to an ace-king when they bet like more than 3 times. That's like the first hand you think of ace-king, ace-queen. They're trying to get out the pairs, and well, they won't get out the pairs, but trying to get out any dangerous hands behind them. But here, the flop was all small, and 3-handed, I still normally bet 3-handed, hoping nobody connected with small cards, and I give up after that. So if I were Bruce, I would have bet at the pot and picked it up. Now he's, he's leaving it to someone who has an ace, and it starts to get, as more cards come off, it's more and more dangerous to take a shot at the pot. And here, looks like Yosh with the worst hand. Yosh is pretty sure he has the worst hand. The king, queen, and the ace-jack thought there's a chance they could win in a showdown. So they had no reason really to bet. Oh, I hear them talking about calling me. I told all the players, if they do anything funny, I've got my cell phone on. They can call me and tell me why they did what they did.
As long as they step away from the table.
Is that what the rule is? Okay, so, just like in the tournament. You have to step away from the table or your hand is dead. Okay, anyway, Yosh, and why did Yosh bet? Well, he knew he couldn't win with a showdown, and they both played passively enough. So he took his one shot, and Yosh has a reputation of being a solid player, and so he's going to use that reputation to occasionally rob people.
Do you normally play with some of these players?
I used to play with Yosh, but now I've graduated to bigger stake games, so I don't actually play with any of these guys and haven't for years. Although the other night I got in the game and Yosh was in the game.
If you put on a puck, the blue should, we can give you a different name. She won't know it's you.
And Steve Wolf occasionally has played in the Larry Flint stud game, so I've played with him more frequently than anyone else recently.
Okay.
But no, the other players, I'm unfamiliar with. Oh,
pocket aces again.
Pocket
here.
aces. Boy, they're picking up some
This
cards.
city's just limping in there for $100.
Well, that's the way some people like to play it. I still, raise in with all my hands, but that fits into my style where people, I'm an aggressive player. Sometimes I'm there, sometimes I'm not. I like to, in no limit, come in with a raise and, make it so people can't put me on a hand. Of course, what's going to happen here, yeah, he's going to get people involved, which he thinks is a good thing, although with a 4 or 5 of diamonds, if he gets involved with a straight draw, the aces will have an edge on him, or a straight or a flush draw. But he may get unlucky, and 2 of something will flop, and one of these guys will take him out. I don't like people letting... And now what's going to happen is Mark's probably going to play back. Oh, C2 raised. Oh, somebody raised. Oh, I see. The king-queen raised, he re-raised.
Yes. King-queen raised to $300, and then we had a call there from Frank, and now Mark's made it $1,000.
Okay. And so... That's a scary raise. When somebody limps, gets raised, and re-raises, your first thought is they have aces.
Yes.
And unless you know the guy well that he does it with other hands, you proceed according to that most of the time. And so Eric's right now is thinking, do I want to take a shot at aces with my king-queen? King-queen offsuit's not very much against 2 aces.
No, I wouldn't do it with that. I might consider doing it with the
but the
4
raise
5.
wasn't that much. He made a small enough raise that if the stacks were deeper, Eric looks like he's only got 6,000 in front of him. I think he only has to call like another. Oh, the raise is 1,000. He has to call another 1,000.
Another 700.
Another
He
700.
raised 2.
The raise is small enough that he might get sucked into taking a shot. I probably feel better with the 4 or 5 of diamonds certainly than the king.
That's what I was
'cause,
thinking. Yeah. But neither one of them.
But no,
take them up on
they
it.
both went. And again, if the other players. I didn't see who had the 4 or 5 of diamonds.
That was Diablo, I believe.
Diablo.
Oh, wait, no, it wasn't. Seat 9. It was Frank.
Okay, if Frank had, Frank's got a lot of money behind him, but the question is, how much does, why don't we pencil his name in there, Mark have behind him? If there's not enough money to win, calling 700 just win a few thousand with the 4 or 5 of diamonds, you're just, not getting value for your call. So, it's just not worth it. But if they all had 20,000 behind them, we would have seen them both call.
What has to be in the pot for there to be a...
There's no qualifier, it's just the pot. That pot is... So it's in the pot.
You get to have a flip.
And one thing we have to take note of here is, remember, we saw that Mark had 2 aces. The players didn't.
Yeah.
When you're looking at hole cards, you get a good feel for how people are playing, but you get an unfair advantage.
Because
Who's
we
playing
know.
solidly? Because we know.
It happened. And
we know what they're folding, we know what they're calling with, we know when they bet and pick the pot. Like we know Yosh bluffed that last pot. But to the other players, they don't know if Yosh had a full house and was trapping. They don't know Yosh picked up a pot on them.
Right.
So we've got unfair information, and that's something that we always have to be aware of as viewers. If Yosh picks up a few more pots with nothing, we'll be saying, why aren't they calling him? He's bluffing all the time. But
they
they're
don't
still
know
thinking
that.
it's the solid Yosh,
Yes.
and so you can't be criticizing them for folding to Yosh continually until they start seeing that he's jerking them around. Okay.
Seat 8 check, seat 3 bet
Okay,
400.
so again, I didn't see if Moshe had the lead, but he made a stab with his 2 5s, and we know what's going to happen. Is the king queen is probably going to raise this pot.
check
and
raise
he's called. Check raise, and there's really nothing the 2 5s can do against a flop of queen jack 3 and 2 hearts. So it would be surprising for him to go any further. Again, I guess if he had mounds and mounds of chips, he could think about calling a hit in a 5, but that would even be, almost no matter how much he had, ridiculous. Because remember, if you look, he even had 2 black 5s there are 2 hearts there. So very likely the 5 of diamonds would be his only gin card.
Right, because
the 5 of hearts
picks up a possible flush.
not only would it pick up a possible flush, it doesn't necessarily mean that his opponents would kill his action, because they might think he made the flush. So,
right.
So it would be pretty ridiculous to go for that 5 of diamonds for the amount that was bet. And the only thing he really could have decided there is, was this person raising initially, doing it defensively? And sometimes I will play back if I know someone who traps a lot with their big hands and is raising to test me with like a pair. I'll make a play at them when I have chips in a tournament, especially where I'll just play back at them and go at them, just bluffing them out. If they give me, like I say, if I have a good enough read on them that that's a defensive bet, they're going to have to call for all their chips against me. But I'm not going to let them get away with just always raising me on these feeler bets. I'm actually happy all these books that are coming out that talk about probing bets and defensive bets. It's going to be juicy for me in these tournaments.
That's one of Bart's favorite topics.
Right,
You
because
didn't talk to him about that.
Yeah,
so
because
stop
those
it.
things are great for me. Because those are the people, if they do it very predictably, they're going to have to play for all their chips.
Right.
And sometimes they'll make a good call off against me, but a lot of times what happens is I end up picking up the pot. But that doesn't happen typically against weak players, so those plays are effective and do help them against weaker players.
Well, you're talking about books. We must talk about your book, Ace on the River.
Well, I didn't come here to plug my book.
Well,
but,
I'm going to say that the lessons in there are great, and the one thing that I've learned more than anything about the lessons is not necessarily, one particular hand that stood out amongst the rest, but looking at hands in its entirety, which is one thing that I wasn't really as good at, is that I was kind of looking like, what am I going to do now, not thinking of what am I going to do now because of what happened prior and what's going to happen in the future.
Yeah, it all works together, and you can't talk about the plays people are making in isolation. Just like we said about Yosh, with the image of a relatively tight player being able to pick up a pot. You have a system of play. It all works together. And some plays that, won't work for me will work for you. I'm sure just being a woman, you can get away with bluffing better than I can. But
Probably,
very typically what happens is there's a reason for that, because most women don't bluff enough.
That's right.
They don't use that image to their advantage. If I used to tell my girlfriends who I taught to play poker, if you can play poker half as well as I can, you'll win more than I can. Because people won't give you credit for some of these things that they'll always be afraid that I'm doing. Very dangerous flop that usually kills the action when it comes up 3-suited as we had here, ace, queen, 6 clubs. Normally you don't get much action on those kind of flops, and those things scare me because the people checking could have flopped flushes. Here you expect actually a relatively small flop. Someone's got an ace. They may take a stab at it. It's going to be hard for anyone else to play with them. It was Steve Wolf with the ace-jack. So
and he did have the best hand, and nobody really had even any kind of a club
and
there.
Somebody had a small club.
It was,
they
I
couldn't
think,
go
a deuce
for
and
it.
a 6 or
right. So
real small.
if the other people knew he didn't have a club, very typically a betting hand there is something like a king of clubs and a queen, pair and a flush, nut flush draw. And no one without an ace wanted to go up against that, so it was pretty natural for them to fold.
Yeah, I mean, even if you have a high card, even if you have, say, something like a jack or something, you just don't want to mess around with that. If you get there, your hand might not even be good.
Right, it's just hard to
to
play against that kind of board. You're always,
Right.
When you see that kind of board, if you don't have the nuts, people will be able to take that pot away from you if they sense any weakness. So it's better. I give up pretty quickly on those 3 suited boards. Unless I have the ace, and then I go on with the ace in the draw type thing, or if I have the nut flush, I often try to get other people to bluff me out.
Have a limped,
Okay,
Well, it was a limped pot for $100, 4 players. It's checked here on the flop.
Okay, doesn't look like much for hands.
Nobody
there.
really has anything. It looks like Jack High is the best hand.
And Diablo, just took a stab.
He has a pair of
he
fives.
does have a pair of 5s, so he
does
did have a
the
reason to
best
bet. And again, his hand went up in value. Well, 3 spades were up, that was dangerous. But the board pairing with no one betting on the flop gave him more reason to believe no one
the
had a
fives
king
were
or a
good.
10, and that the 5s were good. And it's hard for people to know what he had. He could have bet even with 3 10s there. He could have been betting with a flush, not wanting the board to double pair. Didn't put in a big bet, and again, it was reasonable for him to bet, reasonable for people to fold. A lot of players looked at that scary board, would have checked and given the free card away, and there would have been a good chance he'd have lost the pot that way.
Right.
And so again, I just first I was talking about the defensive bet, but that was kind of a defensive bet there. But when you make those defensive bets,
Aces again.
you want to do it. Oh, someone's got ace. You want to do it in a situation where you would bet the same amount as if you had a big hand. You're trying to make sure that you're not giving away any information by the amount you're betting with these defensive bets. Okay, we've got an interesting no-limit hand here. We've got aces, queens, and 4s, all legitimate players. I assume the deuce 6 isn't going to be doing anything here. And it wouldn't be surprising with the amount of chips they have relative to the blinds for the aces and queens to be all in before the flop. Would be a pretty normal thing to happen. I wouldn't want to just call with 2 queens. I'd just get it done. And so.
Well, C1 there made it 18 with his pocket
And
aces.
C1 is
so
Diablo.
We'll see what,
He's got the 2
we'll
aces.
See what Yosh does here.
And again, you can't fault Yosh. I think Diablo's a reasonable action player. Yosh did go all in, and I very likely would have also. Clear out the small pair of the 2 4s. And Diablo, like he said he's just a plumber, and he's playing against all these poker players and poker blue guys. And he told me ahead of time he's going to pick up the money, and he said he's going to get ahead. He told me that he's going to get ahead of this game. Well, he will if the queen doesn't flop, and he's safe. The suit's good. It's diamonds. Yosh doesn't have a diamond, and Yosh is dead to 2 outs. And there's the 4.
Ken had stayed in, yeah.
Ken stayed in. How did that happen?
If he stayed in.
Well, they still show his cards up there.
Yeah,
he
did not.
Okay, that would, again. If he'd had a short stack, he could have gotten in cheaply and tripled up there. But no, the ace against queens, that's just the way it pretty much had to go on that one, unless somehow Yosh got to, if Diablo would have done something like trap with an ace and not even re-raise, that would have been a mistake, because a king would have flopped, Yosh would have gotten away from the 2 queens. So
right.
Diablo's in action gives enough action that it would be a mistake for him to not bet and raise with his aces also. Sometimes you see this with action players. They give action with their bad hands, and then with their good hands, they're trying to trap everyone when they would get paid off.
They would get paid. Right.
So it's a mistake. So he played his hand correctly, obviously, and did get the action he deserved by the 2 queens.
Yes, this system is definitely not as good as the one with the.
And Yosh is going to buy in another 5,000. And we get another 5,000 more added to the table.
So like you said, it's not going to be long before these players have 20,000.
The size of a no-limit game is determined by the blinds and the antes to some amount. Here we don't have antes; we have 5,100 blinds. But it's more determined by the amount of chips that are on the table, because that dictates, as we've talked about earlier, some of the action that goes on, whether you can play certain hands if you're getting your money's worth, and by, of course, the action of the players. People who play a lot of hands will create a bigger game. And here we had what could have been a race, ace-king against 6s. I would assume Frank with the ace-king had the lead, and the 2 6s just called trying to flop a set. Flop had come king 10-6. Eric would have taken all of Frank's chips or doubled up.
In this case, Eric checked, and
you got a bad
there was
flop.
a bet. Yeah, there was a bet, and he folded.
That's right. So again, that's what you expect to happen with a small pair. That you're going to lose a small pot or win a big one,
right?
Which is your goal in no limit hold'em. Lose these small pots, give them up, once in a while flop some magic and take take all the guys' chips. Would have been very hard for Frank to get away from the ace king if a king and a 6 had flopped.
I'm trying to give them a suggestion how to improve it.
Are you-
I guess we were doing away with that $5,000 maximum. We had $10,000.
yeah, well,
You can't use logic.
That
yeah, I think that's what's going on. Yosh bought for 10,000, but Yosh a
probably
little
put-
bit pessimistic. He's expecting to need the next 5,000.
he's going to keep the other in his pocket.
Yeah, and what he likes to do, which you can do in these games, is he likes to add to his stack sometimes to get short, just 1,000 at a time. He likes to have a certain amount of money, not down to 1,000 or 2. I don't buy in unless I go broke. I like playing a short stack and no limit hold'em. It gives me a lot of leverage. I get 2 big cards, I can freely move in, and I like being able to build up from my short stack. And it's been good practice for me playing tournaments that I've always in my cash game career played a short stack instead of rebuying. And the exception I make to it, if there are real live players at the table, then I want them covered.
That's what I was going to
But if
say.
it's a competent table, it does give you an advantage playing a short stack. And 3-way pots, you can't get forced out.
There's a bunch of guppies and goldfishes running around.
In tournaments, actually, I'm very good at playing a short stack. I'm used to playing a short stack. But in a live game, I'm just, I usually buy in for as much as I can buy in.
Okay, well,
But I can see what you're
I
saying.
don't, and it also limits my losses. Frankly, I'm susceptible, like all of us, to steaming when I'm losing. And I've also found that buying in short controls that in me. As long as I don't have much in chips in front of me, I can't go in with a deuce 5 offsuit and try to bluff someone because I'm getting called. So I have to play cards of reasonable value. And if you look at my ledger where I keep track of my results, I don't have a lot of big losses when I play no limit hold'em because I'm not buying in for as much as other people, and I'm buying in for the minimum. I'm limiting my losses. That's my way of keeping control. I don't mind it when I have chips and I'm winning, and I think I'm playing okay, and other people are playing are steaming a little bit and playing badly. I welcome them trying to buy as much as I have and trying to take me off because I'm playing on their money. That's why I generate big wins. In a $5,000 buy-in game, I'm typically going to have some losses that are going to be 10 and 15,000. But surprisingly, I'm going to have wins that are 50 and 100,000. I'm never going to lose that much in this kind of game.
Wow. Yeah, I would imagine that most players could not say the same thing. I'm sure their losses have been as big or, if not
Right,
bigger.
you get a guy
Yeah.
like here playing, what we call a martingale type strategy, where he's losing his 5,000, so now he buys in for 10. He gets taken off for that. He's going to buy in for 20. He keeps doubling up.
Yeah.
A player like that can go off for a large amount. I mean, I've seen players in smaller games than this lose, 50,000, with that type of management strategy.
Don't you think that in like limit hold'em and stuff like that, when you're short stacked, I've seen a lot of people, if they're invested in the blind, say they have 3 chips in there already, and they only have 6 chips in front of them, they say, oh, well, it's only going to cost me 6 chips, and they put in those last
Well,
bit.
mathematically, it is often right, because if you have 2 live cards, like even a jack and a 7, you're up against ace-king, you're only slightly more than a 2-to-1 underdog, and you're somewhere in that range. So you are getting good enough odds to put that in. And then if you have other players who can knock them, one of them can knock the other out, you may snag a jack or a 7 on the river when no one flopped a pair and win a pot that way.
Did I say tournament? I didn't really
said-
necessarily
well,
mean a
if you-
tournament. Okay.
I thought you
mean,
said
like,
side game. You said a side game.
Yeah,
I'm
well,
saying
I
in a
just...
side game, I don't rebuy in that situation because it does give me the opportunity of picking up a pot I normally wouldn't be able to.
Mm-hmm.
And you always have people say, well, what if you get a real big hand against a real big hand? It stops you from winning that pot. Well, the hands could have been reversed. I could have had the lesser of the 2 big hands and lost a lot also.
Right.
And again, the caveat that I gave earlier still holds. If you're playing with players who are going to give you unreasonable action and you have the nuts, then you might as well buy to have as much chips as they do. So I'm not talking about that situation. As you know, I play in big games. We don't have total live players just throwing money away. So in the games I play,
I'm sure there's
it's
a
not
couple.
that well,
Once in a while.
they're even the non-professionals. They're seasoned players. They've been playing with good players. They've gotten better. So all the players play confidently enough that I'm not thinking I always want to have someone covered. That's not my first thought. Anyway, let's get back to the action.
Yeah.
I've been talking too much here. And so we can see on the screen, it hasn't come up yet, but I see an
We have
ace-king and
ace-king.
a 5-6 a
And
diamond
again,
with
he
a 7-8
limps.
offsuit. Yeah, limping with an ace-king. Again, it's not my style, but maybe it works with his style.
Stephen there's making it look like 700.
Steve had ace jack offsuit, and he raised, which again he was trying to knock out the blinds. Didn't want anyone in cheap. Didn't want to let the 5-6 suited in too cheaply. And Steve's plan right now here is, okay, I get called, I bet the flop, hopefully I pick it up there. But he's probably going to be in for a surprise. The ace-king limped. Of course, again, the ace-king was marked, and last time we saw him limp and re-raise with aces. Now he's trying again with ace-king. These kind of players annoy me in a tournament because I do a lot of stealing, and I like punishing the limpers and picking up those limps and the blinds when people come in. And if they're going to limp with ace-kings and aces, I have to be very aware of which players are capable of limping with their big hands and re-raising, because I have to make a mental note, don't go trying to steal from those guys.
Right.
Now, I didn't see what happened there. What happened to the ace?
Ace-king folded.
Ace-king? That doesn't make sense. I would think more likely the ace-king re-raised and picked up the pot. But
no, he didn't.
The action, really.
But, yeah.
Well, the ace-king folded
That's what
there.
I thought was going to happen.
The ace-king folded there. I don't know what to say. Maybe he gets enough big pairs that he doesn't have to play ace-kings. But especially Steve Wolf. And I don't know if you know Steve Wolf. Steve Wolf gives enough action that I don't fold ace-kings against Steve Wolf. I come over the top. Again, Marks is an amateur, although he's an attorney. He's ahead of the game. Maybe he wants to make sure he stays ahead of the game.
Yeah, but I just don't see how you can if you're going to be folding, limp folding ace-king.
Again, we know it was the best hand. It does make it easier for us.
That's true.
But it isn't what I would have done. I don't know how Yosh got in with the queen, deuce of spades, whether there was a bet coming in.
Probably a blind. Oh, no, he wasn't.
Yeah, Yosh was on the button. I don't like these broken suited cards, no limit hold'em, especially without antes. I actually don't call those hands at all. If it's limp to me, I throw it away. I don't try to even steal with it. But I don't want to put this on Yosh. He did just get his pair of queens knocked off. He's my friend, but I have a feeling that queen deuce would have gone in the muck if he had the aces and the other guy had the queens and he'd won that pot. I think he's scrambling a little bit now, and not to say I've never done it myself.
Mrs. Diablo is saying, look at Poppy, he's got all the chips.
And that last hand, 2-7's got a nice flop, 2-3-4 off suit, and picked up the pot as he should have.
Yosh.
Oh, Yosh disappeared.
Yeah.
Tough for Yosh. He's got all these duties having to do with the card room. He's got to get up all the time.
He's got to go talk to all the women back there.
Well,
that's what he was doing.
Is that what it was?
Yep.
Okay. Well, that at least I can understand.
Yeah.
Diablo's been playing a few hands. He had the aces against queens. We just saw him with the 2-7s, the 5-6 of diamonds. He's the only one that's got shown is the aces. So people aren't really sure what to put him on. If he's still just playing high cards, they see he's winning. He's got a lot of chips. Taking advantage of that. And where did that come from? The ace-3. I don't know if Bruce had led into the pot. Again, I'm not doing a good enough job.
He's in the blind, and he is leading out for $800.
He's leading out, and again, that's that. To me, that always looks like that defensive bet that I'm going to take off. And it looks like Diablo's picked right up on it. Because you expect, if he doesn't have the lead, you expect him to check. Normally when it's heads up, we assume the person who had the lead is going to bet on the flop. And if we have a big hand, it's more typical to check and check raise or check and check call for a raise later. Leading out is often a feeler bet or a bluff, and so deserves to be punished.
A little bit, they can hear it.
And these are the most recent chip counts.
Normally in a cash game, chip counts aren't that representative because people can buy in for all sorts of amounts. But here we know there was a maximum buy-in of 5,000. I didn't keep exact track, but I think Frank bought in a couple times, but Diablo and Steve are on their first buys, and so they're doing pretty well. They're up almost 10,000. Actually...
This is for the first hour here.
Okay, we do have...
So in the last hour, seat 1 Diablos, he's up 7,500. Not bad for 1 hour's worth of work.
Okay, we got some new hands coming in.
Seat 7's re-raising there with Ace-Jack.
Okay, that's Kenny's minimum raising hand. That's That's Kenny Berg. Reasonably solid player. Like I said, his M.O. is play good cards, but play them passively, let other people try to blow him off his hand.
Well, let's
That's what he
make an
likes to do.
observation on what you were saying earlier about Yosh might have been upset about his, losing with the queen's hand. He came in for a raise here with the 6-4.
Right, so he's...
So Ken Berg might have picked up on that and put in that raise there because of it.
Yeah, Yosh is scrambling. We didn't say he was playing 6-4s
No.
about a half an hour ago.
No.
But again, we see it, and we see scramble a little bit, but so far the players have not been privy to that information.
Right.
So often, and I'm sure you've been in that mode too, where you start playing garbage and you're kind of glad no one got to see it.
Yeah.
I've been in a situation where I was afraid I'd win a hand and have to show it.
Uh-huh.
Because it would be pretty embarrassing. Sometimes even when I've played a 6-4 and gotten a 3-7-5 to eventually come up on the board, when I raised the guy's last few hundred,
And you're, please don't
I'm
call.
actually
so
saying, don't call, even
yeah.
though I know I have the best hand. I don't want people to know
Yep.
that I was off my feet.
Right.
But, really we should be, once you get more confidence as a poker player, then you don't care, you shouldn't care anymore. You should just care about maximizing your win.
It was limped around here, 3 people
Okay,
in the pot.
limped around, nobody connected. Is anyone going to take a stab at this? When a pot's limped around, it has a very different dynamic than when someone raises in with the lead. A limp pot is up for grabs for anyone to take a stab with if they made a pair.
And we can see this with Mark doing this.
Okay, Mark actually with King High did have the best hand, and what happened here is there's a jack of spades and a ten of spades out against him by the other players, and again, I don't like trying to make like the fourth nuts in these situations. Well,
Right.
actually, it's not even the fourth nuts; it's the fourth flush. There's a pair on the board. I'm afraid someone has sixes full or ace deuce or something like that. I would give up and let Mark rob me. Even
That's
though,
right.
Here Bruce, if a spade had come there, Bruce would have lost some money with his ten of spades.
Well,
The player with the jack of spades would have been rewarded. King. And here, look what happened. Bruce made the nice decision to bet.
Right. Mark had given up on the hand after he took the stab at it and didn't.
Right.
He
and
got a
again-
collar.
And Bruce read it correctly, that it was just, just trying, that Bruce was trying to just pick up the pot. Was it? I can get everyone confused. Anyway, let me just call it by the hand. The King and I was just trying to pick it up there, hoping no one would call. He got called, and then the Jack 10 took it away from him.
Yeah, but we're talking about the hand, right in the middle of the hand.
Again, Bruce is. Now I'm going to be watching some of the hands Bruce plays. I don't mean to be mean to him. He seems like a real nice guy, but he's behind. When I play no limit, I'm always very aware of who's stuck and who's ahead, and I'm expecting more action from the guys who are stuck. I'm more playing the players and the situation than I am my cards. So I anticipate that the players who are behind who have lost some of these big pots are going to be in more. And
Well,
that
Bruce
is what
is
we're
the
going
one
to see.
here. Yeah, that came in for a raise for $300 with Queen 10. Got called by Diablo.
Okay, now let's see what he does. He raised it with the Queen 10. I still would normally bet even with nothing.
Trying to keep the lead in the
Because,
hand.
yeah. And, what he did, he could have picked up the pot. Instead, he gave a free card, and now
He's done.
he's given up the pot.
Right.
And,
Like that, I don't even want to.
yeah. Again, you might say, well, if you always bet, like a lot of people think that they can do well against someone like me who bets all the time, even when he doesn't connect on the flop. But I'm also betting when I do connect on the flop. So it's not, it's not that easy to guess. You always hear about people talking about varying their play. Actually, there are some situations where you do that. Typically, the way you vary your play is because you play different against the different opponents. So people don't get clued into how you're playing the different hands. They are thinking you're playing differently to mix up your play. Really, it's because of the different people you're playing against. The way I disguise my hands is by betting the same on a great variety of hands. Often when I have nothing, I'm saying to myself, how would I bet this hand if I had flopped a set? And I want to make that same kind of bet because they're going to have a hard time figuring out if I have a big hand or nothing. So it's not going to be so easy for them to just take me off my hand.
Right.
Really, yeah, think about it. I just
That's a good point.
Well, it's a good hand to play.
Ken raises with queens, and
Yeah, I saw it.
he's not I think he's only been involved in 2 pots where he's raised and nobody's played with him.
Well, I don't like playing. To tell you the truth, I've played with Kenny about a dozen times, and I haven't done that well against him because I learned quickly trying to push him around is not the right way to handle him. He doesn't bet his hands when he's there aggressively. So the way I can beat someone like Kenny Berg is just by, value betting my hands correctly and letting him not bet enough on his hands, because he's often trying to trap me, not letting him get full value off me. But I give his raises respect.
Right.
And I'm not going to try to goof around with him. I mean, I'll come in with a small pair to try to get him that way, but I'm not going to take him off his hand re-raising, and I'm not going to bet his hand for him.
I would imagine that a lot of players don't make that observation, though, that are playing in the game about him.
Well,
I would think that they would all know that he's a fairly tight player.
Yeah, the better players certainly know that. And at this level, when we're playing 4 and 800 limit and no limit with a 5,000 buy-in, this is a mixture that's not typical. We have more businessmen in this game than normally. But when the professional players are in there, I'm sure they've come to the same conclusion I had, or Kenny's beaten them up pretty badly if they haven't.
It's four-way action, limped around.
Okay, limp pot, and we see that Diablo, he's getting some good flops. Flop top and bottom pair. There are two clubs up there. No reason to slow play. Top and bottom can be taken out. A 10 on the turn is an ugly thing. And, of course, there are two clubs up there. There's a straight draw up there. No reason to trap with this kind of hand. This is the kind of hand you bet. If you get played with where someone has a flush draw and is trying to take it off, you just move in and get it over with.
On the turn?
No, on the flop. I'm saying on the flop. You bet. Someone with a queen jack or someone with a flush draw may decide to play at you, or someone with just a bear king may raise you.
Oh.
And I don't just call there. I just get my chips in and get it over with.
Right.
And and don't mind even winning the pot there, because top and bottom can easily be counterfeited by a 10 on the turn. It can also, as we said, there were two clubs, a straight possibility up there. Lots of ugly cards. There are a lot of cards that
scary cards, to come.
They're scary. And remember, when we've been talking about scary cards, they're scary in two different ways. They're bad for you in two different ways. That is, they could have made someone a hand, or they could have deprived you of getting action.
Right.
Sometimes you'll see someone play those hands too slowly, and someone will have a king-queen and would have gone with you on the flop, hoping you had the draw. But now the scare card comes and they get away from their king-queen. You don't make any money.
I intend to get back to golf. When I was 16, I took 500.
Okay, we've got a bunch of
Diablo.
unsuited connectors. Again, I actually don't play these. I play some suited connectors, these unsuited cards, unless, I'll raise with a jack 10 or a queen jack in late position. I will play these hands in a tournament where I can also pick up the antes in later positions. But without antes in as well as blinds, I don't like playing a 9-8. Someone raises in. I certainly don't call a raise where someone could have an ace-king and it can come queen jack 10 and I get the bottom part of the straight. I'm always afraid with a 9-8 that that's what's going to happen. I'm going to get a pair bottom end of a straight, or a pair and the bottom end of a straight, and what do I do with it? It's just a difficult hand. And the bigger of those unsuited connectors, the queen jack for Moshe hit
top pair and
he
takes
bet
down
the
the
flop and
there.
took it down.
Got the results of the test quickly.
Yes.
I just saw like a situation where the team and I could put all of our chips in the middle.
Right, Mike?
And have a queen.
Got a test.
That's my hope. Just, you'll have like queens and I'll have ace king. We'll just
Bruce, you know that most gamblers and most poker players, incidentally, are sick, addicted gamblers. Come to the casino to get a spanking.
So far, it's just been limped. Diablo's limped and Moshe's limped.
I'm being quiet. I don't know if the people on the webcast get to hear Steve Wolf talk about sick, addicted gamblers. I like it when they have the broadcast where you can see some of the players talk and you can listen to some of that. It's nice to be able to just
Hear what they're saying.
hear what they're saying, let people get a feel for the banter. And
except when I cross-book you.
We have
What's
one
going
player
on?
on 2+2 that really wants to, he wants us to be quiet a lot more than we normally are.
Right. Well, when I
I
hear
would
the
imagine
players
he's-
talking, if they can hear it, I want to hear it too. It's actually entertaining. Well, this is interesting.
Nice flop for Eric
Yeah,
there.
King 9 deuce. Eric flop top 2 pair, and here's Moshe with top pair. We know he's going to have to lose something on this hand. It's all different suits. Unless Moshe hits a 10, he's going to have to give up something. Again, he has a small enough kicker that if he gets aggressively played with, we could see him getting away from it.
Right.
And that's also a function of how much he has in front of the chips. If he only has a few thousand, he may just have to go with it. But this board, King 9 Deuce, it really doesn't lend itself, differences, doesn't lend itself to many draws. So he's, if you get raised here, someone's got something.
Well, he did get raised.
Yeah, they don't have they don't have a gut shot normally. And again, we know they don't have a flush draw because there's none available. They don't have a straight draw because, as I said, it would be a gut shot. So the King 10, when it gets raised, is thinking, I probably have a king with the worst kicker.
Right.
And so it's really now becomes an issue of personalities. It's now what you have to ask yourself: does this person try to bluff, and would he do it with second pair? Does he think I'm weak and is just trying to take my hand? Now we're just playing a psychology game. We're playing poker, and Moshe made a nice decision there. Got raised by Eric. I haven't seen Eric goofing around too much. He hasn't played a lot of hands.
No, he hasn't.
He decided, Eric is playing solidly enough that I've got to give him credit for his raise.
Well, not only that, but there were 4 people in the pot, and it was let out and then raised right there with 2 other people behind. I don't think he's going to be making that
So again,
move.
can he be making a move with people behind? That's a good point.
Yeah,
And
less
Moshe
likely.
led into the field. So, all the signs were there that Eric had King 10 beat. But I'm sure there are some players that that I would have played the King 10 against, under the right circumstances. The guy's stuck. He bluffs a lot. Might even try to move the gut shot. But as you said, that would have been a far stretch with players behind him.
Right.
You'd have to have be playing against a pretty lively player to have gone with him. But could have been right. We have the luxury of seeing everyone's cards, so of course we know we can say
more,
we say
more.
obvious, reasonable laydowns. Easy for us to say sitting here, but.
This is, looks like Yosh posted because he had $100 in there, and let me think. Mark in seat 2 raised to 400 with Ace Queen, and then it was
You
called.
accused Yosh of going away to play with the girls, but that's not something you do as often once you get stuck in the game. Girls now, as important as they are to a lot of us, they come secondary. We have to get our money back first, then we go play with the girls.
That looks...
Okay, we had some 2 hearts are up there with a King 9, and Ace King connected.
Eric's leading out there.
Eric, he led with the Ace King. Again, we see Eric with a good hand. And, we're saying, Eric's been playing pretty solidly. Well, of course, these last 2 hands, we got to see his cards. Not everyone else did. We know he's playing solidly. If Eric keeps, I see that yellow button. That's the collection pot for people who don't know. Eric, it's about somewhere between $10 and $20 a player. I'm not sure for this.
Well, this is a little different than what we normally see. Normally, we see per hand, which is $3 on the one-sided $1 collection. And in the larger games, you do it a half hour. Is
Every
that right?
half hour. Yeah.
Every half an hour, and on this particular hand, whoever won the pot was going to pay the collection for the whole table.
Right. And again, I want to point out, we see Eric playing pretty solid. He had good values for his last 2 hands. If he picks up some more big cards, the players at the table are going to be thinking, he's played like 4 out of the last 5 hands. What's this guy doing? He's taking us off. And they're going to start playing back at him, not knowing
that he's
actually been playing solidly. So,
right.
So, we shouldn't make the mistake of faulting, of faulting people for calling Eric down pretty soon.
Well, how's my holding you? Limit holding, not no limit.
Oh, yeah, I wanted to point out that in a few minutes I'm going to be playing the ladies' event. The last count that we had was, I believe, 519 women that have showed up, and they're still lined up.
There's a lot of things going on today at the bike.
Tonight,
we have the light at the bike. We have the ladies' event, 560. What the heck is going on?
I know. And then we also have the final table for the...
And in another room, the final table of the WPT at the bike.
Legends event, where a lot of 2+ tours and viewers of Live at the Bike will be happy to know that Kenneth James is in there. That's one of his.
Well, we hope he's still in.
One of their favorites. That's true.
We haven't
hope
been
he's still in.
keeping tabs on that.
Have you seen this commercial? Which one? The guy sits down at a blackjack table.
Oh, yeah, no, the poker table goes at Amber Bach, yeah. I've seen those, yeah.
Just think, in the future, all this stuff will be live on television, just like baseball. There will be poker channels, and people will be switching between the 3 channels. Or maybe they'll have 3 televisions in their room just so they can watch poker, three games of poker at the same time. I don't believe this, but for the Poker League that's going to start next year, one of the guys at NBC was saying, in a couple of years, this is going to be like the NFL.
Oh,
There's just
yeah,
such an interest
I
in
kind of
poker.
heard that too, but I just don't.
We don't see it, but again, we didn't see what's happened so far
That's
either.
true.
So who knows? If the bubble's going to burst or it's going to keep going.
Yeah, I don't quite have enough information on that league. I had heard about it, but I don't have enough information. It just doesn't seem.
Well, I can tell you they've already been.
Is it teams?
It's teams. We have 8 teams of 7 players each. I'm actually one of the captains, and there will be. The networks are bidding, and there's already. All the major networks are interested. There's been what we call a road show going to each of them. Bids are already in, and we're going to the highest bidder.
Oh. I want to learn more about that.
One interesting thing with all these major networks, the NBCs and the AOL Time Warners, they have their major stations, and they also have their minor cable stations. So they're all looking at this Poker League as something where they can put like the finals on the NBC, let's say, thing, or if they own a Bravo or whatever, they put some of the everyday things on that. They're looking at poker to boost their minor stations and then put the big stuff on the major stations. So they all have plans for it.
Yeah.
Okay, anyway, I'm getting carried away. Back to action. Bruce flopped top pair and he bet, and I didn't see wasn't it Bruce? No, it was Mark who was doing all the limping. And the word we got is Yosh is giving everyone wine. That's one of his tactics. Yosh is.
I've seen him do that.
When Yosh gets stuck and when he plays poker, he likes to have a couple drinks anyway. So his plan here is if I'm going to drink, I want everyone else to drink. He's the type of guy who will say, why don't we play a game where everyone has to take a drink? And you'll say, well, that's kind of goofy. He's a professional player. Why would he do that? Well, because he was going to drink anyway, so he wants to get them on.
He wants to get everybody else to.
He wants to level the playing field.
Uh-huh.
So he's smarter than you think, as far as that's concerned.
They're saying that you're way better
here's
than...
a King 10 and a Jack 10 offsuit. These are hands that I often come in and limit and raise with. No limit. Again, they may look good to you because you're used to playing limited in tournaments. I'm trying to steal the blinds with these kind of hands. I raised it with these in late position, like I say, even in no limit. But I'm hoping if I get called to flop the joint somehow or pick up the pot after I get called. I'm not looking to just pair one of my cards and have to battle with someone with my kicker on the other card. Now the 2-8s, that to me is a no limit hand.
Mm-hmm.
Pairs, I like pairs. I like to try to flop a set. Flop comes something like King 8 deuce. Now the king's tied in for something, and he's almost drawing dead, or at least dead to run a runner. Here we have 2 guys with Jack 10 who've got overcards and a gut shot. Again, these are hands that can sometimes be played aggressively. Although we see the gut shot as an 8, and there were 2 8s out of the deck. But sometimes you can move a guy off a 7 or a 9, and so these are typical semi-bluff hands. Mm-hmm. No flush draws available. Take a stab. The other thing that I like, if I do have people play low-suited connectors, I actually don't mind playing it a little more passively. What I see here, because of that 4, it may look innocuous, but that 4 brings in someone having a 5-6. And I'm always trying to be aware when I'm drawing at the top straight if somebody else could be drawing at the bottom straight. Mm-hmm. I made a big mistake one of my first years playing the World Series of Poker where I had one of these situations where I had a king-queen, and I flopped what I thought was a gut shot. Mm-hmm. But somebody else, they came 10-9, somebody else had an 8-7, and I realized that they were playing a straight draw. Well, that jack was going to break them.
Right.
It was going to make me a gut shot, but it's a gut shot that I was going to get played with for sure. Mm-hmm. I folded. The jack came on the turn. Like I remember right after it, even before the jack hit, it dawned on me this guy had a draw, mm-hmm. and that it was worth calling.
Yeah.
I'd let him bet me out of the pot. And again, you have to be aware when you can hit a top straight, mm-hmm. and someone could think they have an open end straight, and you could break them.
Yeah.
Raise to 700.
Wow. Seat 4 raised to 700 with ace 7.
Yes.
I missed the blind.
Only
El Diablo has got the one that has got the best.
$8,000. No, go here.
Where'd my son Joe go? I had my son Joe sitting behind me. You know, I used to take him out to play sport or to amusement parks out in the country. That was our father-son bonding time. Now we discuss poker hands. He's 28 years old. A lot of you know he writes for Card Player, been playing poker for a year. He made 2 televised final tables that are going to be coming up shortly on ESPN.
Right.
He really, as he would say, donkeyed it up there at the final table. But, you know, he's only been playing a year. What the heck? It's amazing he made it.
I'm sure you're pointing everything out to him, right?
Yeah, now he's, you know, one of the things I did wrong is because he's an inexperienced player, I gave him advice that he wasn't ready for. So he got out of his game that got him there, and so that's why he looked worse than he actually is. So cut him some slack there. Anyone who wants to read, he has, again, an article that comes out every 2 weeks in Card Player. Also, he has what are they called when archives of those articles on my website, BarryGreenstein.com. You can find his articles there, and you get a totally different perspective than the one I'm giving you. His perspective's from the point of view of a beginning player who's learning, and he has the added advantage that he can come to me and I can tell him that you've got brain damage, you know, whenever he tells me what he did on a hand and tell him what he should have done. Here we have some hands that are going to have to play. You get big pairs. You know, 10s are like the bottom level of a big pair, but for the amount of chips they have, certainly not strange that 2 10s got in against 2 kings. And the 2 kings even has the added advantage of having the suits covered.
They're saying to turn over the cards, but in live action you don't have to turn over the cards.
Well, yeah. Well, that's right. You know, Mark with the 2 10s didn't want to turn over his cards. He's a side game player. But kings are staying ahead. And down to only 2 outs, and he's gone.
I don't really like turning my cards over like that. I mean, say if I have aces, I'll turn them over because I know that I have the best hand. But say if I have 10s and I got somehow trapped into a pot where I think someone might have, you know, an overpair on me, I just don't.
Well, in side games, you
if I
normally
flop
don't
a set,
show them.
I'm going to turn.
No, I do out of courtesy if I have the nuts. If I have aces or kings,
right.
And I know it's good. It's kind of a courtesy thing in our games, but the guy was pretty sure after the money went on he has the best hand, turns it over,
right.
Or says what he had or something, and the other guy gets to conceal his hand. And actually, there's a reason we do it that's pragmatic, is especially if someone's stuck and playing bad hands, we don't want to embarrass them. We want them to be able to get their money in with a Jack-9 suited against an overpair, and not and we don't mind him afterwards if we show kings saying that he had queens. You know, we know a lot of times it's not true, but we're gonna, you know, the way we play, we say, you know, if we win the pot, let the guy win the post-mortem and talk about how unlucky he was, you know. So that's just more conducive to us winning more money, to always make the loser feel like he was unlucky. And a lot of times he'll sell himself on that. I've done it myself, so, you know, I'm sure you have too.
Yeah.
I've drawn to 3 flushes and stud to make a 4 flush so I could complain about my bad beat on the river. Okay, here are aces against ace-8. As I told you, those ace-8s, I don't know if Eric put any money in the pot. We've seen him playing pretty solidly.
He's laying the hand down
He's
here.
laying the hand down.
But we've seen a lot of big hands.
We've seen aces several times.
Right, we've seen kings a couple times and queens a couple times.
And here's Bruce. He flashed his aces. Well, you know, again, I don't show my cards very often, but Bruce has been in there on some skimpy values lately, and he's an intelligent guy. As I told you, he was president of sales for Callaway. He's probably caught on that he better flash aces to advertise he's playing good cards.
Yeah.
And you see that in amateurs more than professionals, that they want to get acceptance, that they're playing well. And so that's his way of doing it. Although, like I say, I've occasionally done it in a tournament where I've been robbing too much. And I'm trying, especially if I'm short stacked. TJ Cludio has been the guy who's perfected that. TJ shows every big hand he gets because he doesn't want to get played with. He wants to pick up the blinds. He wants everyone to think he picks up more cards than anyone else. So he's always selling, trying to sell that image.
I think this is going to probably be my last hand, Barry.
Okay. We got
and
Bart.
We'll have Bart coming in.
Bart waiting in
you.
the wings. He's been picking up on all the stuff we've been saying, and I'm sure he's got you know, some things that we might have missed that he can add to the
broadcast.
He'll
be happy to.
And actually brought another thing, nothing against you, Shirley, but you're more a color commentator like me. So Bart's been always doing play-by-play, and I think he's really good at following the action. So he's always helpful to me there. But you're prettier than he is. And
thanks, Barry.
You're my friend,
yes,
so I like sitting
I'm
next
still
to
your
you.
pick.
That's right. You're
Thank
still
you,
my
Barry.
pick every time.
All right. Well, I'm going to be heading off to the tournament.
It's also nice that you let me ramble on, and Bart wants the mic in front of him as much as I do. Yeah. Okay, sure. So we're all going to be rooting for Shirley in the ladies tournament. They're up to 560 and going strong.
Go back home sometime?
Yeah. Get 1,300 more.
How much?
1,300.
Barry, it's always a pleasure.
Okay,
Got
nice
some
to be
big-
here with you, Bart.
Yeah, coming in there again. I got some big shoes to fill. Shirley's popping out to play the ladies tournament. And, of course, we are here live at the bike. We are doing a 5,100 no-limit, $5,000 maximum buy-in game, which is a bit peculiar in a live game. I've never seen a max buy-in no-limit game this big, Barry, before.
Well, as I said earlier, that type of thing, the first time I saw it was on the Internet. The Internet sites, and they had good reason to put a max on the buy-in because they didn't want players going broke to other players. They want to get as much of the rake as they can. So it's in the Internet site's interest to keep the buy-in lower, and it's also in a casino's interest to keep the liver players in the game longer by not letting them go off. You know, what would happen if you left the buy-in unrestricted, like we normally have in our games, you might have some businessman come in and go off for $100,000 in one shot and never come back. So they're trying to keep it down. They don't want anyone to get embarrassed on the webcast. Also, that may be part of it also.
Well, it looked like we had 5 people in here, and there's a 3 flush.
And as I said earlier, 3 flushes kill the action. When a 3 flush comes in a multi-way pot, if I don't have anything, I normally don't bet. If I have the nut flush, I often check and try to let someone else try to bet their flush draws or pairs. You know, the pots typically don't get large unless it's nut flush against second nut flush, something like that. Or maybe a set that's just hoping that nobody has the flush yet.
And Steven led out there, and he took it down, and all he had was king deuce of clubs. So there you go from early position.
Yeah, you know, it's dangerous. It's not a play that, like I said, you know, if there's any kind of flop that I'm afraid of and afraid of dancing with, it's those 3 flush flops. You know, I learned early in my career that I seem to not judge those situations well. When I bet to try to steal, someone was trapping on me. So I just decided to keep those pots small, and I've made money off them since then, but it's mainly by having the nuts rather than outplaying people.
Seat 8 raised to 400. He's got, looks like ace 3 offsuit. And Yosh over there in seat 6, he had limped under the gun with pocket 4s. The blinds fold, and Yosh calls. So here we go, heads up.
Okay, and as we said, you know, getting in there cheaply with the 2 4s, Yosh will get back in the game. We know he's down. Well, he saw that 5. It was a 2 across, as we say. It wasn't quite a 4. Gave him some hope. But nobody flopped anything. Our question is, if the board had paired there, I'd expect Yosh to pick it up.
Yeah.
But now a new fresh card came up, and now it's dangerous again.
And it's a jack, and Bruce bets.
And here Bruce, just with his ace high, he doesn't have any draw at all, decided to try to pick it up. You know, of course, what can you expect? Yosh with 2 4s, he's out of there. Looks like the jack is a likely card to hit someone making a pair or a straight or some possibility. It's hard. Mark with the gut shot. And,
Mark is actually out of the hand there. And,
he's out of the hand,
CD.
sorry.
We didn't have that down there.
So,
Sorry about that.
you know, Bruce made a good stab at it. Yosh showed enough weakness. He was in position. He picked it up, you know.
Barry, I wanted to ask you a question because this is this is a very, very interesting game. We always talk about where there are no limit games with a max buy-in. Now, this buy-in is 50 times the big blind. It's almost, you could say, equivalent to a $200 max buy-in where the big blind was $4. And we always usually say that in these max buy-in, restricted buy-in, no-limit games, that in the beginning, straightforward play is usually correct because you don't really have enough chips to make the types of moves that you can in a clear-cut
playing more
no-limit game.
value, and it's closer to a limit game in those situations initially. But once people get stacks behind them, now it's more, like I said, tending towards small pairs, trying to flop a set, getting in cheaply. There's a lot to be won as this game goes on and more chips get on the table.
Couple limpers here.
Yeah, they limp more than I like to. As I said, again, I'm not saying it's wrong because all these things play into the style that the people play. If you're going to limp with aces and big hands, you can limp with some small hands. I bulldoze more. I get in there and raise with all sorts of stuff so people can't put me on. Put me on a particular hand. One thing, when someone limps and I'm playing against them, your typical player, in my mind, I'm always thinking the guy has something like 10-9 suited. And when a flop comes in the middle, I'm very wary of it. I'm not going to try to take the pot away from him because that's what people typically limp with. I raise with 10-9 suited because I don't want people to get that read on me.
Now Steven has bet here with, Moshe has bet there with deuce 6. He's got an open-ended straight draw, and Frank has check-raised him with top 2 pair.
And, of course, the check raise, it's dangerous if Moshe has anything around there. He knows that a straight draw is available, as Frank knows that. He's got top 2 pair. With any 2 pair, he knows he's committed to the hand, and he's just saying to himself, just get the chips in. I don't want to have to guess. See, he doesn't want to have to guess if the board pairs the 4, if he's got an overpair, if an 8, a 6, or a 3 comes. He just doesn't want to guess what to do because he's going to be able to get played off his hand if any of those things happen. So he'd rather just go at it now and say, okay, you want to draw out your hand? You got like a 7-6 pair in a straight draw or a 5-6? Go ahead. I've got the odds are with me. I'm getting the chips in. It's up to you. Or an overpair. Go ahead. I'm the favorite. So, those types of 2-pair hands where draws are available, even top 2 pair, you just get the money in. You know you're committed at this point.
I have 3 5s on there?
Okay. So they're asking me questions. If anyone had 3, I guess Frank's telling them he flopped a set and he's expecting me to lie for him. And,
well, he did have a pretty powerful hand there with top 2 pair.
Right. Yeah.
We want to wish luck, of course, to the Live at the Bike favorite, Kenna James, who is still in at the final table of the Legends tournament. And he's currently in 4th place, it looks like. This was about 10 minutes ago with about 1.27 million. And Barry, it looks like no one's been knocked out yet. They've been playing for over 3 hours.
I'm sure they're all playing very carefully, and the reason is because they're all between 1 and 2 million in chips.
I got my dealer here, man. What can I do?
They're waiting to see who gets knocked out first. And I've been, I remember my first televised final table. Everyone was sitting there playing very carefully, not wanting to look stupid, not wanting to be the first one out. That's what you're kind of thinking. You know this is going to be telecast later, and you don't want your family, who doesn't understand anything about poker typically, to say, how come you were last? Even though you went through 839 people or 833 others to get to that point, from their point of view, you were the first guy out. They don't know how tough it was to get to that final table. It's hard for people to appreciate that.
Well, Diablo raised here to 400 with pocket 9s in seat 1 in early position. And, boy, he's got a lot of callers here. It looked like Mark called with the ace-king. Stephen called with 5-6 suited. Eric called with Jack-10 offsuit. The action, I believe, is on seat number 8, and he called with ace-8. Yosh is in, and we've got a family pot here, Barry. 8-way action, $3,200 pot.
It's hard in the screen to keep track of all this. This looks like the ticker that I see on the investment channel.
Yeah.
They're showing all the different stocks, which unfortunately I had to all sell them at low prices because of poker losses at times.
8-6 deuce here. Steven has picked up a pair and a flush draw there with 5-6 of spades. Frank has top pair over there in seat 9 with 9-8, but Bruce has him outkicked with ace-8.
Okay, that 5-6 cannot get away. 5-6 of spades. He's going to be, he should be playing strong, especially Steve Wolf, who's pretty much an action player. The 2-9s has an overpair.
Yep.
That's Diablo.
Bruce bet and Frank raised.
And Bruce had top pair.
Yeah.
Frank had top pair with a bad kicker. We've got a bunch of guys who are capable of playing small cards, so it's not surprising, from anyone's point of view, that some people connected.
Yeah.
But again, if I had the 5-6 of spades, pair and a flush draw, I'd just say heck with it. I'm just putting them all in, getting it over with. Because I just don't know what to do with the hand. I'd even hope to maybe get lucky sometimes and knock out a 10-high flush draw if there was too much action. Probably won't happen.
So we have Bruce betting with ace-8, Frank raising, and now Diablo, the original re-raiser pre-flop, has re-raised with the overpair.
Again,
so
he's got the overpair, and he's just going with it. And the two hands that I'd have a hard time getting away from are the 2-9s and the 5-6 spades. If I were the person in the lead, no one raised me coming in with the 2-9s. I expect I had the best hand going in. No one has an overpair. Of course, now I'm starting to be afraid someone flopped a set or a flush draw with overcards. Both of those hands obviously have me in trouble. The set, of course, has me in real bad shape.
So Diablo made it 2,000 to go, and it looks like, there you go, Steven is going
And
to
as we
re-raise
expected,
again.
That hand has gone down in value, though, with all these players in. It's a good hand short-handed. You figure you have something like 14 outs, the 9 flush cards, the 5, the 3 second pair, 3 cards that make you 2 pair, the 2 cards that make you 3 sixes. It's typically a 14-out hand against, let's say, an overpair. But not anymore. When you have all those players, you're afraid that someone's got a bigger flush draw, and really all you have is a pair, is a low pair. But so he was thinking, I want to get heads up against a big pair, because now I've got my 14 outs. There was enough juice in there to begin with, and that's what he's managed to do. Get in against the best hand, but 14 outs in this situation, actually it's 13 outs as we see Diablo's got one of his spades. He's actually probably a slight dog if you ran it on the computer, but he's getting value by the other money that got put in there. And he knew there was a chance in some cases he could have scared people out and picked up the pot. There were some cases that he might have won this hand before the flop. So he's thinking, he gave himself a chance to win the hand under some circumstances. He would have been sick if he got 2 callers, though. 2 callers in a situation like this almost always means someone's sitting with a bigger flush draw and someone else sitting with a bigger pair or a set, and you're in bad shape. Even potentially no outs.
So Steven re-raised here all in, it looks like about 14,000, and it's about 12,000 back to Diablo. Barry, I believe the pot is laying somewhere around between 20 and 25,000. It's 12,000 for Diablo to
and
call
again,
here with
like
the
we
overpair.
said, Steve, it does have a chance for Diablo to fold here, because again, remember from Diablo's point of view, you might say, well, come on, you got an overpair, what are you doing? Well, there were 8 people in the pot. It isn't unreasonable to think one of those 8 people flopped a set. So I certainly wouldn't flop Diablo with folding. Psychologically, the other factor is Diablo's ahead of the game. He's got a nice win going. I don't think he typically plays this big. I'm sure this is a factor in his mind. He's counting his chips, what he's got, what he'll have left if he loses this pot. He's saying to himself, I'm up, I don't know what, he's up like $10,000. That was a nice win for me. Am I going to invest it all right here? Percentage-wise, with the money that's in, it's right for him to do it. He's, basically even against Steven's hand. But I wouldn't fault him for folding, and again, it would be we wouldn't fault him for calling either. Obviously, money-wise, expected value-wise, he's getting the right odds to call here.
Yeah, the pot's laying him approximately 2 to 1.
It's laying him 2 to 1.
Yeah.
And he didn't need 2 to 1, and he's sizing up. He's shaking his head. What if Steve has 2 overcards and a flush draw? How many outs is that? Well, that's 6 for the overcards. Diablo's got one of the 9s. Again, that's a different way to come up with 14 outs, which makes Diablo only a slight favorite. If I were Diablo, I would be thinking, I'm pretty much rate to be even against the hand I'm up against, unless I have reason to believe it's a pretty tight player and he's got a set. He doesn't know Steve that well, though, frankly. Diablo doesn't play in the big game normally. I haven't noticed that Steve's been showing losing hands. Steve's ahead of the game, so I don't think Diablo has as much to work with as far as knowledge about Steve Wolf as I do. I would call Steve Wolf, and I'm not saying that just because I see the cards, because Steve Wolf could have 4 or 5 and just a double gutter. He's actually capable of it. Steve's an action player, puts a lot of pressure on. So the knowledge I have of Steve would force me to call, and sometimes I'd be wrong.
And there you go. Diablo lays down the hand. And that's probably the biggest pot we've ever seen in the history of Live at the Bike. The turn, Barry, was the 3 of spades.
Oh,
in the rabbit camp. Yep. Turn was the 3 of spades.
And so Steve would have won that hand. And as I said, you have to factor in. I certainly don't fault Diablo with his fold at all there, because you have to factor in that 8 players took the flop. Someone should have flopped something, even like 8s and 6s, which is a pretty good favorite over Diablo's.
And you know what the river was? A 9. A 9 of hearts, just to rub it in a little more. So that really would have been interesting.
Well, Diablo would have been drawing dead on the turn. So Diablo, our friend, has kept his win intact. And another psychological factor. I'm getting a call here. Unfortunately, it is hard to take these calls, and I can't tell you. I've been getting a lot of calls, and maybe someone is calling you to tell me something. Another factor psychologically for Diablo. He told me before he has some sort of freeze-out thing he's playing. I don't know what it was. There's another thing going on at the bike that he was going to play in, and he was going to be leaving the game early. And he said, tell the viewers I'm not a hit-and-run artist. I have another commitment. So Diablo, Yeah, $5,000 shootout is what he's going to be playing with Mo, one of the top limit hosts. And so, you can see a guy like Diablo doesn't normally play this big, wanting to lock it. Oh, yeah. Well, the reason there's some screaming going on is 744. Viewers, some of the people know about props. Frank just won 6,000. His prop is Queen 7-4. Any combination of a Queen, a 7, and 4. Here, all three are in his prop. He won 3,000 from Yosh and 3,000 from Steve Wolf. Yosh's prop, it's nicknamed Yosh, is Queen 9-4. Jack 9-4. Any combination of that. Steve Wolf, he calls it the Wolf, is Jack 10-5. But Frank, we're going to see some more steaming from Steve Wolf. Well, Steve just won that prop, but certainly from Yosh. He just lost either 3,000 or 5,000 to Frank Hahn in the props. Why don't we get to the poker action, though?
Looks like
Mark flopped 3-4 as well.
Yeah, there was a bet, and Mark raised with trip fours with 2 hearts. There's probably some sort of straight jar out there, and he took it down right there.
Yeah, it didn't look like anyone else had much. Mark had a slow plate. He probably wouldn't have made any more calling. And again, he wanted to make a flush draw pay for it.
Well, that's funny that you say that they have these side bets going on where these things come on the flop and they pay each other off what's coming. What depends on what comes on the flop.
We play, as a matter of fact, it's all an extension of what a lot of people do in their home games where they bet at 80, 90, or 100 to 1 against 3 face cards coming in the flop. Well, the way it's gotten extended to some of the bigger poker games is you can pick your 3 cards. So again, the odds are slightly more than 100 to 1, and everyone's got their own prop. My prop is Deuce 3-4, my main prop. I call it the low ball prop. And what we've done in the super big game is we actually play with 7 props each. And then we play with all sorts of things. If an ace, a king, or a queen of our suit comes in the middle, if a jack alone comes, we call it the stiff jack. We have all sorts of goofy things. It would be kind of absurd to even go into it because it looks like Greek to anyone who plays poker to watch what we do and the money that gets thrown back across the table. And we do it to get people steaming and people sleep props if they don't notice it. All sorts of things happen. And it actually gives you a way to get out. I actually like it because you can get out in the poker game without steaming at poker. You have another way to win money. Back to poker.
Bruce is raised here out of the small blind
2
with
black nines. Did those get turned in from
Mosh?
Well,
Mosh actually
Mosh got them. I guess they got passed over from Diablo from a few hands ago, and we got an ace jack that you expect to play, a queen jack off suit. Again, ace jack, although we expect to play it certainly in limit poker, it's actually not a very good no limit hold'em hand, especially in no limit hold'em without blinds. It's one of those hands still. You flop an ace, you don't have that good a kicker, you get a lot of action, you're in trouble. Unless you flop aces up or King Jack 10 flop, or you make a straight.
How this
Well,
flop?
he did flop aces up. But again, he's lucky he didn't come ace Jack 9, as we know.
Yep.
And so we're expecting, he got a good flop, but we really don't expect much opposition. Mark has second pair. Moish has got 2 overcards to his pair. Bruce is happy. I guess he slow played, or maybe he didn't have the lead going in. At some point, he's going to take a stab at it, I would expect.
Yeah. Bruce checked it from up front. He actually raised out of the small blind pre-flop as Mosh limped in with pocket nines. Checked the flop, and now he's going to bet with aces up on the turn.
Right, and so certainly no reason to give any more free cards. As a matter of fact, Mark's got he's got a gut shot against him. He thinks he might have a pair and a gut shot, but that pair of jacks is worthless, and the queen, again, 2 pair would be worthless, as we can see. So certainly reasonable that at some point Bruce was going to bet his aces up and take it. The other people really didn't have enough to get carried away, the other players.
And I was going to ask you also, Barry, Yosh as a very, very high limit player. He plays the high limit mixed games here that he actually
Well, again,
hosts.
from my point of view, he plays kind of the second
Second
third
tier.
level down.
Right.
Maybe even the third level down. From my perspective, the highest tier, like we play the 4,000 and 8,000. Then we have people play around 1,000 and 2,000, sometimes in Vegas, up to 2,000 and 4,000. And then there's the next level, which is the 400 and 800 game, and that's where Yosh usually resides. Although I have played 2,000 and 4,000.
What I was going to ask you is, I know that Seat 9, who plays in that game with Yosh a lot, this is one of the first times, I think he said it was either the fourth or fifth time he's played in a no-limit cash game. I wonder how much experience that Yosh has in no-limit cash games. This is the first time I've seen him play this game.
Yosh doesn't have a lot of experience in no limit. Yosh is predominantly a limit player. And so a few years ago, all of us, including me, even though No Limit Hold'em was my best game when I was younger, we were all rusty because in casinos they all became limit poker palaces, limit Hold'em palaces, as a matter of fact. there wasn't any no-limit hold'em, and I had to relearn the game to some degree, and all these people had to really learn it for the first time. And so Yosh and Frank don't get much experience playing no-limit hold'em. Their experiences come from the tournaments they play, and the tournaments are actually a hybrid game. I usually think of them as between limit and no limit, in that you do more stealing than you do in a side game no limit, and your bets aren't the size of the pot. They're usually half to two-thirds of the pot. In a side game no limit, typically you're betting the size of the pot and sometimes even more before the flop when you raise and after the flop. When you bet your hands.
This is an interesting set of actions. Yosh raised with ace-10. Frank re-raised with ace-jack. The action was on Diablo, and I believe that he has re-raised again.
Okay, and Yosh got what he deserved. We've seen Yosh playing shakier cards right now, and to me, ace-10 is about the ugliest hand in Hold'em. I don't like that hand at all, because unless I get a king-queen-jack flop, I'm afraid. I flop an ace, 10, someone's got an overpair, an ace, someone's got a better kicker. I don't like that hand at all. And ace-jack isn't far behind. I think our viewers...
Diablo just smooth called there, Barry, with Pappy
Okay,
Kings. Wow.
And again, it isn't my style because I also raise with garbage, but and I'm afraid of the ace coming up. But, and again, Frank let out with the ace-jack, and we expect that Diablo's going to just trap again.
Yep, the flop is king 8-4, 2 hearts.
Okay, so Frank is going to be done with this hand. But what I like to do, as a matter of fact, a few years ago at the World Series of Poker, I was the chip leader on day one. I got 94,000 chips. I don't want to sound like one guy we know is always talking about what he's done. People ask me how I got my chips. I flopped a couple sets where there were flush draws, and I kept just calling instead of raising. Because once I had a chip lead, I decided I'm just going to call and act like I have a flush draw. See, he went all in, and he's going to win the pot here, as we know. But what I like to do sometimes is just call, pretend I have a flush draw. Of course, Frank bet so much it maybe it's hard to put him on a flush draw. I like to call and let the other guy try to push me off my flush draw on the turn. Because you don't get to flop that many sets, and when you do, especially in a tournament, you want to get maximum value. And of course, sometimes you're going to get drawn out on doing it that way. But those are your chances to really pick up some chips. If you're playing against an aggressive player in a tournament and you flop a set and you can get him to try to push you around, you can double up. Again, here what it would have worked out better, obviously, as we know, seeing the cards, because Frank only had a runner flush draw. He could have called there. Maybe Frank would have taken another stab, and certainly if a heart would have come up, Diablo would have felt, I gave him a free card. But really, he didn't give him a free card, because if Frank had a flush draw, he probably wasn't going away anyway. So really, he didn't give up anything. A lot of times you don't give up as much trapping with these sets as people think, if the guy's tied in enough that he's going with his flush draw anyway. So you might as well, in the case when he doesn't have the flush draw, you play possum. You pretend you're the guy with the flush draw. Let him try to push you around. And again, I don't mean to be playing results. I got to see the whole cards, but I've had a lot of success with that tactic.
Wow, Yosh has raised here to 400 with king-queen offsuit, Barry, and seat number 8, Bruce, he's re-raised to 1,000 with deuce-5 offsuit. Very aggressive play.
Well, yeah, it is aggressive, and it is, but it's funny, and I don't mean to keep bringing it up, and it's something people said was kind of fluff in my book, but it isn't surprising that the two guys who are stuck are going at it right now. You see that in No Limit all the time. Their values go down. We all do it. A lot of people like to act like they don't, but we all do it. And here, Bruce should have.
He checked the flop and he picked up a straight on the turn, but Yosh has the king of spades.
He
There's
does
three
have a
spades
flush
on
draw.
board.
If Yosh decides to take a shot, he's obviously going to be in trouble unless he draws out here and hits a spade.
Wow.
I would have tried to pick it up if I had the lead with Bruce on the flop and just gone with it. Semi-bluff. Just go after it. He wouldn't have gotten called, it ends up, because Yosh didn't have anything. And then, so we wouldn't have even gotten to see this 6.
Looks like Yosh bet 500 and then Bruce raised to 2,000 straight.
Which, of course, Bruce, with 3 spades up there, just get the money and get it over with. That's certainly a reasonable thing to do. If the 6 was an offsuit card, he could have continued his trap and let Yosh try to take, as we said, another stab at him on the river, trying to bluff him out.
And that's actually 10,000, Barry, so it would be as much to put Yosh all in. Those are 2 pink chips that Bruce threw in there, so it's $10,000 raise. And Yosh actually bet what looked like more than 500. He bet about, I want to say 2,000 or 3,000. I didn't see the other stack.
Okay, it's hard for me to pick out what kind of odds Yosh is getting out of this pot, but let's calculate. From Yosh's point of view, he first has to be, remember, he doesn't have the nut flush draw. So on the one hand, he's saying, I think I've got 9 outs for spades. I may have some pair outs, the 6 more outs on pairs. They may not be good. He's not sure. But then the other thing he's saying is, what if this guy has the ace of spades and he's making a play with that? Or, he's a recreational player. Would he bet this strong just with the nut flush?
Oh, Yosh
Yosh
calls.
decide, I'm hoping my king or queen are good also.
Yep.
I'm hoping the spades are good. And he's getting some good news and some bad news. At least all the spades are good, but the bad news is the king and queen aren't good.
And the river's the king.
And again, he was hoping when he called there that would have given him the pot.
Yep.
A hand that he could have beat, that would have been a logical hand for Bruce to bet, would have been ace of spades, well, ace 10 with no spade, would have been a logical hand he could have had. Also, although, re-raise, of course, he did re-raise with deuce 5. The other logical hand that would have been ugly for Yosh, which might have given me a tendency to fold. What if Bruce had ace of spades and offsuit 10? Now Yosh is really dead. He would have been down to 5 outs, not 6, because all the kings and queens would have been good. The queen of spades would no longer have been a card that Yosh could have won with. So it's still hard to see how, for me, from this position, see how much was in the pot, what odds Yosh was getting. Looked like he only put in about another 4,000 on the end. And again, this is like a fight between two animals in the jungle. They were both stuck, fighting for survival. They went after each other with kind of questionable hands. So the king-queen was less questionable than the deuce 5. But again, it's not that great a hand to no-limit hold'em. And the deuce 5, Bruce survived, and now Yosh goes for another buy-in, and he's still probably stuck and steaming. And Bruce has gotten back on his feet a little bit with that pot. And these psychological, you really do have to watch for these things, especially when you play any form of poker, but especially no-limit poker. When I see a guy lose a pot, I'm not surprised to see him in the next pot, and I'm more likely to call him down on that next pot when I have a decision.
Looks like this pot is 3-way action, limped around, ace 4-8 on the flop rainbow.
Again, they do a lot more limping than I do in this game. And again, they're not very experienced no-limit players. No-limit is not a game that's played that often. It's becoming more popular because of all the TV stuff, so we do see it played more in poker rooms. But you go back a couple years, it was really a game for dinosaurs. I remember when No Limit Hold'em evaporated, I used to say to people, I lost my job, because that was my road game. That's what I played. I traveled around the country. But now it's come back, and I've gotten to win some No Limit tournaments. It's kind of like I got my livelihood back. Well, really, I had to adapt. I had to learn to play Limit Hold'em and all the other games.
Well, No Limit Hold'em as a cash game spread in a casino after that break you said really has only been going now strong for the last it's only really been 2 years now almost, I mean, way before, like you said, it was kind of a game that you went on the road. Sometimes you'd play it as a home game, especially of the restricted.
Well, even in home games, it died. And one of the reasons it died is the better players came away with the money. I look at my statistics. I would, in some games, win 90% of the time at No Limit Hold'em, because what would happen is the bad players would make a mistake for all their chips. In my lifetime, the records that I had, as I wrote in my book, I won about 75% of the time in No Limit, but only about 58% of the time in Limit. Some people will say, well, that's because you're a better No Limit Hold'em player than a Limit player. But it really is that the weaker players, they just get tied in with second pair and lose a lot of chips, or top pair bad kicker, and they go off in some situations where they shouldn't. And even if they get ahead, they lose it all in one pot.
Queen 6-8 here. The pot was limped around again. It's a 2 flush, 2 spades on board. Seat 4 has a flush draw.
Is this another one of these pots where we got like 7 or 8 guys? We don't have enough.
Yep.
You may have to get more real estate on these screens. So many people jump into these pots. 6-handed.
Bruce has bet right out here with top pair with a pair of queens. Looks like he's bet 400 with queen 7. Diablo mucks, Mark mucks. Now, of course, it's bet over to Steven, who's got 9-4 spades. He's got a flush draw there in seat 4, and he's going to call.
I'm afraid to play these small broken flushes because I'm afraid when I get action, it's up against a bigger flush draw. But again, these guys aren't that experienced in No Limit Hold'em, and Steve's lucky here that he's the only one going for the flush, so he's probably not going to get hurt. But again, although he's not going to get hurt, if the spade had come, he wasn't going to win a big pot. And still, when you have these broken flush cards, you usually get into a position where you're going to win a small pot when you hit your flush or lose a big one. And I don't like getting myself into those kind of situations.
And he didn't make it, although Bruce checked to him on the turn. Steve took a free card, and River actually paired him up, but Bruce is going to take it down there with queens.
Well, I didn't see the, it's too bad Bruce didn't make a value bet on the river. Steve might have felt compelled to pay him off once he made second pair. And he probably should have bet with that queen, just basically from this point of view, that if he was beat, the other guy was going to bet, and he may have felt he had to pay him off in case he missed his flush. But if he had the best hand, why not make some value money? If Steve's got an 8 or hit a 9, as we saw there, there are a lot of situations where you may even beat if you think you're beat, just because you want to make some money on, let's say, the 25% of the time you're not beat. You don't want to only lose money the time, you want to make money. You're going to lose money when you're beat, and you'll probably get bet at. But you also want to make money the 25% of the time you have the best hand. So some people will say, well, you'd never bet when you think you have the worst hand. Well, I bet when I have the worst hand frequently, just because I also want to make money then.
Looks like there was a raise by seat 9 with 7-3 of diamonds, and Diablo has smooth called here with ace-king of clubs, so another kind of questionable pre-flop holding there.
Yeah, I play my ace-kings, and my ace-king suited's a little, more heavy-handed. I want to drive out the small pair. See, one of the things I'm afraid of...
Frank flops a flush, and Diablo's got top pair.
And so Diablo's going to go. And again, I want to drive out those blind hands. I don't want them to flop 9s and 4s, for instance, against me on this and get in trouble. I don't want to make it cheap for 2 9s or especially 2 4s to get in. Flop a set if it came king 9 4 of different suits. I'm always afraid when I have ace king.
And Diablo moves all in with the black ace king, and Frank quickly calls, and Diablo's going to draw here to a running full house, and the turn's an 8, and that's going to do it. The river's a 7. Wow.
And so again, that's
unbelievable, Barry. That's what you talk about, losing all your stack in one mistake there.
I usually, and I'm often not thinking of losing to a small flush, which is what happened here.
Yeah.
Again, I'm always terrified if I let someone in too cheaply with an ace-king. I know if an ace or a king flopped, I'm probably not going to be able to get away from my hand. And if someone flopped a set, I'm basically drawing dead, or at least drawing to run a runner. And in a no-limit game, no-limit tournament, that you're out of it. When that happens, you generally can't get away, especially against someone you don't know.
Well, even though you said that you probably would have played that hand a little heavier with the ace-king when you've got a late position raiser in front of you, what do you do with black ace-king on that flop if you get bet into?
It's tough. Again, it's tough to get away because I'm often going to bet at the flop. If I get raised, I may hope the guy's just got the nut flush draw. And I may go off on, I may lose money on that hand. Against a tight player, I may get away. Against an action player, I'm probably gonna get nailed. But I'm not going to get nailed by 7-3 of diamonds unless he paid some money to see the flop. That's for sure.
That was about a $15,000 or $16,000 pot. I believe Frank only had about $8,000 in front of him, and Diablo loses almost about a third or half a stack there, but more than that actually.
Yeah,
half a stack.
And here was Diablo, who played very carefully with his 2 9s, and actually successfully, because we saw on the rabbit cam that he would have got drawn out when he had the 2 9s. And I would say, from my perspective, sitting at the table, now that Diablo lost that hand, he's going to be back in the game. We're not going to see all this limping with ace-king of clubs and that type of stuff. We're probably going to see raising with jack-8 of clubs now. I mean, if he's the typical side game player, he's stuck now, and I guess the people listening to what I'm saying are saying, you're always saying people are stuck, they're playing bad, I've got more control. Well, come play against me, I'll get you off your feet if you're human. And don't worry, I've been off my feet plenty of times, and even probably in the last session I played. So it's just human nature when you get stuck to try to get the money back.
Flop comes queen 3-3 here. The turn is a 7.
Here's
Someone's got deuce 3. See,
these guys,
Yosh.
Frankly, all this limping and no limit hold'em is very dangerous.
Yosh has got deuce 3 here. He's got trip 3s, and someone has a 7. It's Diablo with deuce 7. And look at this. He's going to call there with the deuce 7 as the flop got checked. He's going to raise.
Yeah,
he's
all of a sudden,
raise.
Second pair with a deuce kicker became a nice hand, where overpairs were bad hands just a little while ago. Again, I'm not trying to make fun of him.
Yeah.
It's happened to all of us. And
$500 bet by Yosh, and Diablo raises to $1,500. And Yost just calls
Well,
here.
Again, there is a flush draw up there, which Yosh doesn't want to see a club. Which this is really bad for Yosh. It killed his action, and he's probably he's no longer going to get paid off. He's betting from his point of view. He was afraid he was going to get checked behind in the cases where Diablo didn't have the flush.
Yep.
So he felt he had to bet in case Diablo had a queen, and Diablo.
Look at this, an 8 of clubs on the river. Yosh bets, and it looks like Diablo called him just with deuce 7.
Actually, I think he actually raised.
He raised. Wow.
And again, I don't know how much Diablo, Diablo switched gears. He's raising a guy who's stuck like Yosh, which probably is not, you probably don't get away with these bets as against the stuck players as you do against the players who are ahead. But still, ballsy raise. I can say that on the webcam.
Yeah, absolutely.
But it's a raise, as we know. If Yosh is thinking he should factor in Diablo lost the last pot. If I were sitting there, I'd be saying, who lost that last pot? It was this guy. Well, I've got to look him up. That's what I'd be saying.
Oh, and Yosh folds the hand.
Yosh folded the hand.
Wow.
And it wasn't that easy a call. And I really think the key ingredient was that Diablo lost the last hand. And anybody who's watching this is again, I brought it up earlier. Diablo would not have made this play a half an hour ago. And Yosh not only didn't win the pot, but he was deprived of the information that Diablo was steaming, and that's what happened to that play. It's...
Well, from Yosh's perspective, too, you look at the flop, and obviously the flop got checked around. Now he leads on the turn, and now Diablo raises him. So not only can he be beat by flush on the river, he also can be beat by 3 with a better kicker as well, right?
Right, and again, this is probably the first time Yosh and Diablo have ever played together. Diablo hasn't been playing poker that long. He plays in the smaller games. So Yosh's initial read as a smaller game player coming up to the bigger limit is probably going to be tighter. He hasn't been around Diablo enough to know that this guy, he loses a pot, he's going to go after the next pot. Like I said, if Yosh would have made that extra consideration that is really critical in No Limit to pay off the guy who loses the last hand, he might have come up with the correct solution on that one.
Ace,
anyway, here we
here.
have 2 guys trapped with aces and 1 guy Ken with kings. And now Diablo, he's back on his feet. He's betting his value. He's got his 3 aces this time. If he hadn't won the last hand, he'd have probably been betting like 10-9 with the gut shot. But now he's actually betting something real. C2 mark calls.
Now, what do you think about the call?
Should.
Yeah.
Well, again, he doesn't have ace with a big kicker, but kickers don't play here.
Right.
The king and queen are both kickers. He's saying, well, if you got your king or queen, go ahead, bet. I'll just check call you down. Jack 10 beats him. A diamond is an ugly card for both those guys with aces. And Ken, I don't know how wise it was to call with 2 guys in the pot. And Diablo here firing out
1,500.
1,500. We kind of expect ahead of time that the ace may give him a crying call, and that the king is going to have to give it up. Someone's either made a flush or has 3 aces. Again, we're looking at the cards. It's easier for us. But that's what I would expect, a crying call from the other ace and a fold from the king.
Well, Barry, this is why I love you in the booth, because I'm going to come here and ask you a question that I'd ask David if he was in your spot. Now, if you've checked the flop here with ace, ace, king with 2 diamonds, and you're marked with ace 6, and Diablo leads on the turn, I would think, as a player, that I would probably want to try to raise there, unless I'm really scared that I might not have the best hand, because if you let Ken Berg dangle around there with the king 10, the jack comes on the river and you lose.
But it's there are lots of things going on there. You're right, but you also might want to keep the pot small. Ace 6 was nowhere near the nuts there, and we didn't expect from the pre-flop action that someone had kings full or aces full. An ace queen could have been out there, but Jack 10 is a typical hand people play and hold them also.
Yep.
And you lose to that straight, and you might have felt that your value comes in hitting a 6 on the river. That's where you can make your money. If you raise there, basically what's going to happen is you're going to win right when you have the best hand. You're going to get rid of the draws. You're never going to get called by an inferior hand, that's for sure. You're not going to get paid off by someone. So it wouldn't have been unreasonable to raise and just take it there, especially because there are 2 diamonds there. I wouldn't have altered play. And looking at the hands, you're right, it would have been the right play. But the question is how much of your playing results that you see there that you were basically giving a free card to the king 10, and how much is good poker. So either play was reasonable. I don't fault it. And if an offsuit card came, we've seen some really outrageous bluffs that might have been a good bluff catcher there, where you just check and act like you do have the king and get someone to try to blow you off and act like they had the 3 aces. So there were other values to calling there. That is to try to get someone to push you off that hand.
Now Yosh, it got checked around to Yosh, and he's bet here with gut shot straight draw.
Yeah, gut shot and 2 undercards has become a pretty nice hand for Yosh. I hope Yosh doesn't listen to this later. I'm picking on him. He's stuck. And remember,
welcome to my life when people come to the casino the next day, Barry.
We also saw him taking a few glasses of wine. That may make the hands look better. I don't know if he got everyone else to join him. Actually, it looked like he did. We got people playing a lot of garbage here, and 6-way pots, 8-way pots.
And he bet there, and he took it down pretty tough for 4-3 of diamonds to call on that flop.
No one could call him, and Yosh has now become the aggressor. He started out as a passive player. He got his queens beat and went into another mode. But we have a lot of passive players here. Yosh can be successful bullying this table. A lot of people are limping. He can pick up a lot of pots. We're seeing some of the garbage he's playing, but not everyone else has seen it. So they don't know that his hand values have gone down. So they may still be giving him the respect of the Yosh who sat down at 5 o'clock in this game. But again, they should be adjusting, if they were good players, to the fact that Yosh is stuck and will be playing a few more hands. I would, like I said, I'd be calling him from this point out. And again, I've got more information. I've gotten to see all the hands he's been playing, and they haven't.
Well, that's the beauty of being back here. We
Right.
get to see the hands.
I don't like to criticize players. I've done a few telecasts now. I've done some commentary for some of the networks. I don't like to be too critical because it's very hard for me as a commentator and very hard for viewers to separate themselves from the hands that they've seen because they see everyone's hole cards and the hands that they've seen that have actually gotten tabled to the rest of the table. You're not always sure. And, of course, we all can make great plays hand by hand, seeing everyone's cards. So I don't like being too critical. Here's top 2 pair. We know he's involved, but he's against Diablo, who's got top pair. Diablo settled down a little with that last successful bluff. I don't know if he's even now, and it's not surprising that I think Diablo's the one who's fired out with top pair that he just hit on the turn.
Well, Mark actually checked the top pair on the flop from early position.
Right, and now he picked up 2 pair, but he's also worried about flush draws. So he raises. If he doesn't make too big a raise, again,
he just smooth called there on the turn. Wow, with King Queen.
I was given the word that he raised. Again, it's hard for me to pick all this up. An ace came on the turn. Diablo's again hoping he can't call a raise here, and he. Yeah, let Steve Wolf know he can't stay in front of the camera. And Steve is like 6'4", so it's not surprising. I wouldn't have blocked the camera if I were on my cell phone. Anyway, Mark may just call. No, he's going to raise with his 2 pair. He's probably not going to get paid off. What Diablo thinks is Mark made a straight. It was played passively on the flop. He thinks that Mark has something like Jack 10. That's the first hand that comes to mind in this situation. Or an ace. Well, this is really surprising to me. That he called. I guess he thinks he's being bullied.
Yeah, he's going to call.
Well, I think what happened is the raise was a very small raise, and so he decided he was getting good enough odds to call, and now he finds out he was actually drawing dead on the flop to 2 tens, and on the turn he was just drawing totally stone dead.
Yeah,
or actually, no, I'm wrong. He was drawing to a jack, wasn't he? Or no, he was drawing dead.
He was drawing dead on the turn.
He was drawing dead on the turn. He now found that out. He actually, I think part of the reason he called, sometimes he called to find out what happened. He was thinking, boy, did I get sucked out on the river there? Should I bet more on the turn? And the answer was, no, Diablo, you were dead.
Well, it was Mark played it a little bit tricky. Now, he was in early position, but he checked the top pair on the flop there with King Queen.
Right, he got rewarded. Normally I will bet that. I probably would have bet the flop and picked up nothing. And instead he got lucky. He ended up turning top 2 and letting someone else turn top pair. and it was worth it. His trap, he played it, he trapped, and the trap, the trap play went well for him, and he got some extra money. He got pretty much the maximum he could have gotten on that hand.
Yosh brings this one in with 9-10 of diamonds for 400, which seems to be kind of the standard raise here in this game. 4 times the big blind.
Yeah, 4 times the big blind is more than I raise for. And again, remember, most people are used to watching televised poker where there are antes in there, so you're not really picking up that much. I raised for 3 times the big blind and slightly more than in a tournament, like 3 and a little, and a half or 3, something like that, times the big blind. I don't mind getting played with, having the lead. I want to get called, maybe flop something, and make some money on the hand. I'm not happy in no limit hold'em with no antes and just picking up the blinds, as I said earlier. So here's Yosh. He won a bunch of. He lost money in several pots and picked up the blinds. That's not very satisfying at all.
Oh, I did? When I folded and then... Oh, 3 queens?
It's funny, Barry. Like you said, a lot of these players don't necessarily have a lot of experience playing no-limit cash games. Whereas there are some people that have just especially started to play no-limit cash games in the last couple of years and are quite good. One of them is our no-limit host, Mo. And it's very, very interesting when he comes on the show and plays against some tournament players or some players that play high limits but don't have a lot of experience in cash game, in no-limit cash games.
And frankly, the world is still, world of poker players are weak at no-limit hold'em, and even the books that are out there, they're still just teaching rudimentary skills of what hands to play and how to bet them on the early streets. I remember Bobby Hoff, who I used to play a lot of cash game no limit with. Bobby's came in second. I got drawn out on the river at the final event of the World Series of Poker and came in second to it after. There's Queen 4. Here comes Frank. Queen 7-4 was his prop. He's won another. I think they're playing 3,000 with that. He won another 3,000 with Yosh. Yosh is just getting torched here.
How often do these props go on?
Any hand that they come up, they hit their prop. It goes on forever. Frank just won either 6,000 or 10,000. They're either playing. I think he said 6,000. 3,000 from Steve Wolf and 3,000 from Yosh. So Yosh is not only getting beat up in the game, he's getting beat up in the props. He's lost 6,000 there. And again, what I was talking about earlier is I remember Bobby Hoff, because I had never played in tournaments, was telling me, you aren't going to believe it when you start playing tournaments. You're going to want to take them all home with you or go on a slow boat with them. And that's true. When I first started playing tournaments, I watched the way people played No Limit Hold'em. I couldn't believe that there were hundreds of people who had no clue how to play. And they really had no way to learn because they were playing against each other. And a lot of these tournament names, I'm not going to name names, they aren't very good No Limit Hold'em players either. They think they are because they're good relative to their competition. And we're seeing now some of those names have trouble winning tournaments. And the reason is players like myself and other high-stakes players are now playing tournaments. Tournament poker is so big. And then we have a lot of people playing in their home games and side games around the country who are developing these skills. And those tournament names just aren't the cream of the crop anymore like they used to be. So they're going to struggle.
Look at Yosh make a move there. He check raises with nothing. Diablo bet from the button with a pair of 4s. Yosh check raises, and Diablo can't call it with 4-3.
And what I'm saying is if you do make something out against Yosh, you're going to have to pay him off. Easy for me to say, but I would be doing it anyway because I know Yosh is stuck. I know his values have gone down. I don't have to see his hold cards because I'm not going to believe Yosh has made plays at several pots now, and I'm not going to believe he was there all the time. And there's anyone who's observant will have noticed that he's playing more hands than he had played before, and he's betting more frequently than he had been before. So his values have gone down, and we know they've gone actually way down. He's just betting with nothing. And then he actually flopped 3 threes, got lucky one time, and even folded that hand. Again, I don't want to blame him. I saw Diablo. We all got to see Diablo's hand that he was bluffing with middle pair and was pretending he made a flush. That's it's easy from our perspective to do that. Yosh thought he was a lower limit player who Yosh probably thinks he's a tight player at this point, because if you remember earlier, Diablo had only shown 2 aces. So I don't think we should fault Yosh for making that laydown.
Moshe actually has a flush here. He bets and he takes it down. Flop was king 10, 8, 2 clubs. Turn was a 5. Moshe had a club flush, and Steve over there had nothing, and he took it down there with the flush.
Okay.
You know, it is interesting to say that you say, you know, there are different limits of high limit. What I call high limit, which is here at the bike, would be the white chip game. But obviously, you guys were playing, was it 4,000, 8,000 mix with Doyle and all those guys, or
That's
2-4?
and that's our standard game.
Yeah.
And we also play no limits with what's called a 100,000 cap, where the most you lose on any hand is 100,000. We cap it just so the game doesn't get out of hand. If we didn't put a cap on it, sometimes someone would win like a $600,000 or $700,000 pot, and you know, they may chop the game. Especially the weaker players may just take that, and that's the end. They're gone.
Right.
So we like to keep everyone seated at the table, give them a little bit of comfort level playing with a $100,000 cap, so they don't have incentive to chop the game, to quit early.
300.
Seat 2 there. Mark, he's going to raise to 300 with Queen 2 of clubs, and he's going to take it down without a flop.
Actually, you want to play those, because those are the ones that you don't. I can't hit them. We're talking about it. Makes no sense.
No
You want to
flop.
play it.
I see you going there on the internet. Do you have any updates
I mean, you could say
on
that I have a
the
four and the other one's
Well, we saw
WPT
that
tournament?
Kenna actually was down to 6th place about a half an hour ago, and I'm trying to see if anyone had posted up updates here from here. Well,
I see there are some people saying bring on the cocktail waitresses.
Yep.
I have to admit, I hate to be so superficial, but they do have some very attractive cocktail waitresses at the bike. And
absolutely.
they can definitely make me turn away from the table and not be observant.
Well, we just mentioned someone will put up a delay. We have a 5-minute delay, so someone's going to post up the updates, and we'll get it to everyone out there in 5 minutes.
Right. I'm sure there are a lot of people. They're probably getting them online, but still.
Yeah.
We want to keep them watching live at the bike, so we can give them the updates.
600.
Okay, well here again, I didn't see the pre-flop action. I'm sorry, it is kind of difficult. 2 5s. Actually, it wasn't a bad flop for 2 5s. Too bad he didn't bet because he let an ace come off, and now it's gone. You know, the pot has disappeared. He can't stay with it.
Well, he's bet again here, and Bruce has called. Bruce has got the 3 of diamonds in his hand as well.
Well, I didn't think he bet it was Frank didn't bet the flop. I
Yeah.
thought.
Yeah, he checked the flop, and then he bet the
ace.
turn.
And then
Yeah.
he bet trying to act. And you want to know the truth? Part of that bet was frustration. He knew, of course, it was a 3rd diamond. It was an ace. It was a bad card for him. And he wished he had bet the flop, and he hoped that no one hit the ace. And he's thinking to himself, it was my pot on the flop, I'm sure of it. I want to bet here again, hoping that people like king, queen, those kind of hands, and I still get it. He knew if he checked, there was a good chance someone would take the pot away from him, or he was afraid of that. So it was one of these defensive bets again, and now Frank's, I'm sure, Steven a little bit. He's ahead. He's way ahead because of the props, but he's thinking, I just gave away a pot. I could have picked it up.
Diablo's picked up pocket rockets over there, pocket aces. He makes it 400 to go.
And again, Bart, one thing I want you to help me with is I'm not sure how much can they hear everything we're hearing as far as the table talk.
They can hear the table talk. They cannot hear our hostess Donna telling us the amount.
Well, because a lot of times I know when I watch poker, I like hearing the table talk, and so I don't like. Maybe we can. I don't mind being quiet a little bit, and letting them hear. There's a lot of jabbering going on.
Yeah.
And some of it is interesting.
King 8-9 on the flop there.
Although, as you heard, one of the big topics of conversation is the prop, with Frank hitting 2 of them.
I'm all for it. Let's just make the
So Bruce has an open-ended straight draw.
the 20 times the small bet.
Okay, Bruce has a straight draw, so it's going to be hard for him to get away. But although there are 2 spades, so he shouldn't go crazy with the hand because he doesn't want to go getting his money with a straight draw and find out someone has a flush draw or overcards in a flush draw. It cuts down his outs.
Well, he calls.
Okay, which is reasonable. This is the type of hand where you make a call on the flop, but once you don't hit on the turn, if the other guy, in this case Diablo, is still firing, you pretty much have to give it up. You don't go for straight draws where you have 1 card to hit. And again, at this point, Diablo's putting a decent bet in there. And, you just can't go with it. That's a hand where he might have decided to take a shot on the flop, putting pressure on, and, with a semi-bluff on the flop, having a straight draw, trying to force out a king with a bad kicker, hoping maybe someone has 2nd or 3rd pair, that you have overcards, but mainly not that you have overcards, but that they can't call. And the other thing, sometimes when you have a straight draw like that, well, that if a queen had come, that wouldn't have been the nuts. Ace queen would have made. Well, actually, let me get here. I guess it would have been the nuts. If a queen had come, the king high straight with the nuts. Sometimes you get one of these situations where you have to look at the overcard in your hand. You can make a straight that won't be the nuts. Someone would make a bigger straight. So sometimes I raise with those hands. The reason I'm playing faster is I don't want to let the gut shot, the higher gut shot, get there against me. I know I can force him out and play against someone else.
Oh, the pot looked like it was limped around again.
Well, again, they're playing all small cards.
And someone's got 7-9, and someone's got 9-5, seat 9 and seat 3.
Okay, and it looks like two guys have second pair. If the bet's small enough, they'll probably both, stay in with it.
Well, Frank bet, and he's going to take it down. He got Moshe off the hand.
Okay, and not unreasonable from Moshe. There are 2 8s up there. There's a jack.
Barry, we're getting word that there were 565 women that showed up for the ladies' event. Of course, the winner of the ladies' event gets to play tomorrow night on the WPT in the ladies' invitation.
Right, that's women. Do they allow guys who play like women, who play kind of girlishly, to allow that? I don't know. And I thought I saw a few
guys that dress like women.
Well,
maybe.
I thought I did see a few transvestites in there, actually. I mean,
well, we're not too far from Santa Monica and Highland, so
right.
we could get.
And I think that if you come in a dress, you should be allowed to get in.
Well, wasn't there? Didn't you write it? Wasn't there a story in your book about? Or maybe I'm confusing that with it might have been. I was reading your book last night, and I was reading the new issue of Card Player, and someone was talking about this guy that they tricked into dressing like a woman to play in the ladies' event.
That wasn't in my book.
Oh,
I think that was in Card Player. No, that's not a big aspect of the big game. That doesn't happen that frequently. This is my prop. I brought mine's 2, 3, 4. I better go out there. I should have told those guys I was playing with them also. I would have just gotten even.
And Mark's flipped trips again here in seat 2 with 3-4. Wow. 4-4 deuce on the flop, couple of spades, king on the turn.
Mike, this take's really good. Mike, have a game that watch?
And Yosha's got a king here, so
well,
he's
again,
thinking about it.
which is nice, letting the card come off, letting someone hit an ace or a king. And I didn't see what happened. Was there a bet and he just took it?
Yeah, Mark actually bet there on the turn, and Yosh mucked the king.
And this is one thing. Yosh made a nice fold there. He's given people respect, as we've seen. He had a king with a bad kicker. He had certainly reason to believe that Mark had at least a king, probably the better kicker, or could have slow played 3-4s. If people give me free cards that I expected to bet, and then I hit a pair on the turn, I'm always concerned. A lot of times, although it's kind of maybe a stupid philosophy, but I say to myself, it really wasn't my pot to begin with. And now that I happen to hit this card that isn't that big, I'm not going to even compete. I'm not going to go after the guy who bets now. Let's say someone raised in and then checks and then bets on the turn where I thought they might have trapped me. A lot of times I just give it up, which I'm sure I'm giving away the best hand sometimes. But but like I say, I just as a Yoshi side, just give it up, even though I hit what I thought was a 4-2 to this card. And here comes Dr. Esfandiari has just entered the building. We've got Antonio here. We've got some magic tricks here, too. People are showing us some things we had never seen before.
Barry, I actually was the floor announcer with Linda Johnson last night during the Battle of Champions, and got to see Antonio play a little bit.
Who won
He
that?
ran off to the bathroom in the middle of one hand because he couldn't get a bathroom break.
Okay, I was the first guy out before it got televised. I did actually show up, but I got a couple hands beat on the river, and I was toast. How'd you end up, Antonio? What? Fifth, so you went out pretty early. Who won it? Who won? David Ben. Yeah, he was doing pretty well. He drew out on me in a big pot. Actually, checked. I was going to take a pot away from him where I trapped, and he drew out on me on the river. It was a key pot that put me in the hole. Antonio, we sometimes have 8 players taking flops here.
Yeah, this is absolutely incredible.
This is a cash $5,000 buy. They're playing your song. It's Max. Yeah, they're playing your song, Antonio.
And Yosh has the nut flush draw over there in seat 6 with ace 9. Diablo's got an open-ended straight draw. He comes into the pot from the button.
Yeah, if I'm a little slow reacting to these things, like I said, I'm not used to seeing 8 players take a flop.
And Steven bet there with King 10. So the board now is 8-10, deuce-deuce. Steven is in the lead here with the King 10.
But
Other
what do we have?
players
We
are
have a
on
nut
draws.
flush, we have a top pair, we have a straight draw.
Yep.
You know, which isn't surprising when 8 players take a flop.
And Steven bets 1,500 here strong on the turn.
You know, I would have played Yosh's hand a lot faster on the flop. I would have probably gotten my money if I was in the right position to do that, just get it over with. Now it's a little tougher, you know, because there's a pair on the board. You know, sometimes you get aggressive on the turn with a saw my bluff with a pair on the board. You're running to 8's full or something like that. You'll get dangerous. And I've done it in, you know, where I've misread my opponent and moved in drawing dead.
Well, Yosh is smooth called here with the club draw. I'd be amazed to see Diablo chase the straight draw with, again, the board paired and 2 clubs on.
Well, you know, of course, you know, we see he's down to 6 outs. He can't hit the 6 or jack of clubs. He needs the 3 offsuit 6s or 3 offsuit jacks. And again, well, you're right. He did fold. I bet you if he hadn't bluffed that other pot against Yoshi, he'd have been in there though.
And the river is a 6, and look at that. He would have made it, Barry. He would have made the straight.
Yeah, a lot of times what I say to players who play conservatively, once they get back even or ahead, I say, it's too bad you weren't stuck. You would have won that last pot. And that's exactly the case with Diablo there. If he was stuck, I have a feeling he'd have won this pot.
That's incredible. And Steve bets here, and Yosh, who, like you said, kind of played the hand a little bit passively, folds, and Steven takes it.
Although he played it passively, he probably played it successfully because I don't think he'd have knocked Steve Wolf off the top pair. Now you might say, well, what's top pair? Pair of 10s with king kicker. But remember, Steve Wolf has experience playing in the high limit games. And so that means he's definitely very aware that Yosh is stuck. And I think Steve would have looked him up there. I think Yosh would have gone off there. You know, he would have lost a lot of money if he'd played the hand fast to Steve Wolf.
Yosh has straddled. Have we seen a straddle? This is the first time we've seen a straddle.
No, what a
since I've been
surprise!
sitting
The guy who's stuck on the floor, my poor friend Yosh. Make sure Yosh doesn't get to hear these tapes, okay? Because I think he also approves credit at the Bicycle Club Casino. He's got to call into Hashem and Haig about who should get credit. Sometimes I need to get some. I need to get money to play in the game. So. Yosh is my friend. I'm hoping he gets out of it and hits some, or maybe hits his prop. You know, if he hits a couple Jack 9 4s, that'll get him back on his feet.
Good flop for Ken there with King 10, 3 9 6 2 spades. The turn's a 6. It got checked around in the flop. Turn pairs the 6, and now Ken's going to fire with the semi bluff. And he has the best hand here with King High. Him and
right.
Yosh.
And again, we haven't seen much out of Ken. I don't even know he's been at the table. He's been so quiet. Like I said, Ken is a pretty conservative player, and nobody has anything to play against him. I mean, I can't believe Yosh is even thinking about it.
Hey, Isaac, if you can shoot back here. Antonio, we've got a...
You want me to put the headset on Antonio for a little while?
Sure.
Okay,
Antonio, would you like
take
to...
over? I need a rest anyway.
Okay. Antonio, would you like to have a couple of words here? That'd be great. And then I was going to have you sign the board back there, too, when you get a chance. Remind me when you get out. Scoot over here a little bit. Oh, I know, he's got skinny legs. There we go. We're all set. It's a pleasure to have you in the booth here, Antonio. I don't know if you've heard of Live at the Bike before, but it is...
You know, I kept hearing something, Live at the Bike, Live at the Bike.
Yeah.
I had no idea what they were talking about.
Well, Live at the Bike is actually a webcast of cash games.
So people on the internet are watching them.
Yeah, and we're actually going to be televising England coming on the Poker Channel in a few months.
This is a pretty good little setup, you guys.
So, yeah, I mean, we've got the hole cards over here, and I'll guide you through some of the action. We get to see everyone's hole cards. This is actually one of the biggest games we've ever done on Live on the Bike. This is a 5,100
I know, I want to get in the game.
no limit game, but it's a $5,000 max buy-in, which is
like
really
that.
interesting. You know, again, it's only 50 times the big blind. Never really seen a max buy-in game this big before.
Yeah,
Spread
you
live.
should be able to buy in as much as you want.
Yeah.
Creates more action.
And Antonio, I saw you playing in the little cash game while you guys were waiting for the Battle of Champions yesterday too.
Yeah, I was kind of goofing off yesterday. That wasn't really how I usually play.
Well, Phil Locke, who's sitting next to you, was giving you a hard time a little bit too.
Was the table as cheery after we both got busted out? It was a little more quiet.
It was a little bit more quiet.
Right?
Yeah.
Once we lost Phil, I lost my mojo.
Yeah. Now you play in a lot of no limit cash games, higher limit, no limit cash games.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, 25-50, 20-40, no limit, 50-100.
Yeah, right around that.
Up
1-2 is the biggest I'll play.
1-2 no limit.
That's pretty big.
Now that's a huge game, isn't it?
Yeah, you can get really whacked.
What do you usually buy in for in a game like that?
40, 50.
50,000. Yeah. Well, as I was talking to Barry, I mean, recently, no limit cash games really only been around spreading casinos for the last couple of years. No one's really an expert, quote unquote.
So many cash games.
Yeah.
No limit hold'em. You walk into the bike or whatever.
Yeah.
3 years ago, you couldn't find a no limit cash game.
Right. They just weren't spread.
Yeah.
You know.
So can they see us or only hear us?
Well, when we flip to the camera, like we just had you on there, they can see us, but that screen is what they're looking at right now.
Got it.
And we can see.
They can't see that,
No,
obviously, right?
no, those are the whole
Oh, look
cards.
at that. King, king.
Yep, Steven's got
Very
pocket
sexy.
kings and he raises.
So how do you know these guys don't have an earpiece in their ear with...
We do not allow electronic equipment, and we're on delay on the table.
Okay, got it.
Ooh, set of kings
Oh,
right there.
baby
Ace-8 king.
kings.
And Diablo's got ace-3. He's got top pair. And Diablo, he's a player
Is that Diablo?
Yeah, he's in seat 1. He's a player that, you know...
By the way, this is definitely a check. I wouldn't bet this.
Yeah. He's going to bet 900.
And this guy has
here.
3 kings?
Yeah, and Steven's
Oh,
got 3
boy.
kings in seat 4.
Dun, 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 dun.
Diablo's a player. Again, he makes a lot of calls and drives with some hands that sometimes you won't see other players make. So I'm not surprised that he's betting out here with ace-3.
I like the call.
Steven just smooth calls.
Definitely don't want to raise him out of the pot. Maybe he hits a 3 on the turn.
Actions over to Yoshi, who has second pair here with King
And he's
Jack.
thinking about it. Not for long.
Boy, if
Come
we
on,
see
3,
an
one
ace,
time. I
if we
just
see
wanna-
an
I wanna
ace
see
on the
some
turn,
action, you know? I
if we
wanna
see
see-
an ace on the turn.
Oh,
three!
my God, I told you.
A 3, he's got aces up.
Oh, look at that.
Antonio called it. He's got aces up. And Diablo can't use the phone. His phone's ringing. And I got to tell you, I know Diablo. I think all the money could go in right here, Antonio. I really do. Ace
Come
3
on.
against set of kings.
He's going to make a bet. He's going to raise him.
He bets $3,000 here on the turn.
Oh, how do you like sitting there on 3 kings
Oh,
and the guy's betting 3,000?
unbelievable.
It's music to my ear.
$3,000 bet, which basically means the pot is about $8,000 now. $3,000 for Steven to call. And look at this. I think he's just going to smooth call here, Antonio. Let him bluff into me again on the river, I think. I think that's what he's doing. Yeah, he just smooth called. Wow.
Blank 5 and no, he raised. He raised.
Oh, he is going to
raised.
raise. Looked like he just smooth called there. He's going to raise to 9,000. I think it's irrelevant because I think all of
Diablo
Diablo's chips are
Hasselhoff's
going in.
hand is no good. I mean, and no one holding when someone puts in a big raise like that on the turn or on the river,
Yeah.
their hand is no good.
Well, I agree with you 100% here, but again, I've seen Diablo play a lot, and I haven't. Yeah,
Oh
there we
my
go. He
God.
calls. He calls.
I like sickness, so I'm hoping for an ace just to see the pain from somebody. You know?
He calls the all-in, and we got a huge pot, probably the biggest pot in the history of Live at the Bike. And Diablo is going to need to spike an ace here to win. Oh, the river's a 7, and Steven's going to take it down there with the set of kings.
Wow.
Wow.
That smooth call on the flop got him all the money.
Yep.
Unless Diablo would have called a raise on the flop, I don't know. Wow, that was sick.
I don't know if Diablo's that, if he's that bold to
sick?
call a raise on the flop, but Steven played that great.
Isn't No Limit Hold'em beautiful? Nothing more than seeing a man get separated from his chips at a poker table. Felt. Nothing but felt.
So obviously you travel around the WPT circuit. What's the time spent playing tournaments versus cash games for you right now?
Probably more tournaments and poker-related things versus cash games right now.
Yeah.
Just because poker's so popular and a lot of different opportunities. Well, I love that we can see the people's cards.
Yeah.
This is so cool.
And the funny thing I always tell people is the difference between me and some of the other announcers in here, Shirley and Dave, between Mike and Vince, is we call the action live. We got to do it spur of the moment. This is unedited. We see it all.
Off the cuff.
Yeah, right off the cuff. A lot of those other shows, they have a soundtrack after the fact. That we record that, you know.
So how many people are watching this right now?
We have it's over 5,000 on the webcast, and then the Poker Channel in England has a viewership of about 3 to 4 million. So,
Wow. Is it flop ace 4?
Yep,
deuce?
ace 4 deuce. Couple
The
of
guy's got
diamonds.
3-5. He's got the nuts.
Yep, he's flopped his set, and that's Diablo in seat 1.
He's got no chips.
It looks like.
Oh, he's in.
I think he's
got
got 5,000
5,000
behind.
knockdown.
Yep.
5,000 to buy in.
He bet 100. It looked like there, Antonio.
300.
Oh, maybe it was
What
300.
is this, a chat or something?
Yeah, this is actually a live thread that people respond to about the show.
Oh.
The turn is a 7. Bruce called him with 10-4, and Diablo's picked up a flush draw. He bets here again on the turn. Bruce
He's
is
got the
drawing
nuts
dead.
straight.
Yeah.
Bet 1,000.
And he's going to bet
The other
1,000
guy's going to
here.
let go of the fours, right?
Yeah,
And
I'm
the
sure.
man, the myth, the legend himself, Barry Greenstein, has entered the room. And I'm going to give him back the headphones.
Well, Antonio, it was an absolute pleasure to have you on the show. I really appreciate you stopping by.
Before I go, I just want to let the world know when someone asks who I think is the best player in the world, I always say Barry Greenstein. And I'm not just kissing his rear. I really do think it's true.
So we want you to sign that board. If I can find the Sharpie here somewhere.
All right, here's the man. Thank you, guys.
Thank you again, Antonio, for stopping by.
$1,000. So for 10. Okay. Well, you only called me the best player once. So after the second, it'll be 5,000. I'm sure it's 5,000 a pop.
As we continue to search for the Sharpie, Barry.
There's a pen on the phone. It's not a Sharpie. Actually, I've got. No, I lost mine too.
Oh, it's coming back here, Antonio. It's coming back. The marker's coming back. Oh, he's got one on him right now for sign autographs. There you go.
Yeah, you know, when you're
Yeah.
as big as Antonio, you have to.
Here
keep
we go.
Lots of Sharpies in your pocket.
He says, I love when Barry starts giving the BS.
Nobody can hear anything you're saying. Antonio. We took the microphone away from you.
So, again, we've got Antonio there signing the board. Thanks a lot. Appreciate you stopping by. It was nice to meet you.
Okay, later. Staring right in my face.
Black
Two
aces, huh?
aces. Man, why don't I get those? Of course, I do.
And it's Diablo.
One out
and
of every
Diablo.
221 hands.
And this is incredible. Diablo, when you were
He's
gone.
got aces again?
Yeah. And he's kind of on the short stack, and Frank is probably going to call him here with pocket tens, I'm sure, because he doesn't have that much more.
Oh, Diablo doesn't have much more?
No.
Oh, I thought Diablo had a lot of money
Well,
in front of him when I walked out there.
you missed a
minute ago.
hand. I'll fill you
Oh, he
in
lost
after.
a hand.
Yeah.
Okay, so, you know, one of the sweetest things is when you lose a pot, and we've already seen, they haven't, but we've seen Diablo's ready to go after he loses a hand.
Yep.
It's awfully sweet to pick up two aces, because, again, you figure you're going to get played with if people are observing.
This is about a $7,000 pot. Diablo only had about $3,500 left.
Well, he did lose a pretty big pot. So, you know, Frank didn't do anything wrong. I'm sure I would have been in there with the two tens also, especially for that kind of money.
Full
And
house
like
over
I said,
full house.
especially against a guy who, I thought it was threes and deuces. Oh, you're right,
Yeah.
three deuces on the board. Okay, whatever. I don't look at poker in terms of, I look at two cards against two cards.
Yeah.
more than
Oh, absolutely.
Deuces full
Yeah.
against bigger deuces full.
You're the one that remembers
Looked like aces beat tens to me.
otherwise you'll be
But anyway, you know, Frank had to go with him there, especially from what we've seen of Diablo. Although remember, we've seen it. We saw Diablo make a nice bluff earlier, but they didn't get to see it. Diablo not only took the pot down that time, but he also got the information concealed with it. Although the funny thing is, when I went out there, Diablo wanted me to tell them how well he had played and that he had done something good. But I decided not to say anything about the whole cards I've seen.
And we have an updated chip count here. And this is from a couple of minutes ago. Looks like Tim Fan is in the lead with 2 million. Todd Phillips with about 1.5 in second place. Kevin O'Donnell with 1.3. Jake Minter with 1.2. Kenna with about 1 million. And Alex Connor with 1 million. So there you go. And all 6 players are still in here, Barry.
Right, yeah, they're all hanging in there. And again, it's not that surprising. No one wants to be the first one out. I don't know what the blinds are, but people usually don't make these big plays. Matter of fact, I did when I won my Tunica tournament. Again, I don't know why. I don't like to talk about myself too much. But I'm sorry I got into that. I noticed everyone was playing so tight, and I had those same thoughts also, playing scared, not wanting to look stupid, not wanting to be the first one out. And once I realized that I was thinking it, I knew everyone else was thinking it also. So from that point on, I just started raising every hand, especially in late position. I raised one point almost 15 hands in a row, I think. And so, I expect because these players are staying so even that they are playing very cautiously. Again, I'm not there to see it, but those chip counts really haven't moved that much in the first couple hours of the final table.
Oh, we got a couple of hands here. Looks like Frank has raised with pocket jacks, and Diablo's got ace
when you
king.
see two jacks, you see ace king, you kind of figure those hands, for the amount of money they have, those hands are going after each other, and they're going to get all the money in. And they're going to knock the 2-3s out of there and not give them a chance.
No, actually what had happened, Barry, was that Diablo had an ace with top pair. That
the earlier hand that I missed?
The earlier hand. He caught aces up, and Steven in seat 4 had flopped a set of kings. Smooth called the flop, and then Diablo picked up aces up on the turn, and all the money went in on the turn.
Right,
and there you go.
Well, sounds like you can't fault him for that.
Yeah.
Didn't we see Diablo limp with an ace king of clubs earlier? Playing it.
Wow, Diablo's going to muck the hand.
Did he muck, or was he the one to raise? He had a lot of chips out there.
He mucked the ace king. Wow, that's really tight from him. Right?
Okay, well, if you're right, again, he's just won a pot. He just doubled up. He's back on his feet. Again, it's very typical. We see the players who are ahead deciding that discretion is the better part of valor, and and giving their hands up, and the ones who are behind are taking stabs at the pot with all sorts of things.
Look at Steven stare down Frank, and he's asking him how much he has left. Steven only got pocket
Steve's
threes.
Way ahead, and although he's had some good things happen to him, as I told you, Steve's actually played with the big boys. He's played in our stud game. He's a tough player, as I said initially. He would be a guy who would make many no-limit tournament final tables if he played. He's gotten a hold of chips the last few years at the final event of the World Series of Poker. He probably plays 3 or 4 tournaments a year at most. So that makes it tough. And it makes it tough in another way. It's easy for someone like me or some of the other named players to have some scores in these tournaments, because now we play so many that we can take shots and push people around, because we know there's another tournament in a week or two. But if you're someone who only plays a couple tournaments, it's a big disadvantage for some of those good players who play in their home games and who only have 1 or 2 shots. They're often just trying to creep into the money, so they play they often end up playing using a strategy that allows them to have no chance of winning. They're just eking into the money. You know what I mean? They're just trying to eke into the money. And so people like me are just raising them relentlessly. What I was getting at is Steve Wolf's a good no-limit hold'em player. He's a tough guy. He's versatile, and would be one of the better guys on the tournament circuit if he had chosen to do that. And 10 years ago, he was a live one. But he's a smart guy.
Barry, you come back into the booth, and look at that. In seat 8, we've got
aces, man.
Yeah.
Those things put your eyes out seeing so many times, Especially if I have to look at them in my opponent's hands. Actually, that's how I got knocked out of the bike tournament. I finally got to where I could play a pot. I had 2 black aces, flopped king 7-3 of spades, and Jennifer flopped 3 threes. We got the money in, and I didn't hit.
Yeah.
But I could have done some things better to have more chips going into that hand. Okay, Eric has 2 5s. What are they all in? Someone's all in. 2 5s. Oh no, the 2 5s goes away.
Bruce raised, and Eric made a fold there with pocket 5s.
As we said earlier, 2 5s. You want to get in cheaply. Apparently, the price was too prohibitive.
And of course, you've got the poker blue girls around, kind of making
not a
everything
poker
lighter.
Blue girl. Well, that's
or is that a Jerry Buss girl?
No,
well, Jerry Buss isn't here though.
Well, okay. I don't want to make any.
If you know more, I know.
Okay. Actually, I just realized I know too much. So.
Oh, okay. That's right.
So I don't want to get in trouble or get anyone else in trouble.
Looks like there's a collection pot here. Pot was limped around again here, Barry.
Oh, gentlemen!
Oh, the gentleman was the Jack 10-5. That's Steve's prop. He hit. Another 3,000 from Yosh.
Oh, no.
Yosh
Wow.
is 0 for 3. He has lost 3 props, 2 to Frank, 1 to Frank. So Steve Wolf just got even on that one.
So you have to have 2 of your cards hit plus another card?
All the cards up there, it's a 3-card combination. You pick your 3 cards, and the flop has to consist exactly of those 3 cards. It could be 3 jacks, 3 10s, 3 5. Jack, Jack 10 like this, or Jack 10 5. You know, that would work. That's Steve's prop. He just won 6,000 on that flop. So his way of announcing it was gentleman. That's everyone has their way of announcing.
There was a bet there, and Yosh called, seat 8 bet. The turn was a 7, and the river's a jack, and Yosh actually has lost here because Bruce has got a pair of 10s. Yosh chased the gut shot with a couple of overcards.
Yeah, and again, he chased it, but he just lost 3,000 on the prop. He had more incentive to go after it. Matter of fact, if he had played it aggressively with the 2 overcards in the gut shot, he might have won the pot.
Yeah. Now, how long have you known Antonio as a player, and what do you think of his play overall?
I don't. I like him at my table. I don't like him at my table. He's got a lot of chips. I like him at my table if I have a lot of chips. He's an action player, and he put a lot of pressure on me. The first time I ever played him was the final event of the World Poker Tour. He had a lot of chips and made it pretty tough. He bluffed me out of an incredible hand, you know, he's in there in a lot of hands, and most of the tournament players just don't know how to handle a guy like that. They need to raise him more. Actually, Antonio's been nice to me. I shouldn't tell you how to play him, but anyway, but he can be tough. And again, a guy like Antonio, he won as a young, pretty inexperienced player actually. And what will happen is I'm sure he's a better player now than he was when he won. He's getting more seasoning. The players who are the most dangerous for me are players who weren't that strong when I first played with them, but then they become better players as a result, obviously, of experience. And I still think that they're kind of live, and then they show me the goods when I call them down and when I play back at them. So, you know, I have trouble with that kind of guy. I actually do better against someone where I know that they're a good player, and I know you know, that they're capable of doing a lot of things that, you know, I also consider logical.
Well, look at that flop. Bruce raised with king deuce. Steven called. He picked up top pair. He bet the flop. The turn came a 10, gave Steve a big draw, and Bruce checked right behind the 10, and then he called the river when Steven bet in with the queen, and he takes it down there with king deuce.
Okay, king deuce isn't one of my hands I raise in with, but again, Bruce is an inexperienced player. I think he was stuck, and maybe he hadn't been playing any hands. You know, sometimes you can play worse hands also, and another thing that I haven't been good at picking up on this, you know, on what we see here, is if you don't play a hand for a while, you'll get more credibility when you finally do play a hand, and we haven't seen Bruce in there that often.
Yosh has straddled here again, Barry, and the under the gun has pocket kings, and he makes it 500 to go.
Okay.
Yosh has 10-8 offsuit, and he's called, and he's way behind here. Heads up, kings against 10-8. Flop comes ace 6-7, and Ken checks the flop in position. The turn's a 4.
Okay, that's Kenny. As I told you, Kenny's a trapper. And now Kenny, but see how he does this? This is what Kenny does to me, too. He traps, he plays his hand slow. Even though there's an ace up, I'm trying to blow Kenny off. Kenny knows to call. Kenny's lucky, of course, the 9 didn't come up, giving you a straight. But now Yosh with a 4 to a straight
Look
up
at
there.
this. Yosh made a back. He
backdoored.
backed into a straight.
I didn't even see the double gutter. 9 would have initially made a straight. The 4 gave him the double gutter. Yosh made the straight. This time Kenny's slow playing backfired. And again, Kenny's typical thing is to call. You know, see what he did? Even though it was a real long call there with the 4 to the straight, with the ace up there, Kenny called. Now, you know, Kenny maybe looks a little foolish here. A lot of people at home are going to be saying there was an ace up there, was a 4 to a straight. What were you doing? But what happened is because Kenny played the hand so slowly, he misrepresented his hand, and so he isn't sure if Yosh has decided he can blow him off in the hand that Kenny has nothing. So if you are going to play your hand slowly, sometimes you do have to make these long calls because people are going to try to push you around. And again, Kenny also probably is aware, as we said, that Yosh has been losing, has been playing a lot of hands. So yeah, it's easy for us to say that Kenny's play looked bad, but it might have been a lot better than we're giving him credit for. It might have actually encompassed all that I just said. Yosh being stuck, Kenny playing the hand slow, all those type of factors. And I can tell you, looking at a board like that, I've tried to blow Kenny off his hand, and he's called me down and taken me down. So yeah, it didn't work this time, but Kenny's a tricky bird. Like I said, in the 70 to 80, the 70 and up category, Kenny's going to be at the first table.
Well, the funny thing, the thing about that hand is, so you thought that, and I was a little confused. Obviously, you know him way better than I do. I've only seen him on the show a couple times when he raised pre-flop, and then the flop was ace 6-7. By checking in position, he was actually trapping there with the kings. You thought he wasn't necessarily scared
it was
of
a
the
double
ace?
duty thing. Yes, of course he was afraid of the ace, but he didn't want to just lose when he's up. See, if you bet there, you get called or raised. Obviously, the guy's got an ace, and you lose then. Kenny was thinking, okay, I'm always going to lose to the ace, but I want to make money when I act like I'm scared of the ace and someone can bluff me off it. What often happens for weak players, as you know, and I'm sure we've seen people do it, they raise with what I know is a middle to upper pair, and ace comes, I can sense that they don't like it, they check, and then I bet and take them off their hand, and I win the pot. But Kenny, he's a trapper. So he's saying, okay, go ahead, try to bluff me out because the ace came. I'm still, I'm paying you off, and Kenny's been successful with that style. And I'll tell you, his style works real good against someone like me. And he has shown me, he's convinced me that I better not try to run over him from the experience I've had playing with him. Now, if I play against Kenny, I've got the goods because I know he's calling me down.
We're heads up Diablo against Frank, and the turn is a king, and it looks like Diablo's kicker still plays here, Barry. Kings and tens.
It does,
with an ace
and
kicker.
it makes both of them feel better about their 10. When the second king comes, they both think their 10 may be good.
Ooh, and he checks behind it, and a jack comes on the river.
Very well, Diablo probably should have taken a stab, make Frank pay for his draw, and of course now Frank makes any kind of bet. Diablo went from second pair to third pair. Queen makes a straight. It would really be a pretty long call up there. Again, as a no-limit player, I'm also looking at Frank. Frank's ahead in the game. He's won 2 props. I factor that in too. Frank's doing pretty well. Diablo's, right around even. I don't want to say I wouldn't call here because I don't want to play results, look at the camera, but I probably wouldn't. And Diablo, he's thinking, it looks like he is going to call. He's thinking, well, the guy never bet. He might have bet the straight draw. He's probably just trying to bluff me out. Diablo, again, isn't experienced enough playing with Frank. Maybe Frank would have. Who knows? We don't know. We only know that he made the straight here.
It's a $4,500 bet in the river, and obviously there was a lot of action before this. But
there wasn't a lot of action from what I saw. I thought they checked the flop and the turn.
Well, yeah, the flop bet was bet by a Diablo. Frank called and check on the turn. Yeah. But I was saying, if you're sitting there with ace-10, what can you beat here?
Oh, Diablo's just posturing. I actually expect him to fold. He's just posturing. I expect him to fold right here. He got called on the flop. Now it's like.
Oh, you know what happened?
Diablo put his chips too far out.
Yeah, he was stacking his chips, and now Frank thinks it's a call.
And Frank maybe even gave away his hand.
He did it. This is what he did. He put it right here. He had 5,000 here.
I'm not in the hand, and I don't know any of these two men.
That's all. I'm just saying, that's what the exact action is.
See, now, unfortunately for Frank saying anything, I don't know which way the ruling is going to go, but obviously, with all this talk, Diablo's never going to call now.
Yeah, then he quickly mucked when Frank started complaining.
Well, no, he hasn't mucked. He's got his cards still. He's got his cards, and he's saying he hasn't called. He's still got them in his hand. But I don't believe that he would ever call now. And I don't think he was actually going to call anyway. I think he was posturing.
You got ahead of the game. Frank.
No, that's fine, yeah.
Oh, and it's not going to be a call, Barry, I don't think.
And again, technically, they don't have some tables, some places they have a circle, a line around the table that makes like an ellipse or a circle. There is no line here. And it is a judgment. It is a close call. And Frank's taking it like a man. He knows that he had the best hand, but he's just saying, okay. And again, the way the whole structure works, Diablo's kind of a new player to the game, and they probably, we always want new players to keep coming back. They don't want to, like, in a close call, rule against someone where it's really not clear which way it should have gone. They're usually going to allow the guy to make his decision instead of saying the chips crossed the line.
Well, the funny thing about that was and I saw that Diablo, once Frank started complaining, he actually put his hand in the muck, and then and then he took it out of the muck. And then when Frank had started complaining, it was strange.
I missed that. And I guess, well, that was again, he was kind of posturing like, well, maybe he wanted to like give that maybe I still am going to call. I haven't made my decision yet. He's trying to make a better case for himself that he hadn't put his money in. But those things happen, in a card room. And unlike normal society, they're usually settled pretty civilly, as it was in this case. In normal society, someone kills someone, or they start a conflict over it. But if we had poker players settling the world problems, they probably would be settled easier. Maybe they'd be settled over a game of cards, but I don't think we have all these wars.
Old West rules, right? Ken Berg's got ace king of clubs here in the small blind.
Like I tell Mimi Tran, a good friend of mine, like she's a fighter. I told her, if you want to fight, you fight at the poker table by taking someone's money. That's how I fight. I was a fighter when I was young too, but then everyone outgrew me. So that's I can't fight, and I'm old too, so I can't fight anyone anymore. So I fight at the poker table just by playing cards.
And I said, Johnny said, yeah, it looked like Ford motion to me. And he raised 2,000. We don't call that on each other. You got 3,000 more.
Okay, so right here, Yosh has a deuce 3 of hearts and has found his way into the pot.
Yep. And Ken's got that ace king of clubs. And it looked like the big blind raised here, ace jack. Ken smooth called in the small blind. And I believe Ken is called. So we're heads up ace king against ace jack.
Kenny, as I told you from the beginning, Kenny's a trapper. And again, he's going with his trap. I would have. And here it's kind of funny. He didn't play fast before the flop. He got a small flop.
Yeah,
and he decided he's just going to take it down. And again, he had the best hand. And he's got a lot of, people look at him as a tight player. So no one was going to, it ended up he had the best hand anyway, but...
that was kind of that stop and go move, right? He calls the big bet and then he moves all in with the raggy flop. Yeah.
I guess it's not like stop and go is a popular move when it comes to high limit games. Typically someone raises, we give them, the person with the lead bets. That's how the action normally goes. We don't have a lot of just calling and then betting in them. Normally when we're betting out into someone, it's with a situation where we got a draw on overcards, that type of thing, where we figure percentage-wise we're getting our money in anyway, and we're short enough and short stacked enough that check raise won't knock the other guy out of the pot. So we just tell them, okay, we've got overcards and a flush or straight draw. You want to pay for it? Go ahead. That's a more typical move in for a high limit player.
Pot was limped around here. After this hand, Barry, I want to ask you about what happened, if you don't mind talking about it, after the big game last week on the table.
Okay. Some raggy-looking hands. They've got we've seen lots of aces and lots of raggy-looking hands.
Yeah. Queen 9-3 here, a couple of diamonds. Seat 9 has
bad aces. One guy's Kenny's got a gut shot.
Seat 9 has Queen 4.
Yosh has ace 9 offsuit. Again, one of my least favorite hands in poker. But he does have the best hand.
Frank actually bet in here with Queen 4. We don't have it up. He led, and he has the best hand right now.
He has the best hand.
Yeah. The turn is a 10.
Okay, 10. And again, it could have filled King Jack or Jack 8. Normally you wouldn't think it would help the Jack 8. You wouldn't think a Jack 8 would be in there, but we've seen a lot worse hands being played than that.
And look at Ken Berg. He had called on the flop with 8-10, a gut shot, and a 10 comes on the turn, and he bets big on the turn, and he takes it down. Frank lays down the queen, and Yosh lays the 9 down.
And again, this is why poker is a psychological game and why poker has play to it. Ken has a tight a tight reputation. Actually, what these players, I've played with Kenny more than some of these guys, and what they fail to realize, Kenny betting is a lot less dangerous than Kenny calling. And we've seen this on the last 2 hands. He really didn't have much for his bets. But I've learned, I don't mean to repeat myself so many times, if I make a good size bet and Kenny calls me, I better give it up. But Kenny betting into me doesn't scare me near as much.
At the end of last a week, Barry. I was playing a little 2040 stud high-low, and I saw you and Johnny Chan hit the jackpot.
Well, what
at the
happened
table.
actually, I don't get paid to do this telecast except indirectly. I got to play with these guys afterwards. And
Yeah.
It was nice. I made, I don't know, 20, 30,000 a game. I can't remember. And then in addition, I had a hand right ace king, and 3 aces ended up on the board. 3 aces and a queen and an 8. And I bet Johnny played his hand pretty fast. He'd actually limped and re-raised, got me to call. I bet on the river. Johnny called me, and I was surprised. I'd just been told about this jackpot. I had 4 aces and a king was my complete hand, and I thought Johnny had a big pair. He threw his hand face down. Johnny didn't know it was a jackpot game. And then, I said, isn't there a jackpot? And then Johnny, who would never show his hand, but he's a very quick thinker. He didn't even know about the jackpot either. But as soon as someone made a hint that this was a jackpot game, he whipped over his 2 10s, and that was a jackpot. It was a $40,000 jackpot. The way they do it here at the bike, the winner of the hand gets 10%. That was me. I got an extra 10,000 out of the pot. The loser, Johnny, gets the loser of the hand gets 20. The winner gets 25%, 10,000 in this case. The loser gets 50%, so Johnny got 20,000 for losing the pot. He had lost, I think, about 7,000 on the hand, something like that. And the rest of the table splits up the other 25%. And in addition, we get an entry into $1 million drawing, where we have like 100 to 1 odds of winning the $1 million. They have the drawing Monday night. I think they have 5 drawings, and I think none of us even remembered to show up for it, for the 100 to 1 shot at $1 million.
But I thought that was pretty interesting, and I think Johnny said it was the first time he had hit a jackpot. Was it, have you had hit a bad beat jackpot before?
It was actually my second time. I feel kind of guilty. A lot of the smaller limit players saying, "Oh, that's nice. You don't need the money. You hit the jackpot." I said, "No, I could use the 10,000 too."
Yeah.
And the other time I hit it was almost more embarrassing. I had sat down in a casino to get something to eat, and I played in a very small. Sometimes I walk into a card room, and the smaller limit players say, "Come on, play a few hands with us." So I said, okay. I was just getting something to eat, so I played in like a 10 and 20 hold'em game and hit the jackpot. And again, it's a lot of these people are almost professional jackpot players, waiting for a year to hit a jackpot, and I ended up hitting one in 2 cases. I don't even play, very much in poker rooms anymore. I don't play that much poker anymore, these days, and I've hit a second jackpot. Okay, we see this flop 10 high with 2 diamonds and an ace-6 of diamonds. So, again, I typically play that hand real fast. Play it as a semi-bluff, get my chips in tournaments or side games. You've seen these guys not play play the hands as fast. Here's Bruce.
Got a flush draw. And he's going to call.
Inexperienced player. I sometimes play like that, but more typically I just move with the hand.
Well, he's actually, excuse me, Barry, he's raised. Mark led out for 1,500, and Bruce has raised to 5,200.
Okay, Mark raised a top pair. And, of course, figuring out by the odds, Mark has top pair, but Bruce has, how many odds does he have? He has 9 diamonds and 3 aces to hit here. That's 12 odds. That actually makes him a slight underdog on this hand. You can't always go, people think that outs, your direct outs tell the whole story. If he had, there are also runner outs, but we don't see many runner outs for Bruce. A 3 and a 4 give him a straight; those are runner outs, and 2 6s are his other runner outs. He doesn't have a lot. And again, if he did happen to have an ace, also the other thing to consider are redraws. Mark has the redraw of a 10 or a king if an ace happened to come. So when you take that all into consideration, Mark
lays
was
down
a slight underdog. And again, the muscle move, which was the move I would have made, I didn't see how much he raised. I usually make pretty big raises in that situation.
Well, he raised an additional...
and again, the fact I make a big raise, you may say, well, that gives away that I've got the nut flush draw, so people can play me accordingly. Well, a lot of times they're not a favorite against the nut flush draw. And there is one other hand I play very quickly there, and that's an overpair. When I see a flush draw or a straight draw and undercards and I have an overpair, I usually get my chips in pretty quickly and just get it over with. If they have a set, they take me down, But I don't want to give cheap draws. and I don't want I don't want to give the 5-out draw to the king 10, and I don't want to let the flush draw have his way with me. And if the guy doesn't have the nut flush draw, he often has to give it up too, because he has to be afraid I have the nut flush draw and that he's really in bad shape. So those are the kinds of hands I'll play very quickly.
We're getting word there that Ken and James just doubled up, and he was down on the short stack.
Well, he wasn't that short last year, so if he doubled up, he may be close to the lead.
Well, with all those guys are so close together, yeah, that would be a huge jump in his chip stat. It's like Yosh might have just limped in here with Ace King.
And it's kind of funny. Yosh now we've seen he's stuck. He's scrambling to get even. Sometimes what you see people do is play their bad hands more forcefully, trying to generate action, and they trap more with their good hands, because now they're saying, okay, this is my chance to finally get something. And so it's very, very typical scenario there. And now what happened? He got a raggy flop. I didn't see if someone took a stab.
Diablo just bet in position. He took it down.
Diablo's made a few nice bluffs. Yep. And again, these guys aren't familiar with Diablo, and he's gotten away, I think, with almost every bluff he's made. And so nobody knows but us, the viewers, and Diablo, that he's taken down some of these plots. He's actually running over the game. And it's working well for him that people are viewing him as a lower stake, inexperienced player. They don't expect that coming from that kind of player. And it's just the same type of thing. We were talking about women earlier. Any woman who does that type of thing, gets away with murder. And basically, you got Mimi Tran and Jennifer Harmon are the only women capable of those kind of plays that I've seen. And that's not surprisingly why they are the ones who make final tables of $10,000 buy-in tournaments.
Pocket aces again, this time for Bruce. He raises to 300. And Diablo's going to re-raise here, Barry, with pocket fours from seat 1.
Well,
he's going to re-raise to 1,000 with pocket fours, and he's in big trouble.
Well, 1,000's not that much for this game. What likely would happen is the aces will just take them off the hand. And he's made a dinky raise. And a lot of times, remember, I said Bruce hasn't been playing poker that long.
And
I usually make a decent-sized raise and just get the money in.
He raises it just another 1,000 there.
Right.
Just the minimum.
When somebody makes those minimum raises to me, especially an experienced player, my antennae go up, and I'm thinking aces,
Excuse me, what? Don't put that 45 on me like that, weapon. I thought you were looking to see what I had. I want to make sure.
Okay, he raised 2 more thousand. That's a little better. So he raised slightly less than the size of the pot. That actually would be a more typical tournament type raise. In a side game, I normally raise more than the size of the pot, even with aces. Like I said, I don't want to let someone that cheaply. It's not that bad here because their Diablo only has 8,000. I'm used to playing where the stacks are a little deeper relative to the pre-flop bets. So, I put in a good size raise with my aces to make sure, that 2 4s doesn't take a flop off against me, because if 2 4s does take a flop and spikes a 4, I'm going off for all my chips a lot of times. I'm not getting away from it.
See, there you go. Oh, and he makes the call, Barry. Oh, boy, he makes the call.
If he had more chips, it'd make more sense.
Yeah, because he
and now he's basically, looking at a 4. I don't think he had enough chips behind him to make that call.
Well, now you think he might make the call with the rag flop.
Well, yeah, it was a good flop for him. If he puts the other guy in ace-king, he may get tied into this. And so it all comes to poker. Now it all comes down to poker. What is his read? And so if he's going to make a $2,000 call there with only 6,000 behind,
that's a $10,000 bet here by Bruce on the turn here. 2 pink chips.
Okay, and again, Bruce is getting it over with. A reasonable bet. He's setting Diablo all in. And Diablo is now faced with a difficult decision because, he only has 60-some hundred left, it looks like to me. And so that's, he's getting 2-1 on this. And so he's got to say, Is Bruce just playing overcards and muscling me? If it is, then I'm the favorite. I'm easily getting the right odds. Or was Bruce milking me with 2 aces, which, as we foresee, he was. And it comes down to poker and reading the situation. And I don't know that Diablo has much information to go with there.
And he mucks. And he shows the aces.
And he shows the aces. And so, I would have probably just given it up before the flop of the 2 4s.
I was going to say, is Bruce the type of player that, and I've only seen him for a couple hours, but he seemed not overly, just from the amount of time I've been watching, he hasn't seemed overly aggressive. So to me, just watching in the last 2 hours, I wouldn't think he's the type of player to raise and then re-raise to another raiser just with ace-king. And that was just my impression. So, you'd think that he'd probably have an overpair at that point.
Typically what people do with ace-king in that situation, they move in. For the amount of chips that Diablo had left, and there Steve has won a lot of money.
Yeah.
And he was my pre-tournament favorite, because he is a good holding.
How many did he rebuy the first hour when you were here at all?
No,
Barry?
I don't think that he did.
So he's up like 45 grand,
he's up,
huh?
Wow. Yeah, he's almost up 45,000.
Wow,
and
that's
again,
incredible.
You're capable of winning that kind of money.
Yeah.
In this game.
That is incredible.
As I said earlier, because ace-king is a hand that most players will play very quickly and just get the money in. And that did smell of aces, and again, I'm trying to take myself out of the fact that I got to see his hand. But those small raises, that's the first thing you think of, that the guy's got aces, and not even kings, because kings, 2 kings aren't worth very much when an ace comes on the flop.
So it looks like we got our first player out in 6th place there, Kevin O'Donnell. So we've got 5 players left.
Okay, and not surprisingly, they said that's the longest it's ever taken to eliminate one player.
Yeah.
So at least all those guys will get their TV time, which is a lot of times, I think almost every one of these guys are at their first final table, so they all got some air time.
Well, I was thinking the reason why, when I first heard of the Battle of Champions last night, they were just playing for a Bellagio seat, which is worth 25 grand. And I'm thinking to myself, well, for some of these guys, that's not much. But in actuality, it's really just the opportunity to market yourself further on television, right? Another episode.
That's right. The TV time is big. It gets you the notice.
Frank has come in here for a raise with pocket 8s in seat 9 to 500. And Ken has got ace-queen offsuit here, and he's going to make the call. Looks like, Frank has position on Ken.
And again, those are both reasonable hands. Here's Kenny.
What a
we
flop.
know. Here's our trapper Kenny, who's going to give every indication that he's got. Look, he's going to give it the hard study, like he's got almost nothing, maybe a straight draw. That's his game. As we used to say. In the Midwest where I played poker, all trappers don't wear fur hats. Although he may have a toupee. I don't know.
Well, he better not hope an 8 comes. Ooh, a 7 on the turn right around there. And he checks again.
Yeah. We don't expect, like I said, with the way Kenny plays, we don't expect him ever to bet. And again, he'll probably go into a study.
So $1,500 bet here on the turn by Frank.
Yeah, going to give it the shuffle, and I'm not sure. And from Frank's point of view, what does he think Kenny has? If
he raises and he immediately mucks.
Oh, right, yeah. Kenny calling a couple times and then raising, that's a little scarier than Kenny leading out or Kenny having the lead. And again, Frank didn't have much hand, 2 8s. Couldn't beat even the second pair or 9. Very likely Frank was done with that. It probably was a good raise for, you might say, why didn't Kenny slow play again? Well, I have a feeling, especially if Frank's played enough with Kenny, he was done with the hand after betting on the turn.
Well, we always like to say, it's difficult to slow play in that spot when you're out of position on the turn, because what is he going to do? Check all the turn and then just bet the river? I mean, you got to put money
check
in
again. At some point. What I was trying to get to is Frank was probably not going to bet the river, and so Kenny, by not raising there, would have been giving a free card of an 8, which could have cost him a lot of money there. So Kenny made a good play raising. I don't think trapping for a second time would have really done him any good.
Well, again, folks, this is PokerBlue.com's live whale game, which is a web broadcast made every Wednesday night. It's the world's biggest night in poker each week, from 6 to 10 o'clock on Wednesdays Pacific time. Right here at the Bicycle Casino in Bell Gardens, California, the whale game features high-stakes players from the worlds of poker, sports, and entertainment, and individual pots that can reach as much as $30,000, and we've almost seen those pots that big here tonight, Barry. So, of course, you can go to PokerBlue.com, and you can check out their Big Fat Weekly Free Roll, which is if you play 4 hours a week at a 1-2 or higher, 1-2 limit, or any no limit or higher, you qualify for that free roll. And they had several people that qualified for a Legend seat. through their website. Come down. And some of their free rolls only had about 20 people in them, Barry. Guy qualified for them in July with 20 people in the tournament. Got a legend seat for winning the tournament as a free roll. So check it out.
Sounds like a pretty good deal. Maybe
Yeah.
I should have been over there. Anyway, his couple hands look like poker hands. Jack 10 of clubs, 10 8 of spades. Got a hole in there. As long as it's not too expensive, might take a shot with that. And that's what it boiled down to. Eric, we haven't heard much from Eric. He folded the king deuce of clubs, but he would have hit gold on this one.
Eric's really been playing the tightest at the table, hasn't he?
Well, we haven't seen much from Moshe either. The few guys we haven't seen.
Which night do you think they don't play?
Frank bets there with Jack 10, a gut shot to the queen.
Yeah, he had a
takes it
gut
down.
shot, and I assume he had the lead on the hand, and just continued on with a normal bet on the flop.
What do you think about Kenneth James play? You had the opportunity to play with him at a couple tournament
I
tables.
played with him once or twice a couple years ago, and actually, I can't remember. I think he's had some decent results. I think he's a decent player, but I don't have any strong feel for his game. But he's had enough good results, and I don't think he travels around to all the tournaments. A lot of people are so used to seeing. They see who comes in the tournaments, and they immediately say, "Well, those are the guys who are the best players, the best tournament players." But we don't get to know who played in all the events and didn't cash. I don't think Kenneth travels all around the world playing the tournaments like some of the players. And even I played in a lot of the big tournaments the last few years. I didn't do that well in Season 3. I don't think I made a final in Season 3 of the WPT. Yet I played either Season 2 or Season 3. I played in every one of the events. And so, it's just not fair to evaluate just on who cashes. Because we don't get an accurate, what the percentage of cashing is much more
Well, of course,
important.
Tim Fan is still there, and he's had a pretty hot
And that World Series
last few
result,
months.
and now this, yeah. And Tim's a dangerous player. Plays on the internet, plays here in the cash games. He's got that right combination of, he's an action player, and he's a dangerous player. I heard he got a lot of his chips with a really good call on, second or third pair against some guy who was bluffing. He's... Timmy would be a good tournament player if he played a lot of tournaments, and we're seeing it the last couple of months.
I don't like these.
Ooh, here we go. Steve's got pocket aces, and he makes it 600 to go from seat 4.
Well, the rich get richer, I guess.
And Eric, who has been playing pretty tight, he makes a smooth call with king-queen offsuit, which we like sometimes to say is kind of a trap hand and no limit. If you hit your hand, sometimes you're dominated and don't really know where you're at.
It's a dangerous hand to play in no limit, but Eric hasn't. I don't think Eric's had much to play today.
So we're going to see 5-way action. It's a $3,000 pot already.
Okay, and Eric's going to lose a lot of chips
here
on
we
this
go.
hand at this point.
Queen 9-3
of different suits, because you don't expect him to play his hand too slowly, because that could leave straight draws in there.
And Steve bets
Steve,
3,500.
Again, Steve plays enough hands that if I were Eric and I had Eric chips, I'd move in.
And there you go. He moves all in.
And that's what he's doing. And it's just, I guess we can say maybe he shouldn't have played the king-queen to begin with, but, whatever. It didn't work out this time. And again, once he hit the queen, if you're going to play it, you're going to go broke on it for the amount of chips Eric had.
He's only has about 5,000 more.
Right. Of course. Well, I'm saying he's going broke, but let's not forget he does have 5 outs on the hand.
Right. Could catch
3
a king
kings
or
or
a
2 queens.
Turns a 5, and the river's a king. Look at that. He makes it. He spikes the 2 pair. Wow.
Well, so maybe king queen wasn't so bad.
Yeah.
That's just plain results. He got himself into a hole and was lucky enough to get out.
Yep. Well, Steve's won a lot of money tonight, so obviously that one.
And again,
hurts.
at no limit, I am always looking for, even Steve. He's ahead. He's the big winner of our game. He just had a really unlucky, a really bad beat on the river there. And, if I'm playing against him, I factor that in and say, if I'm right on the edge, I'm more likely to call him on the next hand than I am to fold. If I think there's a chance he might be bluffing, he might be trying to get that money back. Eric, on the other hand, if he bets at me, he'll probably get away with the bluff because he had his head hanging out the window, and he got pulled back in.
So Steve got a little bit unlucky there, but again, he's up well over 30,000 for the night.
I think there are 3 players.
Ooh, pocket aces again, Barry. This time Eric has him in seat 5. He just won the hand. Wow.
Yeah, well, what's the probability of that? It's more than, you get aces 1 in every 221 hands, but it's actually more probable than that because once someone doesn't have it, you're more likely to have it. So, I think we're seeing them more than we would rate to in a 9-handed game in a 9-handed game. But, if we'd been seeing pocket kings that much, then we'd be remarking about how pocket kings are coming up all the time. So it's always easy to see these amazing things that are happening against the probabilities, but we don't know which amazing thing it was going to be until it comes up. So
Diablo calls here with 7-2 spades. King Jack.
Well, Diablo's shown he'll play some hands, but again, we know it. I don't think everyone's onto it yet. But Diablo has a vast repertoire of starting hands. And here's Yosh. How's he going to get away from top pair? It's top pair that's not as good a top pair as usual because typically you hit top pair and you have the worst hand. You've got, you have a 5-outer or maybe a 3-outer. You have to hit your kicker. Here it's only a 2-outer because his kicker's no good. He's got to hit, one of 2 kings to draw it on Eric. And again, Eric. Remember, I said I'm going to give Eric credit for having a good hand. I hope Yosh factors that in because Eric did win the last pot. He hasn't been playing money hands. And Yosh did make the good laydown. And again, it's good. We got to see Yosh make a good play here. This is something that you expect from a higher limit player. And I wouldn't be surprised if Yosh would have called Eric if Eric had lost the previous hand. But and here's Diablo. He's actually thinking of taking a shot at this flop.
Boy, he's in.
And he doesn't have enough chips to do much.
Yep.
And he's not just posturing. We've seen that he's capable. Apparently, 7 deuce is his hand. That wasn't that the hand that he went with 7 deuce of diamonds. The hand he bluffed Yosh out of the time before. I think it was. So, you know how some people have a favorite hand. I guess this is Diablo's. I would recommend as he gets more experience, he come up with a better favorite hand.
Well, like you
preferably
said,
Eric's. The hand Eric's holding is a better favorite hand to have.
Oh, here we go, Barry.
Diablo
He's going to come over
take
the
a
top.
shot, totally drawing dead.
Like we said, I mean, Eric.
But wait, remember, Eric doesn't know what we know, and Eric has to make a read on whether Diablo would do this without a jack. It was a 3-way pot. He saw Yosh hesitate. The hesitation might have been a king, but it's hard to fold 2 aces.
Yeah, he's going to call.
In some sense, Diablo got. It was not a bluff. I would have tried. Is Diablo going to even show his hand? Oh,
there's 1 spade, Barry. Oh, and the river's a 5.
Yeah.
Wow.
Diablo did get some out. Yosh would have won the hand with the king. So it's too bad Yosh wasn't the guy who took the stab.
Yeah.
Well.
Well, what I was going to say, Barry, was that, I mean, Diablo making a move there, that's all fine and good, but Eric with aces, Diablo Eric bets 2,000, and Diablo check raises him for maybe 5,500, and I don't just think it's enough to get the guy with aces off the hand. Right?
Well, it wasn't enough.
Yeah.
And, there were other things. There was a 2 flush up there. Eric had reason to Eric could come up with many hands he could beat, and the only hand that was going to beat him pretty much was Diablo having a jack.
Well, it looks like someone's posted up the 8 Pacific time chip count, so I guess that's about an hour. I'm a little bit confused because I think someone on 2+2 is either in the bike posting live chip counts up or they're going on Card Player, but they say that Kenna James is in first place with 2.2 million. Alex Connor is with 1.8, Jack Minter with 1.7, Tim Fan with 1.5, and Todd Phillips with 1 million.
Still, pretty even for this long into the match.
And from what I remember, Barry, last year the thing was over by now. I think it was over an hour ago. Last year's Legends went really quick, the main event. Doyle against
that was the one,
Lee Watkins, yeah.
Right.
I think Antonio wants to get in this game better, and that would be great to get him in the game.
Yeah, because Antonio's a really talkative guy.
Yeah.
People, a lot of people like that type of stuff on television.
Check here on the flop. Eric against Diablo.
Yeah, Diablo's got a king 3 offsuit. If 7-2 was already in his repertoire, there's not much place to expand it from this point, but I'm expecting that we will see a lot of hands from Diablo, and I wouldn't be surprised if he misses that $5,000 whatever, the one table satellite or whatever they were talking about.
Yeah, that shootout. I think it already started.
Yeah, that shootout. Yeah, they may have to do without Diablo.
Well, again, Barry, we've seen Diablo play, or I've seen him play a lot in the games we usually do on Friday nights, which is 10-20, no limit, unrestricted buy-in. And this is pretty typical of the way he plays. I mean, you wouldn't characterize it as totally solid. He mixes it up with a lot of hands. He gambles it up a lot. But we've got a lot of people that come and play no limit who gamble it up a lot. You know, a lot of guys who have money on the side are here just to have fun. They're not necessarily pros.
Right.
And,
Well, except for that last play, he's gotten away with it. This is a guy who, will lose that image eventually once these guys get used to him, and then he'll have trouble. But right now, except for that last 7-deuce play, which, again, it wasn't a good decision on his part. I think we can say that, not just because Eric had aces, but we have to factor in Eric's been a pretty solid player, and he got lucky and won the previous hand. There was too much working against him that you need to factor in, too many psychological factors that were working into not trying to bluff Eric. And as you said correctly, he also really didn't have enough chips to blow him off, let's say, top pair at that point, which would have been a typical hand he was trying to move.
I think that Diablo raised out of the small blind here with ace-5 offsuit. He made it 300, and the blinds are 5,100. So,
well, Diablo's going to be raising a lot of hands from this point on. And, again, if Mark's watching, Mark's got top pair and a straight draw. Yosh has top pair and a good kicker. I don't think Diablo's going to be getting away with much anymore, because these guys should be sharp enough to realize he's stuck. He tried to bluff. I don't know if that 7-deuce got turned over. If it did, it would totally wake people up. If Diablo was able to conceal it. But even still, what did he have? A king came, that other hand, 2 kings and 2 jacks were up there. People know he didn't have much for his previous play. So here's Mark, and we haven't seen that much from Mark lately, making a play. Now Yosh was in a tough situation. He easily had the best hand, but there was a bet and a raise. Is that right?
Diablo bet and Mark raised.
Tens with a king kicker went down in value. Diablo obviously had nothing to do, and Mark made a nice play. He hasn't been playing many hands. The players have to give him respect, and sometimes I wish I had that kind of respect. At the poker table and at home with my children.
It's kind of tough over there for Yosh to call there with a bet and a raise with King 10, like you said. I mean,
right.
King 10 is only King 10.
And I think he's looking at Mark as a pretty tight player at this point.
Well, the first thing I made a mistake was I pushed all in with 100 all in.
And again, Eric has played a very, very solid brand of poker tonight.
Yeah, just from a human nature standpoint, I would have been curious what would have happened if he'd have lost that king-queen hand and now been stuck in the game. How much that would have changed him. And, for most players, that would have made a difference from this point on. Eric's now, he won that pot. Now he had the 2 aces. He won a big pot. Eric's well ahead of the game, and I have a feeling he's not used to playing this big. And so I expect him to hold on to his chips. I didn't see how he got in with this ace-9 offsuit.
He was in the blind.
Okay, and again, Diablo
big
got a nice flop for his queen-9 of hearts. This is now has gone up to category 1 hand for Diablo to get some relatively big cards with only 2 gaps between them suited.
Suited, absolutely.
That's a big hand for Diablo. He's used to playing 5 gappers. He's down to a 2 gapper.
You know, there's a fellow that goes by the name of Jesus that plays in our game on Friday nights. I'd love to have him get in this game. He's a big Mexican poker player, and I don't know if you ever...
You sure it's not Jesus?
Well, it is Jesus, but we call him Jesus. But
Okay.
the Jesus, actually. And I don't know if you ever played Mexican poker, but that is a big gambling game. And, boy, if you picked up something like Queen 9 suited, all the money's going in.
Well, maybe that explains. Diablo told me. I actually talked to all the players before the game. I didn't know Diablo, and he said he played Mexican poker for many years.
Yeah.
And judging by the hands, well, I guess you just explained it. He's still playing Mexican poker.
Right.
I don't mean that as an ethnic slur in any way, of course.
Yeah.
But he's playing some values that that are a little under what most people would recommend. And he is an inexperienced player. He said he's only been playing regular Hold'em for less than a year, and he's playing at bigger stakes than he's used to playing. And now he's stuck. So lots of things are working to his advantage. And as the players get more and more used to him, and right now Diablo has become the Will Rogers of poker. I don't think he's going to see a hand he doesn't like.
Well, he's got ace-4 of diamonds this time, a monster.
Right. Well, no, at least he does have a hand that that I'd play also.
Makes it 400 to go.
And again, he's overbetting. I wouldn't raise in for that much with that kind of hand. I want to get played with that hand and flop a flush draw, or get a flush against a smaller flush. 300 would be a more typical raise for myself. So what happened there? He won $150 on that hand.
Yep.
After losing. You just saw him lose about 10 to 15,000 straight. Picking up 150 isn't very satisfying.
He says it. Diablo's on tilt, guys.
Yeah. Well. At least you're an honest man, Diablo. That counts for something. Yeah, and Diablo, I played with him one of the tournaments. Actually, he busted my son Joe out of the tournament, so I teased him and said I'm going to say bad things about him on the webcast. But he seemed like a real gentleman, a real nice guy, win or lose. And kind of a fun guy, He's having a good time at the poker table. This isn't what he does for a living.
Barry, what's the biggest no-limit cash game you've played in before in terms of blind size?
Well, we normally play 1 and 2,000 blinds in our game. We play 2 and 4,000. And at first you may say, well, 1 and 2,000, of course, is a lot bigger than this and sounds big to everyone at home. But it wouldn't. But our game is absurd, really, because we also play it with 1,000 ante. So
Wow.
Probably the only place you ever see the ante equal to the small blind. So we play a game that has a lot of stealing a late position.
Yeah.
And when we play with 100 cap, it's basically one raise and someone moves in. So it takes a lot of the play out of the game.
Because of the 100,000 cap.
Yeah, but the reason we play that way is we're all too lazy. We should be playing like 500, 1,000 to make it comparable to our other games. But we're all too lazy to have $500 chips in our game. We like just having $1,000 chips in the game. So that's the way we play it. It's not really much for poker and doesn't give us much practice. We actually used to not even play No Limit Hold'em until about a year ago because we wanted some practice for the tournaments once tournament poker got big. So it's only come into our game recently, and it's really a bastardized form of the game the way we play it.
Oh, you actually play it in your mixed games?
We play it in our mixed games.
Really?
Yeah,
Wow.
I don't play any No Limit cash games,
Yeah.
just straight No Limit. I used to, when I was younger, play No Limit every day. And in those days, I probably played something like this, 50, 100 blinds, or maybe 25, 50 blinds with a $2,000 blind. So, that was probably the size of the game I played when I was in my 20s and 30s.
Mark is bet here with ace-10 top pair, and Bruce has called them in C8 with a flush draw, 5-3 of spades. Diablo mucks the ace-3, and the turn is a queen.
It may seem natural to call there with a 5-3 of spades. As usual, I didn't follow all the action on this hand. But again, it's one of those hands where spade comes and you make it. It's going to be hard to get paid off unless there's a bigger flush draw, in which case you're going to go busted or you're going to lose a lot of chips. And at this point, Mark with the ace-10, there's so many draws out there. Of course, he's afraid that someone had a jack-9 and made a straight. He still, if he had the lead, has to make a move at this pot, and it's easier for us to say because we know no one made the straight. But I think he has to find out where he is and take, from his point of view, take the pot down now. Most likely betting here and just checking on the river afterwards if he gets called. And it looks like that's what he's going to do. We've seen pretty decent, solid play from Mark.
That's it. That's what they get it.
he's grabbing a lot of chips. It looks like, for my way of thinking, he might be overbetting. If he bet 2 handfuls of chips, that would have been too much. Just a good, 2/3 the size of the pot.
It's like 1,600.
Yeah, again, that's a decent bet, and Bruce making a good judgment lay down. 1 card to go. Except there's one play available to him. Calling would have definitely been the wrong play, but if he would have been able to accurately read that Mark was making a feeler bet, trying to see where he was, making him pay, he could have made a semi-bluff and just moved in. It would have been virtually impossible for Mark to make the call there.
And those guys are probably pretty deep in chips where if he makes that move, obviously, he has enough chips to move seat number
right, and that's the psychology of the game, and it's certainly a play that's a very typical play in a guy like Phil Ivey's repertoire. If you wonder why he's getting a hold of chips, it's those kind of plays. And, again, it's a play that I'm going to make, but it's more difficult a play to make if you don't have a good read on the person you're playing with. Because you may be up against a guy who was actually value betting a big hand there, or trying to just keep people in the pot. And if you make that mistake, you move in. Well, it's not the end of the world. At least you have a flush draw.
You're not really kicking me.
Okay.
Yeah, one other read that I haven't gotten into, but I noticed I've played on these kind of tables where you place your 2 cards on the table. But I've noticed that some people with big hands, and I don't know if we can see it again, it's hard for me to view this. Some people will proudly leave their 2 cards on the table with a big hand, and then there are other people who give away when they're not going to play the hand by taking it off the mirror. I notice people to my left, if they're putting their cards on the mirror, on the glass there, and then they're taking it, they're getting ready to throw their hand away. They know they're not going to be in the hand. It's kind of like guys, especially guys who play on the internet, who push the fold button already.
Right.
And we have so many people who are so experienced playing on the internet. That's what they're showing me with their motions. So I may be in middle position, but I actually think I've got the button because I already see 3 guys are going to fold.
Bruce raised here in early position with pocket 5s, and we got a couple of callers, and Steven called on the button with ace-king. Flop is 10-10 deuce, couple of spades. Bruce is actually in the lead here still with pocket 8s, pocket 5s.
Well, again, you mean in the lead that he has the best hand.
Best
so it's
hand,
confusing.
right.
When I talk about the lead, I usually am talking about the betting lead. Who was bet before the flop.
He is in the betting lead.
And if he's in the betting lead also, I still, in this case, it's not a bad flop for 2 5s. I'd take a bet at it. And, of course, I wouldn't want to be moved. I'd be moved off my hand by someone with a flush draw. But and we know Diablo's going. Diablo's going with everything at this point. Nice flop for him. Now you might say I'm joking, but actually I'm not. Just the fact that 2 cards are paired leaves less pairs for other people to hit. So for Diablo, I think we've already seen it with the king and 2 jacks flop. To him, it's a good flop if they're 2 card pairs and gives him a chance to bluff. And again, he's not. You may say, is he wasting our time? I think he's giving this one up, but I thought he was giving up a couple others. This time he did. He did.
Well, like you were talking about, Bruce actually had the lead. He had raised pre-flop, and with a couple of callers here, that flop isn't the worst thing I could see with pocket 5s. But he chose to check it, and he let Steven bet him off the hand.
And Steve bet him off. Steve thought he had the best hand with ace king, and again, Steve thought, well, yeah, it didn't hit me, but it probably didn't hit anyone else, and I'm about to find out if I have the best hand. Steve, at this point, if you asked him, would say, well, yeah, probably nobody had me beat. Nobody. You don't expect anyone to hit the deuce, and obviously no one hit the 10, or they'd have still been in. And he picked up what he thought was his pot to begin with. But one thing that didn't make sense to me is that you said that the 2 5s had the betting lead. That would have surprised me. I didn't watch the action. That if the 2 5 raised, why didn't Steve with the ace king, plenty of chips, doing well?
That's what I was saying.
Take another play at him. I mean, you may be right, and again,
yeah.
He may have smooth called, but I'm surprised that he did. So, I know we get to see some hands up here on the screen. If they're all accurate, we're going to have some action. There's an ace king, there's a pair of queens.
Diablo's got queens, and he's raised.
And Diablo, he's finally got a hand. And actually, he's an underdog against he was an underdog, the ace queen and king, until the ace came up, or at least about even, because there's another queen out. He can't make 3 queens. But with an ace out of the deck also, the 2 queens is still a slight favorite.
And Yosha's re-raised here with ace-king on the button at 3,600, and I wouldn't be surprised to see Diablo push here.
Well, obviously, at this point, especially with the chips they have, the ace-king and the 2 queens are going to get their money in the middle, and we're going to see who wins.
And it's probably going to be about an $11,000 to $12,000 pot, as Diablo had about $6,000, I believe, at the start of the hand.
And both of these guys, these are our two scramblers who happen to both finally pick up real poker hands.
Yep.
So, you know, they were going to play this even if they had chips. And one of these guys is going to go further into the Twilight Zone, or, you know, is going to be expanding his play even a little more after this hand. And one of the guys will get a little bit of a reprieve. And so Yosh is, of course, he's under. He's promoting saving 2,000.
Yep.
And I don't know if Diablo's gone for it. He knows, he may know he's a favorite. He may not.
Diablo says no. 7
no,
deuce
Diablo
4.
went for it, and it was a wise choice.
3 on the turn.
But if a 5 comes, he'll wish he did.
Oh, 4 on the river.
It was a 2 across, but that was a 4, not a 5.
Yep. Yosh could have picked up an ace and king
or
or a
we say in
5.
our game, a spinning 2 across, meaning there are 2 spots if you squeeze the card from the side.
Yeah, Diablo actually doesn't, and it's true because sometimes they'll run those variance deals when someone's on a big draw at the river in our big game. They'll run the river a couple times, 2 or 3 times, and Diablo doesn't do that. He doesn't do it. And,
well, I don't do it either. Almost everyone in the big game does it, and the reason they do it is they have this idea that since they're the best player in their mind, we have all these guys who think they're great players. They want, when it's just a mathematical thing where it's just all the money's in, they say, well, if I'm the best player, I want to cut down my variance by running it out and getting close to my equity on the pot. I'm the only one in the big game who doesn't ever do it. And the reason I don't do it is I don't like these guys with flush draws and straight draws feeling they can just get their money in and get their equity back by running it 2 or 3 times.
Right.
I want people to be afraid of me, and they all know, and even in the big game, they know if you get your money in against me, you're not going to get a chance to get half your money back. It's all or nothing. And the other reason I don't do it is whether it's true or not, I like to think I steam less than some of the other players. So I think it's right for me to take the loss or the big loss or the big win. When I get the big loss, I like to think that I have better control, and so I won't go off for a big number, whereas my opponents will.
Well, here's an interesting play here. Now, Eric, who's played squeaky tight all night, he's brought it in for a raise with ace-jack for 600, and Yosh makes a call here with ace-4 of diamonds.
Well, he's trying to win a big pot, and Yosh just lost another pot. We don't expect Yosh to be laying down ace-4 diamonds. Now, I'm surprised he brought it in for 600. That's a pretty big bring-in. 6 times the big blind certainly isn't what you expect, and if you do see it, it's normally with ace-king is what I see someone bring in like that, my first thought is ace-king.
Well, king 10-3 here.
And so, well, it doesn't matter. Yosh didn't hit anything, and Eric hit a gut shot. And again, expect Eric to lead since he, bet on the turn since he had it. And Yosh has nothing he can do with it. He can do here. He's going to have to give it up. But apparently,
yep, there you go.
And again, you might say, what was Yosh even thinking about? And, he probably gave it a fleeting thought. We know Yosh wants to play now. He's had a lot of things happen. He's lost He's lost 3 props to Steve Wolf and Frank. He's been losing all these pots. Finally picked up ace-king, got that beat too. And I'm sure he gave it a fleeting thought that is there any chance that Eric had a pair of queens, jacks, or nines or something like that, and I can move him off his hand. And so that was probably why he took a little time before giving up. If he had somehow gone with that read, he might have taken a shot. We've obviously seen Diablo take shots with a lot less to go on than that. But, really didn't have much ace-4 diamonds. No reason to suspect Eric, who's been a real solid player, that he didn't have, like I say, an ace-king and was going with it.
And now Yosh has raised with 10-7 suited, a hand that earlier in the night we probably wouldn't even have seen him play.
Right, and again, 4 times the big blind. And strategically, of course, we've all been there trying to get some action. But I don't over-raise on these hands, even if I am stuck in steaming and trying to get some action, because, I'll get some money, raise 3 times, get someone to play, maybe take the pot away on the flop, or maybe get lucky and hit something good. And I see you've got some information there about the real event.
We're down to 4. Todd Phillips is out in 5th place, as Kenneth James apparently flopped a set, and Todd basically made his move with pocket 7s with a 10-3-5 board, and Kenneth had a set of 3s. So there you go.
I'm getting someone with a weird phone number calling me. I'm going to take my headset off just in case it's someone at the table.
Okay.
$1 go up. $1. Small blinds here.
Frank has raised to 500 here from the button with King Jack offsuit. And Diablo is going to re-raise here. Frank is raised with King Jack offsuit from the button. Diablo's going to re-raise here with pocket nines from the small blind. Was that Eric Lindgren on the phone?
No, that was Eric Cloutier calling me.
Okay, there you
and he said that a friend of his is listening to Live at the Bike. And actually, I played with Eric Cloutier, and he wasn't a tight player when I played with him in a tournament. He was actually given action. And he said a friend of his just called and told him I'm calling him a tight player. For some people, those are fighting words, you know. A lot of times you see these guys say, "I'm not a tight player. What do you call me a tight player? Let's see who's a tight player." And Eric, and Eric, had a friend. I guess I challenged his manhood there, and Eric said he just hasn't been getting anything to play. So do not label Eric Cloutier as a tight player. He's younger. He's bigger than I am. I don't want him getting too mad at me. And he's a good guy from what I've seen. And actually, he's been a pretty good player from what we've seen. He hasn't done anything out of line. And in this game, where you have so much garbage being played, you might as well play some good values and get into some of these good situations. So I don't think Eric's done anything wrong. And I just really what it comes down to is it's very hard. When we're looking at these hands up there to see all the hands they're throwing away.
It is. No, and that's totally something that...
it may be exactly that Eric's getting the hands that Diablo is making plays with, so and doesn't have that same versatility. And Diablo's actually got a pair here. We know he's going.
Well, Eric has ace-queen offsuit.
Okay, he just called me and told me he isn't a tight player, so we know he's not throwing ace-queen down because that would... go against what he just...
and they're actually talking about that at the table, Barry. He said, I called Barry and told him I wasn't a tight player.
This man is very smart, so he's trying to put me on kill, and I was maybe mad.
Oh, a set of fours for Diablo.
Well, and this is...
Unfortunately, no one really has much to call him here with Barry to take a lot of heat with. 4-3-10. And I'm getting a real-time note passed to me by a producer that just came from the WPT room that Kenna James is the chip leader and Tim Fan just busted out. So they're down to 3? They're down to 3. Wow.
Well, Kenna, he flopped a set of threes. Again, I don't know what the blinds were, but he called apparently a big raise to see the flop. Well, maybe not. And, flopped a set of threes. That was a key hand for him that knocked out... Todd Phillips in 4th place.
Well, it looks like
in 5th place, and now they're down to 3.
Looks like that Diablo either bet the flop or raise.
Well, let's see what Diablo is doing. One thing again that an inexperienced player will tend to do, although it would be the right thing. He's got Eric drawing dead.
He bet it pretty hard there, Barry.
Yeah, well, it might have actually been a reasonable thing to do. Normally you don't play your sets that quickly. But I would have felt worse for his poker career if when he has nothing, he makes no move at all. But when he has the joint like this, he makes no move at all. When he has nothing, he's always out there betting. It doesn't take too long to get a line on a guy who plays like that. So Diablo did bet, which he should, if he's going to be betting that garbage also. And I'm sure you remember the hand where he made the bluff against Eric. He was hoping Eric had something, was going to pay him off. Unfortunately for him, Eric just had 2 overcards.
Now Steven has dropped down, I believe, maybe 10 grand since the last chip count that we did.
Right. Well, remember we did see Steve lose a pot. He lost that pot to Eric, where Eric spiked the king on the river.
King queen against aces. Yeah. So there you go. And Diablo's been in his pocket more than 3 or 4 times. We know that. In seat 1, he's hovering right around the buy-in amount.
But Diablo just picked up a pot there. He probably has more than we just saw on the screen.
Yeah, why slow play your monsters if you're going to bet your garbage too, right? Why not try to get paid off?
Right. Well, sets are kind of like a special category. What you shouldn't do is slow play your top pair or your over pairs if you're betting garbage. You can still often get away with slow playing your sets because those don't come up very often, and people, aren't going to put you on a set most of the time. So, but still, if you're a guy who's betting everything, you don't want all of a sudden check because that's going to, raise suspicion. Also, small bet, value bet might get someone to think you're taking another stab at the pot.
Mark has raised here from the button to 700 with King Queen, and Eric has called. It looks like under the gun with Ace Jack offsuit in seat 5. Action is on Ken Berg. He's got 5-3 offsuit. I don't even know what he's thinking about here.
Kenny Berg? Well, you remember Kenny could once in a while do something with nothing. Kenny's a sharp guy, really is, and he hasn't played a hand for a long time. And let's face it, if he raises here, no one's going to call him. And even those hands, we've seen people play ace-jack here like that's a real big hand. It's not a big hand to me, especially no limit with no antes at all. I don't like that hand. I wouldn't be calling it as freely as they are. We haven't seen people getting that much trouble with it, but to me, that's the hand that I want my opponents calling me with.
Right, it's almost like something like King-Queen. It's a hand that can be dominated. If you hit your card, you don't really know where you're at. So the action's on Diablo now here with 7-5 offsuit. He's going to muck. And we are going to be heads up, ace-jack against King-Queen. Probably some of the two tightest players on the table here going heads up.
Well, and in this situation, you expect the player who had the betting lead before the flop to take it down with a half the pot size, 2/3 the pot size bet at this point. But again, these guys haven't been that experienced. We've been seeing people giving a lot of free cards.
Eric checks from up front. Mark, the original raiser, who has the betting lead, looks like he's going to bet from the button.
And I was told Mark's a decent player, and this is a very normal thing to do, where he's in position, he had the betting lead. No one's looking at him as a guy who's playing too many hands. And, you should pick it up right here. Small flop. He has no reason to believe that flop would scare me if Diablo was in, but certainly no reason to think that Eric hit any piece of that.
And he takes it down. There you go. Funny thing about Kenneth James that I always thought was interesting was that he's got the cowboy garb, the Texas hat, and the boots, but he's actually from Michigan.
Yeah, I've never thought of him as a cowboy.
No. Well, you wear that big hat and those leather chaps and those boots. I don't know what kind of. He's a great friend to Live at the Bike. He's been on the show many times.
I heard he's real popular announcer. And all I can tell you about him is he's always been a real nice guy. Whenever I've talked to him, I just know him as a person more than a poker player. He seems to be a nice guy.
Yosh is straddled here, and Kenny Berg has picked up pocket aces under the gun. Going to make it 500 to go.
And again, we know Kenny's a trapper. One reason, again, that I have a different style than his, by raising with all my hands when I come in, I get played with when I get my big hands too. That's my strategy. Kenny, his strategy is let other people dictate the action. Let them try to push him around. And he pushed his hands in, so he must have made some nominal raise.
Yeah, he made it 500 to go there, and no one called him.
Again, people expect Kenny has good values.
Pocket kings. Boy, and pocket jacks, Barry.
Okay, we see some big hands coming up. They're not on the screen yet. You know it, but I guess the viewers don't know it yet, right?
Yeah.
But I can tell you, just counting numbers on the screen, the 2-seat, which I think was Mark, because it has pocket jacks, and he's going to go off for something here if he doesn't hit a jack, because the 5-seat, Eric Cloutier, not a tight player.
Sorry
for his
about
friend
that,
out there. But he's going to look like a tight player with this thing. So two guys.
Two guys got pocket jacks.
Now, this is sweet if you can ever get this to happen. Have two different players with pocket jacks. Yosh, who we know is never getting away, he's stuck. Mark's been snugger, and there might be enough action for Mark to get away, depending on how much he has in chips from his two jacks. And then here's the sweetest situation you can ever get in, is an overpair against two of the same underpair. Like if you lie in bed thinking how you can get cold decks to let you win a tournament, you think of aces against two different guys with pairs of kings.
Well, Mark brings it in for a raise.
Version of that.
And Eric re-raises.
And then Eric's not even going to see an ace on the flop, probably because two different guys have bad aces, and they're most likely, even if all the money doesn't go in before the flop, which I suspect it will.
Well, Yosh quickly mucks the pocket jacks to the re-raise. Wow.
Well, again, the second guy with pocket jacks had a chance to get away. I'm surprised Yosh did, especially because I think he only had 5,000 in front of him, which was a lot to start, but it's not so much anymore because the stacks have been getting built up.
So it's 1,100 more from Mark. He brought it in for 600, I believe, and got raised to 1,700 straight.
So again, remember I said earlier, I actually raise more than that because I also raise more with my ace queens and ace kings and things like that. This is a scary raise. An 1,100 raise is much less than the size of the pot. And again, when someone makes a raise like that, I start thinking to myself, does the guy have aces? That's the first thing I think of. Why is he letting me in so cheap? And Mark is obviously, he's thinking that also. He's got three options here. Calling, which is certainly a reasonable option. Folding, which is hard to do for only 1,100, what we know is the right play, especially with two jacks having been thrown away also. And moving all in, which again, wouldn't be that unreasonable a move. Two jacks is a pretty good hand. But he thinks, although Eric is claiming to be a loose player, none of us have seen this loose play out of Eric.
And Mark smooth calls, and it's a raggy board, so you wonder if he's going to be able to get away from it.
So this is, again, tougher for him to get away from.
Yeah. So the pot now is about $4,000. Eric is first to act, and to rub it in, Eric's got a backdoor diamond draw. He's got the king of diamonds in his hand. So you have
the main
covered.
thing is that Mark doesn't.
Right.
The diamond draw is not going to. I guess it could come diamond and then jack of diamonds on the river, and Mark would still win in that, or Eric would still win in that one case.
But remember, all the jacks are dead here.
No, but that's true.
Yeah.
So that's not going to happen either. But so the diamond draw, in some sense, is immaterial except for killing action.
Right. And Eric has led here, and the only way that Mark could escape with the money, because the cards that we know are dead, would be some sort of running straight combination to chop the pot.
Or folding, and that's the
Right,
main way he's going to have to escape. And again, that's I can't say I would do it with 4,000 in a pot. Looks like Mark's got another 6,000 or 7,000 behind. It's a difficult decision. The key hand for me in this tournament that I got knocked out of, that they're playing the final table, I had two jacks and people bet aggressively, and I folded them, and the two hands were 10s and 8s, and I would have won a monstrous pot the second day and been in good shape. So.
It looked like Mark only threw in about $2,000 into a $4,000 pot, so he bets pretty light here on the flop, and it's a $6,000 pot, $2,000.
No, I thought you're saying that Eric bet right now?
Eric has bet, out from early position here.
He bet, you're saying he only bet 2,000?
Bet about 2,000 into a $4,000
So he's still trying to milk
pot.
him. He's trying to lose him, and which is certainly the right play at this point, because especially what happens in this case by betting this 2,000 into the 4,000 pot. Again, Mark has sailed. He's just trying to bet the cheapest amount to find out where he is. Let's say with an ace king or ace queen. Again, I would not be critical of Mark for raising all in with his two jacks at this point. Reading that bet is just a testing bet. So it's a good bet by Eric for this particular situation. If you had bet 4,000 or set Mark in, again, it's one of those reverse things. If he had bet 4,000 or 6,000, I might say that he's trying to move me off my hand. He's got ace king, and so I'm going to call him. So it's a double think thing. So, Mark, actually, Eric may have underbet in both cases, and given Mark the information that he wants him.
Well,
and if Mark reads it that way, he'll fold. But it's not surprising that Mark's sitting here.
Right, he seems really
for 3 minutes.
Here.
It's just a really tough decision. There's no doubt about that for anyone. You get an overpair, jacks is a decent hand. The fact is, Eric would be betting 10s or 9s. Could be betting the same way. Actually, he probably wouldn't. If he had 10s or 9s, he'd probably raise for more before the flop. If he was going to raise, would have probably bet more here. So it really comes down to this is ace king or aces or kings. It's those kind of hands, and anything on Mark's part would be reasonable. He has a chance to make a really nice fold, or a totally understandable. I wouldn't call. I would move in here. I would either move in or fold. And people are asking who Eric is. No, just because T.J. Cloutier went to... he's not related to T.J. Cloutier. He's not from Canada. I think he may have relatives in Canada, and that's the connection in the name.
And what a laydown there by Mark. He lays it down.
Yeah, it was a really good laydown there. He, as we know, had no outs because Yosh threw two jacks away. And Yosh made a nice laydown, which actually is a surprising laydown for me. because he's stuck, and that might have looked like a chance to take out an ace-king or something like that. But raised and re-raised by two solid players, Yosh made the right read. So a good play for Yosh also. If I'm going to criticize some of the plays, we got to hand it to him. That
absolutely,
that it's not necessarily, I might not necessarily have made the right play. As a matter of fact, I was in that situation, made the wrong play, laying down jacks in the tournament, as I said, where it would have been the right play moving in or calling. So 2 jacks is a tough hand to play.
So Frank has raised. Can't quite see what he has. He sometimes forgets to show those cards there, Barry. He's raised to 500.
Okay, Frank has 2 10s. We haven't seen Frank in there for a while.
Yep, there we go.
And Frank, they're not up yet, but I can tell you Frank's going to be in here. He's got 2 10s. He hasn't been playing that many hands.
Kenny Berg has ace deuce.
And Kenny, I don't know how he got in unless it was...
He's in the blind.
Well, still, I don't call it... Was it a limped pot? Or
no, it wasn't. No, Frank raised from early position.
These guys, from limit hold'em, they think this lone ace is a hand.
Right.
It's not. For a no-limit player, that's garbage.
Absolutely.
That's just asking for trouble.
Absolutely. I mean, even if the ace is suited against an early position raiser in the blind, like ace deuce of clubs, I mean, sometimes it's questionable to play that hand out of position.
Ace deuce of clubs for minimal raise, I like to play that because I like to get a flush draw and play it fast. But Kenny, I'm surprised he called with that weak a hand. And Frank, I've seen him. Frank's actually playing relatively tight for himself. He's ahead in the game, and I think one factor, especially for the guys who are ahead, they know that we can see their hands. They know that, they know we're talking about them. They don't want to look stupid. They're playing a little tighter. Frank's playing tighter than I think he normally does. Frank's actually an action player most of the time, but he looks like he's tightened up his play some.
You never saw my hand one time before 7 against him. One time. Remember that? I thought you had a better hand than we. Only one time you saw the whole hand, every time I need it, the whole night. You don't know how to.
Mark has limped in here with pocket deuces. Moshe has come in with king jack offsuit. Eric's going to play 5-3 suited. And Yosh is going to raise it up here with ace-8 of clubs. All those limpers in there, Barry. Maybe you can pick some of those limps
Yosh is looking for something to do, and not only will he isolate, if he raises enough, I don't see that anyone's got enough to stay with him. And Yosh didn't see the hand last time. Yosh still is wondering if the 2 jacks that he folded were good. Sometimes you fold a few hands where you could have made some money, and you're saying, it might have been a missed opportunity. So Yosh is trying to get his opportunity here.
I think that's a good job by Yosh to play the players that have limped in front. Look at it. It's the 3 tightest players on the table have limped in. Mark, Eric, and Moshe.
Right. Well, it is reasonable. Actually, to tell you the truth, I like punishing the limpers too, but I like punishing them with total garbage, like 9-3 offsuit, where it's an unplayable hand, or raising with a good hand. When I've got a hand like that ace-8 of clubs, to me that's an action hand where I can win a big pot, and I don't like to, as I say, I like to get involved in big pots that I have a chance to win. So I would have tended not to choose that hand to raise, just because I'd be looking for the big score.
Always looking for that big score, huh?
Yeah, that's the way I play No Limit Hold'em.
Yeah,
and again, that's why I said when I played, why the weak players in No Limit Hold'em often don't have many wins, because the better players are looking for the big score, and even if they lose one pot, they may take it all away, like playing Steal the Bundle when they nail them in a later hand.
I'll tell you what, I put you on a big pair. You mess it now with my big line.
Diablo's gotten back on his feet. We saw him win a couple pots. I think he's about even.
And Steve takes it down there with a raise. There we have a
who folded that Jack 10 of spades? Was it? Well, I don't know. I don't want to.
I think it was. I think it might have been Eric.
I thought it was
yeah.
Eric, our guy who's very mad at me for calling him a tight player.
Well, Steve did raise to his immediate right.
But,
yeah.
Okay.
We have time for a couple more hands. We got about 5 minutes left in the show.
You want to give an update too, don't you? We got some chip updates on the main event.
9:35. Kenna James 4.7 million. Alex Conner with about 2 million, and Jake Minter with about 1.7 million. So Kenna James has got more than twice Alex Conner there. And he looks like he's in pretty good position there.
Sure, but one double up through him, and he's not the chip leader anymore. The blinds go up You still need to pick up a good hand, get into some lucky situations.
And I don't remember off the top of my head what first prize was, but it's got to be
Like 1.2 million.
1.2.
Yeah.
I think they've started to tend to flatten out the pay structure a little bit now in tournaments, Barry, where they pay out, before it was skewed towards first place, and now they're trying to pay out more spots. So that's why first place might be a little less than when Doyle won it last year, because they're paying out more spots.
Well, but there are more
this
players,
year.
so I think it is a little more. And I think it's a good thing for tournament poker. Otherwise, you're just going to bust too many people out if you don't flatten the payoff. The one reason that they had those first places so big was also so they could advertise this big first place prize. Now $1 million is big to, I think, everyone, so that's enough.
Yeah.
You can get over $1 million, you can flatten it out, and it allows less money to go out of the poker community and out of the tournaments.
Diablo has bet here with the deuce 8, and Steven has him out-kicked. What is Diablo doing in there with that hand? I hope he's in the blind. He's betting $1,000 into the pot.
Well, we know deuce 7 is one of his hands, and deuce 8 apparently is better. At least it is in this case.
And Yosh has
potentially
the best hand over there with 10-8.
Right, but that's going to be hard to play. 2 hearts on the board.
Yeah. Collar in between.
I got a little confused. Steve has 3 guys have 8. 3 guys have second pair.
Yeah.
So what we expect to happen here, is that for them to maybe check it down. But of course, an ace on the turn is an opportunity for someone to try to take the pot away from someone else. I often like when an ace comes on the turn, if I have the betting lead, to continue. He checked. I figure my opponent didn't call me trying to spike an ace, so I continue on in that situation.
And Steven has bet here with the 8-6.
Okay. I guess there's a feeder game into this game that's not on television. The second.
Yeah, there's a second 5100 game, Barry.
Right, so they're getting a lot of action. I heard the room is packed, which isn't surprising because we had 565 women here, and I'm sure many of them were escorted. I know I escorted my girlfriend here,
and
she's playing in the women's event also.
Diablo makes the check call there with deuce 8. Wow, he's got the deuce of hearts in his hand for the redraw. And the river is a jack, and I want to say that it's going to be chopped up here, Barry.
Well, I guess there are 3 hearts there, and
it's going to get chopped up.
So it is, but unless somebody takes a stab at it, someone bets, the other guy's not going to be able to call. And I think they both, from the way the betting's gone, they both think they have the worst hand. They both. I don't think either of them thinks they're going to win with a showdown.
Yeah.
So somebody may take a stab, or maybe they'll both give up, and if they do, they'll split it.
Yeah, I'd be surprised to see Steven check behind here, because I don't think he would think that he's going to win the hand there.
Well, again, that's all, there's psychology and there's how the betting went, and, unfortunately, I hope people are following it better than I am.
And it did get checked down.
Yeah.
It did get checked down, and they're going to chop it up.
These are 2 guys who are happy to split the pot.
Hey, he beat me. I had deuce 7.
Absolutely. Incredible. Well, that's a tough call. After this hand, we're going to be doing one more hand, Barry, and then I'm going to go run and try to catch the end and lead on kind of James there.
Okay, this has been fun, but it's tougher than I thought.
I was going to say, try doing this 20 hours a week.
Yeah, that's right. 4 hours of poker. It'd be it's much easier to play 20 hours.
Yeah, to commentate 20 hours a week. But we have fun with it. Dave Shirley and I have been doing it for 8 or 9 months now, so we roll with the slow games, and we're excited with the exciting games.
I like I don't like broadcasting the small games, because the smaller the limits go, the closer it is to playing showdown. And that's why your typical poker books are just talking about hand values, because it almost is a game of showdown. So you might as well start with a better hand than your opponents, because a lot of people are going to the river. This game, there's a lot more play to as you get to 4 and 800 and above. You get people bluffing, sizing up their opponents, psychological factors, things like that.
So last hand of the night, Yosh has got 9-3 offsuit E-Mux. Kenny Berg's got Queen 10 offsuit. He limps. Ace-Jack limps in seat 8. Pocket 8 limps. Surprised to see Frank didn't drive that hand a little more in the cutoff with pocket 8s. He chooses just to limp.
But that's not that strange to play. Pocket 8's not that big a pair. If you get re-raised off your hand, then you wish you would have taken a flop and maybe hit an 8. So against these players, that's I think calling with pocket 8s is reasonable. It gives you a chance to make a big score.
And someone is raised here at seat 3 with King, Queen, offsuit. It's Moshe.
And Moshe, he hasn't played much, so he's going to get respect. If he hasn't raised too much, I would actually fold the other hands, which are certainly looking at his hand, right folds, except the eights. The eights is the one hand I would probably take a shot with.
Bruce has called with ace-jack, and Frank has mucked the pocket eights.
I think all these guys, based on the hands that have been turned over, think ace-jack is a real hand.
Right,
and
right.
So he's not calling because he's taking a long shot. He thinks he's got a big hold'em hand. And actually, he does against King-Queen. He doesn't have a bad hand, so he's kind of right.
So here we go. The only thing is, if it misses,
And
the flop misses.
The eights currently folded. Well,
the flop misses both people, and King Queen takes a shot. He's probably going to win it. Oh, he flops the king here. King 6-3.
well, yeah. The King Queen, as long as the guy with the betting lead, which was Moshe with King Queen bet, it wasn't that important that he hit the king. It was more important that Bruce didn't hit an ace or a jack.
$2,200 bet, and
obviously Bruce can't call.
Bruce says he can't call, and that's going to do it for us. Barry Greenstein, I want to thank you for coming by and giving your expert color analysis at this level. It was absolutely amazing. It's probably the biggest cash game that really has been televised, especially here on Live at the Bike, and possibly anywhere. I mean, we're talking about a $50, $100 no-limit cash game. How would you characterize some of the play that we saw tonight?
Well, it looked a little shoddy as far as hand values, and pretty typical as far as predicting. People who won hands were playing a little closer to the vest, and people lost hands were getting in there scrambling. It's hard for me to be objective because I'm seeing the whole cards.
Right.
So as we saw, there were people, like Diablo making some bluffs. People weren't picking up on it. But again, once you get in the heat of the battle, it's a lot more difficult than being here. We can play all the hands so well. So
right, especially when you see them.
But no question, this was an action game.
Yeah.
If these guys were playing for more, I'd be on the list for sure.
Yeah.
But it was fun to watch.
Well, again, we really appreciate you stopping by, and thanks a lot. Again, I'm having a great time reading your book, Aces on the River. We got to plug that.
There's only one
time.
ace on the river.
Ace on the River. I'm sorry.
But you don't have to plug it. But thanks for doing it anyway.
Yeah, absolutely. So check that out.
I want to come back one other time. Actually, I wrote a bunch of notes. I thought it was going to be a limit game tonight, and there, to me, limit hold'em and no limit hold'em are two totally different games. And actually, it was difficult for me when I was younger to play both of them near each other because I think about them so totally different. But players nowadays think about them like they're the same game, and they're not. And so the betting is different in those two games, the patterns.
Well, I hope you guys enjoyed the show tonight. We'll be back again tomorrow at 6 p.m. Pacific time. For Barry Greenstein, everyone here in the booth, I'm Bart Hansen. Good night, everybody, from Live at the Bike.
Okay.
It's here. It's big. And it's closer than you think. It's not a tournament. It's what you don't see on TV. The cash is real. The stakes are high. They bet big. They win big. They lose big. High stakes live action poker. Live at the Bike. Watch it live on the web or play it if you dare at the Bicycle Casino right here in Los Angeles.